Welcome to the Athletic Football Show's live coverage of Night 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft, presented by BetMGM. I am Robert Mays. We are back for another fantastic night, pick-by-pick reactions. Joining me tonight, first of all, it is the Beast himself, the Athletics draft expert, Dane Brugler. Dane, this is, Night 1's fine. This is when you really find your groove, is today.
Yeah, this is, day 2 and 3 are for the scouts. Right? You know, this is where you put on all that hard work to find the gems. We can identify the first round guys. Who's going to find the gems day 2, day 3? It's going to be fun to see the quarterbacks. We only had 2 quarterbacks last night. When did the quarterbacks start coming off the board? How many in round 2? How many go round 3? And then pass rushers, receivers, running backs. We've got a lot of them that'll go tonight.
Everything we've said about this draft throughout the last couple months was that it was a deep draft into this part of the draft. Maybe the high-end talent wasn't very good, but into rounds 2 and 3, you could find a lot of starting caliber players.
Yep.
That's what we're seeing tonight, the starting caliber players, even if the upside maybe isn't that high.
Exactly, and that's where teams are going to get better. And starting with the Browns here at 33, they also have pick 36. Are they going to keep both of those picks? They're getting calls right now, last-minute offers. Teams trying to get up to get some of these players. The Browns, I think, I'd be surprised if they made both picks. I think there's a good chance they move back with one of them. But it's a perfect example of a team that needs a lot, but a great opportunity in this draft to get better with future starters that you can find all throughout the next 2 rounds.
Also joining us tonight, my co-host here at the Athletic Football Show, it's Derrik Klassen. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday. Perfect way to celebrate night 2 of the draft.
It is. This has always been what my birthday's been about. Like I said, I remember, I think it was probably middle school I started doing this, just skipping school on draft day, whether it was Thursday, Friday, sometimes both of them. And so it's always been about, my birthday has always kind of been about the draft. So to actually spend it here, be on this stage, and actually get to talk about it all day, I'm ready for it.
My birthday was always like the first day of school. So I think that you're definitely the winner here.
That's not one you can skip.
No, you can't skip that one. Just a heads up, if you guys are in the chat right now, highly encourage you guys to start conversations. Please be involved in that. We're actually giving away some swag today. Our producers are going to be asking some questions in the chat. If you want to win hats, t-shirts, Beast koozies, Raleigh towels, please respond to the question in the chat and then email us at theathleticfootballshow@gmail.com. We are back at Big Shot Studios tonight in Chicago, who have been wonderful hosts over the last few days, and we are very excited about what today is going to bring. So let's start this conversation with the discourse that's been kind of unfolding over the last 24 hours or so. We didn't talk much about it last night because it wasn't surprising to us. This idea that Shedeur Sanders has had some sort of fall, there's a reason we didn't really address that in real time last night, because I don't really think it is a fall if you were paying attention to any of the conversations we had about Shedeur over the last couple months and where you had him in your top 100. Right. He was 34th in your top 100. So you didn't think he was a first-round caliber quarterback. And the fact that he didn't go last night really isn't that surprising to you.
And I don't think it would have been surprising if maybe he did sneak in there, but I didn't include Shedeur in my final first-round mock draft that I did Wednesday night. And it was hard to find teams that were just gung-ho about him and loved him. And even today and last night, asking around, it's still kind of hard to find those teams. And so, like, where are we going to see him go tonight? I don't think the Browns do it. I don't know if the Browns are going to draft a quarterback, period. I think they're okay loading up for next year. The Saints, I think, are out. I think Tyler Shuck might be their guy. We'll see what they do here in the second round. The Steelers are really the team. But they don't have that second round pick.
The team that doesn't have a second round pick.
So, they're making calls. How early do they feel like they need to go up to get Shedeur Sanders? Do they have to go up to get Shedeur Sanders? Can they wait into the third round and still feel like they get him? George Pickens is going to be part of some of these conversations about potential trades. So it's going to be interesting to see some of the movement. But it's just, it's hard to find landing spots for Shedeur. And it made it tough to put him in a mock draft since the combine. The mock draft that I did coming out of the combine, I put him to the Steelers, and it was like, whoa, he might fall out of the top 10. It was hard to find a spot other than the Steelers where he would go, and here we are. He's still available, but like you said, it's not a slide, it's not a fall. This is kind of what we expected.
Imagining the trade graphic with George Pickens on one side and Shedeur Sanders on the other. There's something really funny about that.
I was just thinking about this. that there is so much going on there with that trade. And I'm just imagining Omar Khan on the phone being like, well, do you want George Pickens instead of that fourth we could throw you? And teams being like, you know what? I'm okay.
That's the most Rorschach test trade graphic of all time, where you just have two incredibly volatile players in the way that we talk about them and think about them. Yeah, that trade could be whatever you want it to be.
Let's reset the guys that you have at the top of your top 100 right now that maybe you were a little bit surprised didn't go last night and you think probably are going to be some of the quickest guys off the board tonight.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys have questions, whether medical, character, whatever. At the top is Mike Green from Marshall, who is a really talented edge rusher. On film, on the talent, the traits, he's a first-round pick all day. Of course, has the two incidents in the past that, it's a complicated thing to talk about because it's, I think a lot of teams are okay with it, but it's still, you don't make a pick like this without everybody being on board, specifically the ownership.
Let's just lay it out. So he had 2 sexual assault allegations against him, one in high school, one while he was at Virginia, no charges ever brought. And so this is something that it was kind of a strange circumstance. He was talking about it openly at the combine. Yes. He was the one that kind of brought this to the media and to the general public, putting it out in front of him as part of this process. And so that's where we're sitting right now. That's what's happened. That's the reality of it. And that's what teams are working through.
And some of the reaction that I got from teams was that maybe they wanted him to be a little more apologetic. Mm-hmm. But it's, from his standpoint, he feels like he did nothing wrong.
And he has said that openly multiple times.
Yeah, so it's not that I'm, from using, paraphrasing from him, it's not that I'm not apologetic. It's that I didn't do anything wrong, so I don't really, I'm remorseful that we're in this situation, but I don't think I did anything wrong, so I feel like I don't need to apologize. And so it's a little bit of a tough situation that each team's handling a little bit differently. So a team's going to get a discount on the player, and when we look back 5 years from now, it might end up looking like a steal. It could end up looking like, there were red flags and they popped up again. So Mike Green's at the top. After that, Nick Emmanwori, big safety from South Carolina. Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan. He has the medicals, the knee specifically, and then, of course, the speed questions. Donovan Ezeraku, edge rusher from Boston College. Luther Burden, wide receiver, Missouri. Mason Taylor, the tight end from LSU. Shedeur Ariante Ursary. Carson Schwesinger, linebacker, UCLA. And then Trey Amos, the corner from Ole Miss. So here we are kind of going into round 2. Some of the running backs, I think we're going to go. I didn't mention the TreVeyon Henderson, Quinshon Judkins. I think both those guys will go pretty early tonight. The Browns have a need potentially there. The Broncos are a team that I think would love to trade up to go get Henderson. Something
talked
you
about it
mentioned
last
yesterday.
night.
Exactly. I think that's something that they're probably examining right now. How, do they have to get up to 33 to make that happen? Can they get up to, 36, 37?
If you're Cleveland with a need at running back, which direction would you go?
Trading back, or
In terms of like which guy?
If you were taking one at 33 or 36.
So I think Henderson is slightly better, but honestly for what they need, I kind of like Judkins more. I think they need a guy who's a little bit more of like a just bang and like get in there between the tackles. He can be our grinder because they do have Jerome Ford where he can get you some explosives. The down-to-down is kind of a roller coaster, whereas Judkins, I think if you need 5, you can get 5.
If you want more of complementary pieces, then yes, you're choosing Judkins. Yep. If you're looking for, hey, let's have 2 home run hitters, then you're okay with Henderson.
I'm also not sure Jerome Ford should prevent you from doing anything.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah. We're going into year 3 right now, so he's going to be a free agent in 2 years. And Jerome Ford's been fine for what he is as a big play option. But if you think that Henderson is a special talent at a different level, even if it's the same kind of back, I think you could jump at that based on where the Browns are right now.
No, the Browns have to do something on offense.
Yeah.
That 32nd in the league in scoring. Yeah, exactly. And so whether that comes in the form of Jayden Higgins, if they're looking for, like maybe they don't think Cedric Tillman's the X they need, they want to go that direction. If they want to go Luther Burden, who you put him in the slot, you have Judy on the out, he has a Z maybe. There's a lot of different ways they can reimagine this offense if they don't go, especially if they don't go quarterback. So it'll be interesting to see with 33, 36. If they keep both picks, if they stick and pick, it'll be fascinating. But I think there's a good chance they trade one of those picks.
Derrik, I'm curious. Azareye'h, just in terms of his frame, there's a lot of guys in this group at edge rusher that are built very similarly. A lot of guys between 6'3", 6'4", 245 to 265 pounds. How much of a drop-off do you see from Azareye'h, who's the second best edge left on Dane's board, and some of those other guys like the Scourtons of the world that we're going to be talking about a little bit later into the second round?
That's a fantastic question. To me, not a lot. I would say Azareye'h is probably a little bit more developed as a pass rusher than the other guys. Sometimes you don't see the juice and the bend that you might quite want or the explosiveness, but in terms of his hands, his length, you're probably getting a little bit more ready-made as a pass rusher. But some of the other guys, I think you see a little bit more potential. Scourton, I feel that way about. Jordan Birch, who is a little bit further down the board, I definitely feel that way about. I think you can even kind of get yourself jazzed up a little bit about a guy like Landon Jackson out of Arkansas, who's a little bit bigger, a little bit longer.
Both Ohio State guys.
Right, yeah, both of the Ohio State guys. So Azareye'h is maybe the safest guy left on the board kind of in this range, but I do think some of the other guys, if you want a little bit more pop, you could find that a little bit later.
The way that I've conceived of this edge group, right or wrong, is that they're almost like Diet Karloftises. Like that's what a lot of this is. Where like they're never going to be your ace guy,
right,
but they're going to be contributors potentially to really good defenses. It seems like there's a half dozen of those players.
We've talked about this before. Like if you're going to just list the most important positions on your roster, third edge rusher is going to come in above some of your starters, in terms of value, and not for every scheme maybe, but for most schemes, that third edge rusher is very valuable. So it's not too early, even if you feel like you have your starters, to maybe dip into that. And we're going to see a lot of edge rushers come off the board. I mean, even in the third round, I love Barron Sorrell from Texas. There's a couple of those guys that maybe don't scream, hey, we're belong in the top 50, top 75, but they're just good players.
Sorrell's pass rush productivity numbers in terms of the pressures he got this year, it's one of the highest rates in all of college football.
Yeah.
So I mean, when you're talking about him as a third round pick compared to some of these other guys, what's pushing him a little bit further down the board in your mind?
Probably just the fact that, and he tested pretty well, but he doesn't have that scream off the edge, going to win, dip, and it doesn't look like, the speed rusher that ideally you're looking for, but he has powerful hands, he controls the point of attack, he will go through guys at times, and he's someone that will hold up versus the run, and the intangibles are outstanding. You talk to any of his teammates at Texas, they will tell you that he is the guy in the locker room, the guy on the field, so that matters to teams, especially at this point in the draft.
Biggest moment of last night, or one of the biggest moments of last night, the Giants coming back into the first round to draft Jackson Dart. Here to go through that move, a big, potentially franchise-altering move for the New York Giants, is one of our Giants writers at The Athletic, Dan Duggan. Dan, sincerely appreciate you taking time out of a busy weekend to join us here.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be that busy tonight, though. They traded away one of the third-round picks, and a lot of the hay's in the barn here for this draft. Obviously, we'll see what they can add. But, yeah, pretty busy first night. So now, hopefully, kick my feet up. Let's draft like an interior offensive lineman, and we'll call it an early night tonight.
If you're the Giants, I mean, obviously this is all going to depend on whether Jackson Dart pans out. But this idea of kind of having your cake and eating it too, where you could take the best player available at 3 and then come back into the first round, not even just that scenario, but the price they had to pay to come back into the first round. If Jackson Dart ends up hitting, I mean, this is the most perfect set of outcomes you possibly could have imagined if you're Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll.
I mean, 100%. Like, if you're just looking at it without knowing what the results would be, at this point, all we can evaluate is the process. They've set themselves up for the best case scenario. Now, we have no idea. We think Abdul Carter is going to be, at the very least, a very good NFL player, potentially great. And then Jackson Dart, who knows? But if he does hit, like to your point, you couldn't have come out of this any better. Because, again, you're at the 3rd pick. You should get a game-changing player. They got that. That's easy. Me and you could have made that pick. It's the maneuvering. When are you going to pull the trigger to trade up? You talk about the value. I mean, you go to the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, which everyone says is outdated, yet teams, including the Giants, still absolutely refer to. This lined up with that. It would have been either like the 3rd and 4th this year, or you do next year's 3rd so they could preserve the 4th this year. So there was nothing egregious there. It was like, wow, they gave up what? It's a fair price. And again, if he's your franchise quarterback, no one's going to sit here in 4 and 5 years like, oh man, in the 3rd round, they could have got, fill in the defensive tackle that was on the board at their pick. So yeah, no, I mean, I think they are set up potentially to have this be a franchise transforming draft. Now, again, it's easy to say that, the buzz hasn't worn off. We'll see what happens, because I've been here many times where you thought maybe that was going to be the case for this franchise. But as we're sitting here and the buzz hasn't worn off yet, it's very easy to be excited about the way the first round went, and then obviously we'll see where it goes from there.
What did they tell you last night when you talked to those guys about why Jackson Dart was the pick, why he is the guy that they thought he was worth going after?
I mean, listen, I think a lot of the word that came out as we're leading up to the draft was he was Daboll's guy. Because if you go back, I don't know how far back I want to retrace this process, but when it was just the front office kind of leading the charge, Shedeur Sanders was the only name you heard, in terms of Joe Schoen being out of Colorado all the time. And then as we know, the coaches get far more involved in the process once we get to the combine. That's when they're grinding the film. That's when they're having all these face-to-face interactions. And all of a sudden, the Shedeur Sanders talk cooled, and then the Jackson Dart talk picked up. And our first chance to actually ask Daboll about it, because you ask these guys about the specific prospect in the process, you're not going to get any sort of answer or insight. But when he was describing what he liked about Jackson Dart, you could close your eyes and forgive the fact that he's not, 6'5", 240 pounds. But the way he described him as a player sounded like Josh Allen. Like, he loves his competitiveness, his toughness, his leadership, all these things. Again, that's we're talking about best case scenarios. That is obviously the dream scenario for anything that drafts a quarterback, let alone the Giants, let alone Brian Daboll, who obviously, was up close and personal with the Josh Allen experience. But that's the type of stuff he honed in on, just like this competitiveness, the leadership. Joe Schoen was telling stories about how even in the Senior Bowl, Jackson Dart's lowering his shoulder to take on guys in the open field where, like, they might want to teach him to maybe start to slide a little more at the next level. But also, I think they were obviously presenting that positive. Like, he's just so competitive. He's so tough. So you see that that's the type of thing that clearly they're drawn to in a quarterback, the athleticism, the ability to use him in the run game. Some of those types of things I think really stood out to Daboll.
I remember being in Buffalo in 2019. So it was Josh Allen's second year. It was about halfway through the season, and he was so much better than he was as a rookie, but there were still kind of deficiencies in his game. And I wrote a story about where he could potentially go. And the thing that really stuck out to me about that trip was talking to guys in the locker room about what Josh Allen already was in the locker room. And so it's not surprising at all to see Daboll specifically want to go for a guy that he thinks is wired in the right way, because in that building in Buffalo, outside of the physical talent, that was the thing I think that jumped out to everybody immediately. He was beloved by all the other 52 guys in that locker room.
Yeah, and the Giants, they've been very open about this. They put a huge emphasis on everything, not off the field, but the intangibles of their quarterback evaluation. Like, they're not one of these teams that doesn't do 30 visits or tries to hide. They get as much exposure as they possibly can, and if other teams know, kind of so be it, because they think it's that valuable to be around these guys as much as possible. So they go the whole gamut, with the 30 visits, the private workouts. Daboll was texting Jackson Dart all the time. Like, they want as much contact to be around these guys as possible, just to see how they're going to handle everything at that position. Obviously, it's so important, face of the franchise, it's got all the cliches. But then, of course, there's still just the baseline level of traits and abilities. I don't want to make it like they drafted like this gritty, scrappy little guy. Like, he put up, huge stats in the SEC, has, athletic traits that obviously they think can translate. I think you used the word, or it's always attached to Josh Allen, is develop. That's what the plan is here. He's obviously not coming in here and being the day one starter. They've set it up where they have Russell Wilson. They have Jameis Winston. So I don't think anyone looks at him as like, he's this finished product. We got our guy, and we'll just kind of set it and forget it. There's going to be a learning curve here, and there's going to be a process. And again, that's where I think you see the Josh Allen parallels. And again, we should probably stop making those comparisons after like today, like to get a 24-hour moratorium on comparing him to the MVP. But if you're just looking for like a ideal, it's that. And if you fall a level or two below, it'd still be fine. But that's the idea. It's like you said, he wasn't as good in 2018 as he was in 19 as he was in 20. And obviously you see what he's become. I think with Jackson Dart, it's probably going to be a similar trajectory. And I think they've built it that way. Like, all right, if he doesn't see the field this year, I think they'd be perfectly content with that, because obviously they're planning on developing him and having him being the guy for the long term.
Well, I think the question becomes, how many games can they lose before he sees the field? Because that's what the conversation we've had about this regime the entire offseason, is that there is a real level of urgency for this group to win based on how the last couple of years went. We do this all the time with rookie quarterbacks. It's like, oh, we're going to take him along real slow. We're going to let him go at his own pace. And then when you get to the end of September, we're getting around Halloween and that team hasn't won enough games. I wonder how long they're going to be willing to stick to that.
Well, it's so funny. So let me extend the Josh Allen parallels one more time. I looked it up. Like, how long was his developmental curve? It was one Nathan Peterman start, and that guy was seeing enough. Josh was starting week 2 of his rookie year, and he was so far from being a finished product of being ready. But yes, I mean, obviously different circumstances. They didn't have Russell Wilson, and whatever you think of him, I think higher echelon quarterback than what Nathan Peterman was in 2018. But yes, so they've been there. I'm sure they said, Josh Allen, he's not going to touch the field his rookie year. And then all of a sudden, literally, I think he might have come in week 1 and then started week 2. So that tells you the level of patience. And with this particular regime and where this organization is, they don't have the virtue of time here. Like, they need to produce results. So if you're putzing around and you're 2-4 with Russell Wilson, how can they possibly justify, like, oh, we're going to see it through with Russ? You know what I mean? You have Jackson Dart, who there is going to be a lot of hype. I know what it's going to be like for me in training camp. I'm going to be able to document every move he makes, and Giants fans are going to eat it up. But then the season's going to start, and he's going to probably be holding the clipboard, maybe not even be dressed on game day. And all of a sudden, if the season starts slip sliding with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, they're going to be calling for him. And it's defensible, because if you're ownership, it's like, all right, listen, we know where this thing stood. We gave you the green light to trade up, do whatever you have to do to get a quarterback. This is the guy you landed on, so let's see it. Like, they're not getting a 2-3 year runway here. If it has to be this year, it has to be this year. Again, ideal world, Russell Wilson starts 17 games, they win 9, they're in the playoff hunt. Jackson Dart is just working behind the scenes. In the real world, he's probably starting some games this year, and then the question is just when that kind of tipping point comes.
Yeah, the best laid plans, except when you're a regime on the hot seat with a quarterback drafted in the first round. Dan Duggan, sincerely appreciate the time, sir. Always great to chat with you. We'll do it again very soon.
Likewise. Thanks.
Just a fascinating situation, just about the timeline and when we're going to see him. And we do this all the time. I think the only team I believed in the last couple years when they said, we're really going to try to sit him the entire year, was last year with Minnesota and Darnold and J.J. McCarthy. Going into the season, even before the McCarthy injury, the Vikings were pretty dead set on Sam Darnold starting a good majority of that year. J.J. was young, wasn't that developed. They were a ready-made playoff team. In almost any other situation, I have a hard time believing it, because it sounds great in April to say we're going to sit the guy all year, and then the realities start to creep in and things change pretty quickly.
I still feel like they're going to be a little more patient than I think most teams. Like, there is a level of, and once the losses start coming, the pressure, they will start feeling it. But I still feel like they will kind of feel like it's an ace in their back pocket, and like they won't go to it until they need to. And like, I will be surprised if he starts before November. I really will. Now, we'll see how September goes. Maybe I'll feel differently. But where we are right now, I would be surprised if we see him starting that early, just because I wouldn't be shocked if they went to Jameis Winston before they went to Dart. And if Wilson's struggling, if they let Winston have a few starts, just so they don't throw Dart out there to the wolves before they feel like he's ready.
See, for me, it's less patience and more, I would be very shocked if he's ready to play by really the end of this season. And so it might not even be patience. It might just be, we're going to look worse if we throw him out there in year 1, which is kind of what I'm scared of. I know that sounds really, really harsh for a guy we haven't seen before, but that's why I have to be honest about what my evaluation
That's
of
why
the
I
player
would be surprised if Winston starts before Dart does, just because they need to give him, he needs another week or 2 before we feel comfortable to put him out there.
That's why you signed 2 of them. Yeah.
Right.
I've seen this movie a lot of times. I remember that first Justin Fields start in Cleveland. Sometimes it doesn't matter if the guy's not ready. Sometimes it doesn't matter if the offense isn't ready. When you have a regime that is backed up against the wall like this one is, we can apply as much logic or as much responsibility to this process as we want to. There are often some wrenches that get thrown into it. Let's get back to this group that we're still waiting on and the guys that are going to get drafted tonight. The other group I want to talk about positionally, Derrik, is just the receivers. A lot of guys still on the board. Luther Burden was somebody who thought might be a first-round pick. Ton of intriguing players at that position. Who are you looking at, Derrik, tonight? Just the guy that you're excited about seeing his landing spot, because even if he is a second, third-round pick, you're excited about him as a prospect.
For me, when I look at the guys left on the board, I think Luther Burden for a lot of people is probably going to be the one. For me, it's probably Jalen Noel. I just think when you think about his speed, some of his route running, his ability to, I think he can be a guy who's never going to be your X, obviously, because he's a little bit smaller, but he can play the slot and he can be your vertical Z, almost the way we talked about Ladd McConkey kind of coming into the league. I think he has some of that. And then what really impressed me with him is just, he's not a bigger guy, but his catch radius, he gets the most out of what God has given him, which is always super impressive to me. So he's probably the one for me. And then some of the other guys a little bit further down the board. I'm just really interested to see what teams think of Jack Besh. I like, where is he really going to go? Because he's kind of a weird player, not the craziest, straight line athlete. He's a little bit more of a, kind of big, tough physical, has some pretty fluid movement skills for a big guy, but just not super quick. I'm just fascinated to see how teams value that.
Jacksonville is the team that I liked imagining him in that offense, because in that system, it just made sense to me. They trade up for Travis Hunter yesterday, so a little bit less of a receiver need. So the one team where I was like, oh, Jack Besh fits there, that makes sense to me. They're now off the board most likely, so where he's going to end up will be interesting to watch.
It will, and I kind of liked his fit, like maybe Tennessee or there's a lot of teams I think would make sense for him. He's a little unique. A bigger guy, maybe you use him in the slot, get a lot of quick hitters, let him use that body to his advantage.
Tennessee, I like.
Yeah,
I like that.
If they let him do what Nick Westbrook Aquino was doing and just kind of slot him into that, he can kind of be a better version there.
Well, and if you're Tennessee, I think you're picking here at 35.
Yeah.
I think you're probably looking to get back because you don't have that third-round pick. Yeah. You want to get more picks. So if Tennessee gets a little bit active here, maybe that's the direction they go. I'm really fascinated with these Ohio State running backs. These two guys. I'm excited to see where they end up. And exactly like we were talking about earlier with the Browns and maybe which one they would prefer, which one goes first and for which team and which fit, that's fascinating to me. So I think both are going to go pretty early. And I think, to me, just texting around today, Henderson was the name that came up the most, more than Shedeur. So I think that's what a lot of the intrigue is early here in the second round.
You got two teams with 2 picks in the first 10 of this round,
right,
that need running backs. You have 2 picks for the Bears and 2 picks for the Browns. So I imagine we'll see some of the running backs start to go pretty early here.
Yeah, for sure. And the quarterbacks are really interesting too. Just Shedeur is going to suck up all the oxygen in the room, but if Tyler Shuck is the next quarterback drafted, that would not be surprising. Very well could happen. I think, like I mentioned before, the Saints could have their eye on him. Jalen Milroe, he's in Green Bay. He's in the green room. Where do we hear his name? At what point in the draft? And then, even we could hear Quinn Ewer's name called later today. Probably not till the 3rd round later tonight, but it's still a possibility. So which quarterbacks go, where, and how early? And then, of course, Shedeur. Where does that end up happening? It's going to be fascinating.
The one team that we were talking about maybe as a quarterback team was the Rams. And then the Rams trade back yesterday with Atlanta. Now they have 2 first-round picks in next year's draft. Them and the Browns. I think that was a good point to bring up, where it's like we thought they might be quarterback teams end of round 1 into round 2. Now they have the ammo to potentially wait if they wanted to. So does that take 2 more quarterback teams off the board today?
I do wonder, though, for a team like the Browns, if Jalen Milroe's still there in 3rd round, if it just
might as well.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Let's draft him, and it's not going to stop us from drafting a guy next year if after a year we feel like, look, we can upgrade. He just hasn't taken the jump we wanted. It's not going to stop you from doing that. So that is a really interesting part of this when we talk about the Browns. I don't think we're going to see a quarterback at 33 or 36, but if the right guy is there in the 3rd round, I think it's a possibility.
Hannah Van Bibber, one of our sports betting editors at The Athletic, here joining us now to talk about some of the most interesting bets on the board for tonight. Let's continue that Shedeur Sanders conversation. He is still on the board. What are the odds saying about where Shedeur Sanders might land tonight?
Hey guys, so On Shedeur, the odds aren't available on every sportsbook because in round 2, there's so much insider talk. Some sportsbooks do have it up, but we did talk to BetMGM about it because Sanders is still the talk of this round, and they gave us some hypothetical odds and made Cleveland the favorite to pick him first in the second round with odds of minus 135. But even since we talked to them this afternoon, odds have shifted again on other sports books, and now the Raiders are favored kind of significantly at minus 220. So he is favored at minus 220 to go to the Raiders. Currently, they have the 5th pick in this second round, and then the Browns are at now plus 220 to get Shedeur.
And how have, after last night, let's move beyond the prospects and talk about some forward-looking stuff. What sort of odds movement have we seen about either win totals or divisional rounds? Like, who has really improved their chances based on how last night and even free agency went?
So, spoiler alert on last night, almost no futures odds changed for any teams, which we kind of expected, but it was still a little bit startling for me to see almost no change. Since free agency, like since the odds first came out after the Super Bowl, there have been more changes. So let's say the 49ers, the Bears, the Patriots, the Jaguars have all seen their win total get better compared to what they had last year. So the 49ers, they have an increase compared to what their win total was 6. They're now at 10.5 over under in 2025. So that changed since the odds came out, but really none of these have changed since the draft. When it comes to, let's say, divisional wins, there have been a couple of slight changes. Like the Houston Texans have a tiny bit better odds. The Chiefs have a tiny bit better odds. But really, if you look at it, those odds have really not budged thanks to the draft.
Well, we'll see if there is any more movement after tonight with a few teams having a lot of picks here in the second and third round. Hannah, sincerely appreciate you joining us. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys.
We're about 55 seconds to go here. The Raiders being the favorite to get Shedeur is interesting.
I don't see it. I really don't. I don't know. I think just all the talk from other teams throughout the process, the Raiders were just not really looked at as a Shedeur team.
They traded a third-round pick for a quarterback like a month ago.
And then paid him.
Yeah.
So, I think they feel like there's enough needs on that roster where, especially after taking a running back in the first round, let's go and get, whether it's offensive line, defensive line, a corner, a receiver. Like, there's so many different ways they could go. And I would be surprised if Shedeur is the pick for the Raiders in the second round.
And Pete Carroll just doesn't seem like a guy who has the 7-year vision for the Raiders right now. It seems very much like, let's see what we can do by 2026, 2027. And so them drafting a quarterback like Sanders, where again, barring like some sort of catastrophic injury, like Geno Smith is going to be the quarterback for the next 3 years. Like there's really no reason to draft one if like their timeline is really trying to be competitive these next handful of years. So I would rather see them go, do they want to go get a pass catcher now? Do they want to take another chance at the offensive line? Defense still needs probably 3 new starters at least, and you could make that case at every level of the defense. So I think I'm kind of with you, Dane. It would be a little bit of a shock if they went that direction.
So right now, I believe that the Cleveland Browns are going to be on the clock here pretty soon.
Yeah, and kind of resetting things for the Browns. We could see offensive line, they need tackle help. Ariante Ursary is still available. Defense, they could use this. I mean, Ronnie Hickman's a nice player, but he's slated to be a starter for this team right now. Emmanwori, stick him in there at safety as a potential fit. We talked about the corner situation. Newsome, Martin Emerson, pending free agents after this year. Trey Amos could be a potential fit there. But I just keep coming back to offense. They need to get better on offense, especially after going defensive tackle at 5 overall. Mm-hmm. You didn't get that spark with Travis Hunter. Let's go score points. And if it's Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Cousins, whoever ends up being at quarterback, let's go get someone that's going to help us score the points, whether that's a running back, a tight end, a receiver, or even an offensive lineman you can make a case for.
I was going to say, do you think it would be too early for Ursary here, or do you think that would make a little bit of sense if they wanted to go that direction?
You're going to run out of tackles, so I don't think it's too early. Once we get to round 2, I don't think it's early at all.
Do you think he could play left tackle for them specifically?
Yes. I mean, right now, DeJuan Jones is kind of penciled in as a starter at left tackle, who is, we know how long he is. We know he takes up a lot of room. It's hard to get around him, but he's not the most nimble guy. That's just how, that's DeJuan Jones. And so Ursary, kind of the same thing, not the most nimble guy, but he's a hard guy to go through. But he's at least going to bring competition to that room. And can you really count on Conklin to start 16, 17 games? I think, though, the last 4 years, he has averaged 8.5 starts a year. So he's a guy that's been banged up. They need to address the tackle situation some way in the draft this next 2 days.
And he does make sense for them. They like bigger guys. And so, one, you mentioned there's not going to be that many tackles left to begin with, but Ursary is a bigger guy. He's more powerful. He kind of, not same body type as DeJuan Jones necessarily, but again, bigger guy. Jack Conklin's a bigger guy. A lot of their guards are bigger. He does make sense for what they like at that position.
We talk about the interior of the offensive line. I mean, it's a position group that seems set now when you look at the depth chart, but all of those guys could be moving on essentially after this year. So there's just so much in flux with this team. And that's why, even in the moment last night, if you're a Browns fan and you've been sitting there for the last 2 weeks imagining Travis Hunter in that jersey and thinking about what it would be like to have that sort of prospect on your team, and then they trade out of the pick. That's a tough moment.
Oh, yeah.
But as you sit back and think about it, this team there's an era of missing young cost control talent for the Browns. Yes. There are 3 missing drafts essentially because of the picks they traded away in the Deshaun Watson deal. They need to restock the roster with as many players as they can. And so the idea of getting the 5th overall pick, a 2nd round pick, and a future first for one player, no matter who that player is, based on where the Browns are, I think that it's pretty easy to make that argument.
After we left here last night, I did a lot of consoling for the Browns fans in my life. There's a lot of them. And so a lot of texts, a lot of calls saying, look, it'll be okay. Would I have stayed and taken Travis Hunter? I probably would have, but totally understand the thinking here. Browns fans are just tired of hearing next year. But that's the situation you're in when you put all the chips in the middle for Deshaun Watson, and it fails miserably. So here we are. Mason Graham last night was their first pick in the top 50 in 3 years. That's hard to come back from. And it's funny, if you list their top 7, 8 needs on the roster, defensive tackle probably wasn't one of them. I mean, there's just, which speaks to how many needs there are in this team. And so they need to address some of those needs in a big way.
I just think they're starting over. And if you're starting over, nothing should really be off the board for you. And for a team and a regime in this sort of spot, where I think you can make an argument, are they on the hot seat? Do they need to make something happen right now? Being a little bit more patient and saying, we're going to take our medicine and do the thing we think is responsible, I actually can get behind that, even if in the moment it's way less exciting.
That's kind of what's funny is that, like you said, Dane, I think Browns fans in particular are tired of hearing, oh, next year, or oh, we're going to trade this and we're going to get more picks and we're going to load up, just because it's failed consistently over and over and over again. Yes. That doesn't make it the wrong thing to do. They've just been bad at wielding those picks for the past, 10 years or whatever it is. So maybe this is the time that it works. Who knows? But I do generally agree. It probably is the right process for them again.
I love the contrasting stylistic choices here, where Kevin Stefanski is in a full-on suit and Andrew Berry is just wearing a T-shirt right now next to Paul DePodesta.
He just got a lift in about 15 minutes ago.
We were talking about this the other day. Quietly, in the best shape of any executive in professional football,
and younger than both of us, which is depressing. But
well, James Gladstone's 34 years old and just wheeling and dealing all over the place
did you hear
now.
James Gladstone's presser?
I did.
His monologue.
How often did he rehearse that in the mirror? I mean, it was so good. I give him credit, but yeah, he had to have rehearsed that.
It's one of those things where I appreciate what he did, but the tone of everything that's happened over the last 24 hours, this league comes for you fast, man. That's all I'll say. This league comes for you fast.
It does. It does. Oh, that's funny.
So the Browns are on the clock again. I think so many different directions they could go with this. Corner, like you mentioned, offensive line. Tight end is a good one to bring up because Njoku hitting free agency, but also just think about Kevin Stefanski's background and what those offenses have looked like at their best over the last 5-6 years. I mean, I think you could make an argument that the best version of those Browns teams are when they had Njoku, Hooper, and Harrison Bryant, and they were using all that 13 personnel.
Yes.
So even if you have Njoku and want to commit to him, bringing in somebody like Mason Taylor and kind of watching the Browns, I was going to say offensive evolution over the last few years. Evolution implies a line going in a single direction. Their offensive trajectory has been like this because they've done so many things to try to cater to Deshaun Watson. everything the Browns have done this offseason, moving on from Ken Dorsey, going to Tommy Rees, the offensive line coach that they hired from Stanford, this screams we're going back to basics. Like, we're going to get back to the meat and potatoes of who Kevin Stefanski wants to be. Picking a tight end as part of that equation feels very on brand to me.
And they should. The offensive scheme in Cleveland was never the issue. They were getting good play out of Jacoby Brissett. It was just that the quarterback, they couldn't find the right one, and then obviously they tried to make the Watson deal, and that went about as poorly as it could have. So I kind of like them going back to, like, okay, the Watson thing didn't work. Let's just go back to what we actually were kind of good at. And you mentioned tight end. I think Mason Taylor would be perfect for them. Like, Njoku is a decent blocker, but to me, Njoku, like, his deal is he's just a really explosive receiver. You can get him on some of those crossers, some of those shallow routes, all that. When I look at Taylor, he's a little bit more rugged. I think he's a little bit more, like, in that 8 to 15-yard area, he's just going to catch whatever is near him. I think whoever they put at quarterback, like, that's kind of what you need to complement Njoku. And really the receivers, because the receiver core doesn't have it. Like, Jerry Jeudy's not doing a whole lot of that.
Yeah.
So to have a Mason
and now
Taylor
there's Tillman. That's just not the type of
right.
players they
it's
are.
just Taylor would be such a good fit for them if they want that.
I think the first 15 picks here in the second round, there are a lot of Mason Taylor teams. The Jets sitting there at 42.
Yeah.
I think that's a perfect landing spot for him. The Browns at 36 would make a lot of sense. And if the Browns don't go with a Mason Taylor, Harold Fannin in the third round would be a potential fit for them. Like, there's a good bet somewhere in the first 4 rounds they come out with a tight end. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. And hey, the Browns already drafted one Mason, so let's make it 2. Why not?
Looking at certain positions, you mentioned after Ursery, there's a pretty big drop off at tackles. And I know you like Trapio from Boston College, but that's a position where there's a little bit of a cliff. Seems like linebacker after Schwesinger is a position where there's a little bit of a cliff. Any others that come to mind where you need to make a play early in the second round or you're going to be a little bit disappointed because there's a fall off in talent?
I mean, you could probably say after Emmanwori at safety, there's a little bit, like, depending on how you feel about Xavier Watts, the safety from Notre Dame, that's a potential where it's a little bit of a drop off in terms of starting level talent and upside. So that's definitely one.
Watts you see is kind of a low ceiling guy, right? Split safety, decent instincts, but isn't an overwhelming athlete. So
right.
A guy who could be a capable starter, but not somebody like an Emmanwori that you're going to get really excited about.
Exactly. And center possibly after Jared Wilson at Georgia. That's definitely, like, Jared Wilson to me is a second round center who is going to come in and start and be a long-term answer. And then after that, then we're looking at, I like Seth McLaughlin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not going to let you badmouth Seth McLaughlin like that
He's
in
coming
front
off
of
an
me.
Achilles injury, though.
That's fair.
As much as I
That's
like
fair.
him. So.
Joe Thomas reading the Browns pick, which is, you have to feel good about that as a Browns fan.
And he's a Wisconsin
So many
guy.
Wisconsin guys.
Yeah.
I mean, there should be so many of them.
Ooh,
Schwesinger.
they went defense. And I love the player. Love the player. But a little surprised they went defense. So defense here with their first 2 picks. We thought there was a chance Schwesinger would go in the first round. He doesn't, and he's the first pick here in the second round. He's a former walk-on. Great story. I mean, just former walk-on, had to work his way up. 1-year starter, and he was fantastic this year. The speed, the instincts, just jump off the film. He was a little bit banged up throughout the process, wasn't a full start or a full tester, but just watch the tape, and how do you not love this guy?
39.5-inch vertical, right?
Yeah.
And so there's an explosive element to his game. And the thing that jumped out to me, just looking at some of the numbers, he had 4 sacks, but if you look at the productivity on a per snap basis, he was the most disruptive off-ball linebacker as a pass rusher in the country, Derrik. So there's a lot to like about what he's bringing to the table.
He flies, man. He's a really good player. I liked him a lot. I typically, I get joked about as the sizest on here, and he's not super small, but he doesn't play big, and so that's.
He's also not that long.
And he's not that long, exactly. And so if you want a guy who's going to come up and just rock a guard, like, that's not really what he does. That's where he's going to struggle, but he is so fast. He's really instinctive. I think you see some really good moments in coverage as well. Like, when I watched him, he kind of reminded me a lot of, like, what Terrell Bernard is for the Bills, where, like, he can just be a really good run-through guy from the backside. You get some really cool moments in coverage. And again, like you mentioned, in a linebacker class that doesn't have very many, like, guys that you feel pretty good about,
How many
Schwesinger's
guys do you have in your
absolutely
top
your best
100,
bet.
Dane?
I think it's just Jahad Campbell, Carson Schwesinger, and
Stutzman, maybe?
Stutzman's like at the back end. That might
He
be
snuck
it.
in there, and and there were a couple guys that were on the, Smile Munden from Georgia was kind of right there. There's a couple that, like the 4th round is going to be the sweet spot if you want a linebacker, but because the drop off after Schwesinger was so steep. But yeah, he's just a good player, and that's where the Browns are at. I really thought it'd be offense, but they got a really good player who I think they graded pretty highly. He only has 10 starts in college, but he had double-digit tackles in 9 of them. So, I mean, he was a guy that was productive consistently. Cover talent is there. The read react is there. He had 90 solo tackles this year. So he was all over the place, and the batting average as a tackler is super high.
Look at that room. Jerome Baker, Jordan Hicks, both free agents after the year. And what this also says to me,
JOK.
What does this say about JOK?
100%.
What does this say about the JOK outlook? Because beyond just needing another linebacker, when you think stylistically, you want 2 undersized guys back there that are kind of these movers, that's the selling point for both of them. So I wonder how healthy JOK is and how they're considering him as part of their long-term plans.
It says a lot about JOK, unfortunately.
Texans pick is in. They wasted no time. My God, how many former Wisconsin players are we going to see announce picks today?
How many do they got?
And how many tight ends?
It's so true. They're all tight ends. Jayden Higgins going to the Houston Texans. It's funny because
the player I wrote down for Jayden Higgins was Nico Collins. It's not a perfect apples-to-apples comparison, but I think Nico's maybe a little more physical. But stylistically, that was the one name that I was like, okay, I can kind of see because of the size. He's got some speed. He's got ball skills. That's interesting that they would kind of go with a similar type of player.
And that surprises me because I actually thought they might be in play for the other Iowa State receiver because Christian Kirk, who I believe is a free agent after this year, I thought that Jalen Noel was kind of a souped-up version of Christian Kirk. And so did they want to seek out that skill set long-term to go along with a guy like Collins? Instead, they go with another big-body receiver.
And Tank Dell's timeline is obviously up in the air, and Noel can do a lot of the Tank Dell stuff. You can make the case that Dell's a little bit more explosive in and out of breaks, but kind of a lot of the same things. Higgins is interesting to me. I think on reps where nobody puts a hand on him, he looks like a top 50 player. On reps where somebody puts a hand on him, I think you see him get a little bit hemmed up at the line of scrimmage, a little bit hemmed up at the top of his routes. Sometimes his best ball skill stuff gets a little bit tricky, so I don't hate them going receiver, but again, I would have liked the other Iowa State guy.
Yeah, Jayden Higgins, I understand him as an idea because for a guy with that sort of frame, Dane, he does have really good movement skills. Mm-hmm. Some of my favorite things he did are slants and like short area quickness moments, which for a guy in that frame, it's not necessarily a connection that you would make, but I thought he got stuck at the top of routes really often. I just don't see a physical player when I watch him. He can make contested catches, but a lot of them are on his back hip. Mm-hmm. He's not really working through guys. So I get why the frame and the movement skills are tantalizing. I think there are some weak points that would give me a little bit of pause.
It's 6'4", and the ability to run a really good time. His speed is not a question necessarily. I'm interested with the Seahawks moving up.
You mentioned that the Tennessee might get out of here, and they did.
Seattle had those 2 third-rounders, and Seattle has 2 second-rounders too. So Seattle will hear from later. They give up one of the thirds to move up here, and so now Tennessee gets back into the day 2. They'll have a 2 and then a 3. Who could this be? Trey Amos? I think corner's a need for this team.
100% agree.
That's a cool corner room with Reek Woolen, Devin Witherspoon, and Amos. That would be really cool.
That was the first kind of name that came to my mind.
And it seems corner's probably an underrated need for them. I think everyone's going to talk about, obviously they addressed offensive line yesterday, but even receiver. But corner, Josh Jobe is across from Tariq Woolen right now. And let's say you draft a Trey Amos in this spot, Derrik. There aren't that many spots on that defense where you're worried. Mm-mm. I mean, that's a pretty complete unit if you fill out that other cornerback spot.
It's an interesting defense because they're kind of missing, they don't have that many stars. I think Devin Witherspoon looked like one as a rookie, maybe took a little bit of a step back last year. I think he can be that player. And then you hope that Byron Murphy is going to be that. But then, like you said, they just don't have that many spots where it's like, okay, we can circle that guy on the game plan and he's going to be
Who's the worst player on the defense if they draft Trey Amos? Tyrese Knight?
Probably.
Who actually showed some flashes last year.
And he had some moments. And if that is your worst starter, most defenses in the league probably have a guy who was a worse starter than that.
Your second off-ball linebacker,
Right?
Yeah, you're in a pretty decent spot.
Well,
If
the
that's the
other one
weakest
is
link on your
Josh
team.
Jobe, I mean, that's he maybe in the running for that answer, but that's why maybe you go corner.
That's what I mean. In a
Exactly.
world where they get Trey Amos, that you're probably looking at Tyrese Knight if Trey Amos ends up panning
Well,
out.
and Reek Woolen, he's in the final year of his rookie deal.
Yep.
You don't know what's going to happen there. So, I think corner's one of those positions where you're going to always be able to find corners in every round of the draft. But if you want to go get a guy like a Trey Amos or a Will Johnson, could this be a potential Will Johnson spot? That would make some sense.
If it's not corner, what other positions could we be looking at here, Derrik, that they would be aggressive about?
I know we keep bringing this guy up because I think we all love him. This is a team that just got rid of Tyler Lockett. If anybody can beat Tyler Lockett here, it's Jalen Noel.
We're really going to do this? We're going to have 3 slot receivers on the Seahawks?
I think he can be a little bit of an outside guy. I feel like if they want him to be their vertical Z kind of, like I think he can do a little bit of that.
Iowa State receivers back to back here. You never know.
It would be funny.
And I'm not surprised that Higgins went first. Again, the size, the speed, like
And
not
there's
a
not many
surprise at
big
all.
guys in the class.
Exactly. We talk about position drop-offs. Position drop-off in terms of big receivers, absolutely there. I mean, we could see them go receiver, obviously, besides Noel, if they wanted to look for a more bigger, more size. That's a direction they could go. You lose DK Metcalf, you that big physical presence. If they wanted to go that direction, just not many of those guys.
Trey Harris, maybe?
Yeah, that's probably the next bet.
That would make sense in terms of filling out the room, probably.
A bigger guy, vertical player. I think, yeah, exactly. If you're trying to have complementary skill sets, even if we don't like him as much as Noel, I do think that makes sense based on some of the other guys they already have. But we'll see. I mean, that's an aggressive move up, but they had the ammunition to do it. I mean, they came into this draft with a ton of picks.
Oh, quarterback would be
Could it
crazy.
be?
I mean, actually, I guess it wouldn't be.
We've
that
talked
crazy.
about how the Darnold could be basically a one-year thing.
And if they think the Saints might take a quarterback, if they think the Browns could at their
they
other
love
pick,
Shock. Right.
It really is on the table.
It's not impossible.
I gotta hate that. I
don't know if I would support it, but
So the process of signing a quarterback and giving him all that money, even if you can get out of it after a year, and then spending a top 40 pick on a quarterback in the same offseason, it's just hard for me to get behind.
Just throw as many resources that you have at it,
I
and
guess so.
you see what happens.
Just pick a lane. Just pick a lane and stick with it.
I mean, the Falcons kind of worked out for them last year doing it that way, and this is
Except they got $40 million of Kirk Cousins sitting on their books right now that they can't get rid of.
yeah. Well, the Falcons don't have as much of a plan as other teams.
If it's a quarterback, I would be surprised. I just think that they're, in terms of resource allocation and just trying to spread things around, trying to make sure that you can maximize your chances to win right now.
Yeah.
And I do think that's what they're trying to do.
do you think, Dane, you mentioned, oh wait, seems like we're about to get it.
Nick Emmanwori.
Ooh, is this a Cam Chancellor redo right here?
You got to squint a little bit for that.
I'm just look.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, a big physical fast safety. That's going to be the talking point. Is the Seahawks have their new Cam Chancellor with a guy like this? So I mean, it's hard to find guys that are linebacker size that run in the 4.3s, have 43-inch vert. And again, he's not just a combine darling. He has good tape too. And now it's maybe not perfect tape. Like there's areas where he needs to get better, but I love talking to his teammates about Nick Emmanwori because they talk about how smart he is, how hard he plays. It's more than just he's big and fast.
You look at the safety room and the makeup of it. Julian Love has been a nice player. I think he played well in that defense last year. But they moved Kobe Bryant back to safety almost out of necessity.
Yeah.
Right?
He's in the final year of his deal.
On the final year of his
Yeah.
deal, he's a converted corner. Rayshawn Jenkins didn't really work out for them. He was banged up. So not surprising that they think that they could use an upgrade. And stylistically, Kobe Bryant and Nick Emmanwori are very, very different types of safeties.
And I forget which team we were talking about. I think it was a team that plays the Ravens when we were talking about this last night. But you mentioned, looking at Kyle Hamilton and being like, oh, what if I had one of those? Well, Mike McDonald had
It's a great
Kyle
point.
Hamilton.
Yeah.
And obviously, Hamilton's a little bit more fluid. I think he was a significantly better prospect coming out. But it's the same. You look at the body types and it's like, all right, you could convince yourself.
I love this take because in that sort of defense, Dane, we get a corner here. It's a de facto move at corner because if you can move Weatherspoon outside and play Emmanwori or Kobe Bryant in the slot, you're adding some versatility and some optionality to that room.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the scheme that and what they want to be on defense, this pick makes perfect sense for them. It really does fit. And look, this is a guy, the moment he showed up at South Carolina, he was productive. He had over 80 tackles as a freshman. And so every single game and every single year, the last 3 years, he was doing something to help that defense.
Joe Thomas is back. The Browns did end up making both of those picks. We were wondering if they were going to try to move out. But the Browns make both those picks, and that was in quick.
This has got to be offense, right? All right,
there we go.
Quinshon Judkins.
So we were wondering which of the Ohio State running backs they might be interested in based on their situation. And again, somebody who can be big physical presence for you, take 20 carries a game. Judkins is that guy based on who is still left.
Yeah, all Big Ten draft so far for the Browns. Yeah, because yes, UCLA is in the Big Ten now. Judkins is the perfect complement to what they already have, and Judkins. I think some people will be surprised he's the first Ohio State running back drafted, but when we talk about complementary pieces, this fits them very well. Judkins just doesn't what are his weaknesses as a player? He doesn't have any glaring weaknesses that would stop you from drafting him. He is not super fast, but he's fast enough. He's not maybe super explosive, even though I know he had great jumps, but he is smart as a runner. The decision making as a runner is really impressive. He can work inside, outside. When he did get targets, he caught the ball fairly well, even if he didn't get a ton of those. He just wasn't used that way. He was a big part of what made Ohio State the national champions this year.
And he's that's an attitude pick. I mean, the best that we've seen from it's what you said earlier, going back to your roots.
Back to basics.
The best stuff Stefanski did, he's not as good as Nick Chubb, but Nick Chubb, he will try to run through you. And that is absolutely the way that Quinshon Judkins plays. And so I really like this in terms of I think sometimes when you are trying to find your identity again, you really got to get players that can embody it. And Judkins, I think, probably more than any back that was going to be left at this point, I think embodies what they're going for.
It's a really important thing to bring up for why those Browns teams over the last couple of years felt different than the best version of the Stefanski Browns. And I think that offensive line play, that team has been devastated up front. Every single year, they've endured massive offensive line injuries. And I think that's contributed to a running game that just didn't feel the same as it felt a couple years earlier. But part of that is the backs. Because Nick Chubb was banged up, you got Jerome Ford back there, so you just have a boom-bust speed guy as the guy you're having to rely on, and I think it led to a running game that just felt inconsistent. It was not something you could rely on anymore to be the engine of your offense. A guy like Judkins, I think, brings you back to a place, if the offensive line stays healthy, where the running game can once again be the engine that starts driving who you are on that side of the ball.
Yeah, and he is, I think you're absolutely right about the attitude. That's how he is. But he also has a really good feel. He has really good eyes as a running back.
It's not bull in a china shop. He's got some pace to him for sure.
So he might be missing a true home run element to his game, that TreVeyon Henderson has. But he is really good. I think he's much better than TreVeyon Henderson at the line of scrimmage, especially as an inside runner. So that is something that I think this team was missing, and it fits them perfectly.
Well, what this team has been missing is that they haven't been able to get on base. It's not a lack of home runs; it's a lack of being able to get on base. I think that's what Judkins brings to the table.
Let's get on base before we start swinging for the fences.
So Miami trades up with the Raiders at 37. I just assume it's for TreVeyon Henderson.
Yeah, why not?
They saw an opportunity. They needed a little bit more speed in the backfield.
You think we need one more? Yeah, we need one more.
I'm sure Mike McDaniel does think that. I'm sure he does.
Jalen Wright.
Yeah.
Let's get
Miami, we talked about this yesterday, a team that desperately needs another corner, especially if they traded Jalen Ramsey. Even if Jalen Ramsey stayed on this roster, they could probably use another corner. At his press conference before the draft, Chris Grier was openly calling out Cam Smith and needing him to develop. This is a room very much in flux, and there are a ton of them on the board still right now.
It was the worst part of their roster last year. You could make the case. I mean, offensive line.
I'd say offensive line.
Yeah, they can still go there.
That's an enduring problem.
Right, that's an enduring, systemic problem. But outside of that, the secondary, I think, was a huge issue for them. Even Kader Kohu in the nickel is one of those guys that it's cool if you can get by with him for a little bit, but I don't think he's necessarily a long-term answer for them. So even if they took a guy who maybe they see as more of a nickel here, I think that could totally make sense. So
you're not a Storm Duck believer?
Sadly, no. I want to be, because who doesn't with a guy named Storm Duck? But the film isn't quite as kind.
They went into trenches in the first round with Kenneth Grant. I'd love to see him go back to the trenches on offense.
If they do that, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Which guard would you like here if it was a guard?
I mean, would you try to go for Ursary and maybe move him inside and give you some left
He's so
tackle
big.
insurance?
Can he move that way within this offense?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question.
That's my question. Yeah, if it's a guard, I'd be really curious about who it is. Okay.
There you go.
Well, there you
that
go.
makes sense.
So we talked a lot about Savaiinaea last week, and just he's somebody that played tackle in college, but actually probably fits more as a guard, prefers to play guard.
Yes.
What do you think about just in terms of movement skills within that sort of scheme? Do you think he has enough wiggle to fit what the Dolphins want to be offensively?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he is every bit of 325 pounds, but he was under 5 seconds in the 40. He tested like a good athlete. He does a lot of his best work on the move. I mean, he is a finisher consistently, whether he's playing close to the line of scrimmage or they do ask him to move, climb to the second level, get out on pulls, short pulls, long pulls. He can do all of that, and he can do it pretty efficiently. And I think he does give you some position flex if you do want to kick him out to tackle in a pinch. You can do that, but like you were saying, he is a more natural guard. It's what he played in high school. That's what he played when he initially got to Arizona, but they had no choice but to bump him out to tackle because it's just a need for that team. So this fits really well. I mean, you look at right now, the Dolphins guards, we're talking about Liam Eichenberg, James Daniels. Like, there's a massive need there to upgrade on the interior, and I think that happens with a pick like this.
With Daniels and a guy like this, Derrik, we've been clamoring for years for them to add more physicality to the interior of their offensive line. And last year, it seemed like it was almost a bit. Like, they replaced their center. They let Robert Hunt go, and then the move they made along the offensive line was getting Aaron Brewer to replace Connor Williams. They got smaller on the offensive line as we were asking them to get bigger. Going to get James Daniels and Savaiinaea now, you have a lot more beef in that interior. And again, we talked about this a little bit last night with the Vikings, where stylistically is going to open up some avenues for you to be a little bit more physical and downhill in the run game. It does seem like this at least points to that a little bit.
And I think what we saw with them last year when they got smaller and worse along the interior offensive line is they didn't have consistency in their run game. And they were really bad in short yardage. You could still get some of the explosives, right? Because the whole ship is built to do that. But in order to be a consistent offense, you need at least some ability to get into some 2nd and 6s, 2nd and 5s. Their complete inability to do that, I think, really hurt them. Them at least trying to get back there this year, where, again, the best versions of their offense, you had a guy like Robert Hunt who could move people around a little bit, even if they were never going to be the team that mashes you between the tackles. The fact that they can at least, if they just lift the baseline to where this is not obviously hurting them every time they're on the field, that's all they need. Because, you're going to get the explosives. Just have enough of a floor to stand on.
We're going to have potentially 3/5 of that offensive line with new starters this year. Patrick Paul at left guard, Savaiinaea left tackle, Savaiinaea at left guard, and James Daniels at right guard. And they needed it. Like, you watch that team over the last few years, they were in desperate need of an overhaul. Obviously, Tron Armstead, really good player when healthy, but had been difficult to rely on over the last couple of years.
And James Daniels coming off an Achilles injury.
Yes.
So,
but they gave him real money.
Yes,
it's 3 years, $24 million. Like, that is, we expect you to start money.
We are crossing our fingers that you are going to come in and be able to go from day one and, be a guy, because they need it in a big way.
It's a team doing some bargain shopping.
Yeah.
They needed to.
Well, and they need Patrick Paul to take another step in a big way at left tackle. And I hope he's able to put it together, because this offense, when you have an offensive line that is doing their job and executing, that's what lets everything just sing on this offense. And so this type of pick, it's refreshing that they went trenches here in the first round, second round. It's what they needed in a big way. We talked about it last night. They had like 4 guys on defense, on the defensive line, and one of them is a true starter in the NFL. So to add a Kenneth Grant, and then you come back on offense, add a guy like Jonah Savaiinaea, that makes a lot of sense in terms of addressing needs and getting better right away.
Talk about this with Cleveland. The Dolphins are in a similar spot. You look at their last several draft classes, they've traded away a lot of picks. They have not drafted that many guys, and the hit rate hasn't been that great. It's another team that just needs building blocks, and they picked 2 very big ones. This is the type of draft I would want to see if I were a Dolphins fan, because this is a take your medicine draft, and I think they needed one like that.
They absolutely did. I mean, a little bit different circumstances last year, but I think we saw with the Steelers, they were a little bit in a reset mode, and they took 3 offensive linemen. Maybe there was 4. Like, this is a team where it's just like when you're clearly in reset mode.
At least
it's
3.
Like,
3 of them started last year.
Yeah, it's like just throw bodies at the trenches.
I guess 2, but
and we joked obviously with Kenneth Grant and the defensive tackles. They literally did not have players. At least on the offensive line, they could have rolled out a starting 5.
And at corner, at least they have players.
Right, at least they have players.
There's bodies there.
But for them to now be aggressive on the offensive line is good. And I really do love the body type. Like with Aaron Brewer being one of the smallest centers in the league, you kind of need guys who are boulders next to him.
This is the Eagles' move. This is the Eagles' move for years with Jason Kelce. They knew he was a little bit undersized, and so you're going out and getting the Landon Dickersons, the Brandon Brooks, those 330-pound guys.
Mekhi Becton.
It seems like, Mekhi Becton last year.
And it's expensive to do. They're done on day 2 now because they traded their 3rd rounder and a 4th rounder along with their 2nd to move up in the 2nd round. So they are done picking on day 2 unless they make another move. So it was a little bit of expensive to go get a player like this.
Yeah, that's surprising, honestly. That's pretty aggressive for the position that they're in.
They must have had high grade on the player.
Right, so they must have thought he was significantly better than the other guards on the board,
Tate
which is
Ratledge
interesting.
and that next group of guards.
What do you think about that? The gap between Savaiinaea and some of the other guards available?
I personally had Tate Ratledge ahead, but I think that I understand where they were in their thought process.
Patriots pick is in. What do we think this is? Obviously, left tackle was the screaming need in the 1st round. We talked about this a little bit.
Do it.
Noel as the
McConkey
mea culpa for McConkey, I think does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Obviously receiver is like the flashing need here, but they could use a pass rusher. I don't think that Mike Green situation is what it is. Who knows how that's going to play out.
You look at that pass rushing group. It's Harold Landry on one side, and it's like Anthony Jennings on the other side.
Who's a run defender.
They really do need a little bit of pop in that spot.
Donovan Ezeraku?
They should do it because they need other spots, but I don't think like TreVeyon Henderson would be that crazy. They don't have explosiveness on offense.
I think that's fair.
We talked about how they should consider Genty at 4 overall, which made sense for them.
It's always interesting to watch first-year regimes and what they do with those first couple picks and who they want to be.
What do you value?
And even Elliott Wolf obviously has been there, but we know who's, and there it is.
Oh, wow.
and there it is. And so I think it's a great thing to bring up though, Derrik, because they do not have that sort of skill set in the backfield.
Yeah.
They need pass catching options and they need juice within that offense. I think receiver still is probably a bigger need than this, but it's not surprising necessarily.
But if they thought that TreVeyon Henderson was, in this tier of player, and then none of the receivers were in that tier, I can get them thinking that he's just the guy to get some pop.
They don't have any juice on offense at running back. They don't.
None.
This gives them something they did not have. And with all due respect to Ramondre Stevenson, who is locked
Good
up.
back.
Yeah, and he'll be there the next few years most likely. But this gives them a different element that can really help open up that offense.
Let's get to our Steelers writer here at The Athletic, Mike DeFabo, to talk about a Pittsburgh team that is facing a pretty monumental decision potentially tonight. Mike, sincerely appreciate you joining us. I'll try to keep focused here with the Bears on the clock twice in the next 3 picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
So what are we thinking about the Steelers' pursuit of a quarterback and how that might unfold tonight? Team without a second-round pick with a huge hole at the position. Dane had talked earlier today about hearing a little bit of smoke about the Steelers potentially being the Shedeur Sanders team. What do you expect to see from the Steelers over the rest of tonight?
Well, it wasn't surprising to me to see the Steelers pass on a quarterback in the 1st round because this is a team that wants to build through the trenches. They had a really big need as defensive tackle, so it made sense to pass on Shedeur Sanders in the 1st round. But if he does slip until the 3rd, at some point the value becomes too good to pass up. And they do have such a needed quarterback. So the way that I'm hearing things behind the scenes, the Steelers obviously are willing to be patient with Aaron Rodgers. And there is a large sense of optimism within the organization that eventually Aaron Rodgers will sign. But even if you get a guy like Shedeur, that doesn't dissuade you or change your mind that you could go get Aaron Rodgers. You could still have Shedeur come here, maybe sit for a year, maybe learn behind Aaron Rodgers and then step in. Or if you don't get Aaron Rodgers, then maybe he becomes that guy much sooner than that. So very much I think it could be on the table for the Steelers.
They obviously don't have a second-round pick. You said wait till the third. Do you think there's any chance that they try to get back into the second round and force the issue a little bit? Or do you think it's more likely that they would just kind of sit and wait and see how it all plays out?
I think that trading up is definitely within the realm of possibilities, because you go back to Omar Khan's first draft and he was maneuvering a lot within the draft, and Mike Tomlin was the one who anointed Omar Khan the con artist. And because of his maneuvering within the draft and the way that he was able to move up. So if there's a player that the Steelers are interested in, Omar Khan is the type of GM that will be aggressive and will move up to get him.
The other trade potentially on the board for Pittsburgh, not related to this draft, but we've talked a lot about George Pickens and whether he might be on the move. Do you anticipate George Pickens getting traded during this draft? And do you have any sense of what they're asking for or what might be on the table in a deal like that?
Well, if you ask Omar Khan or Mike Tomlin publicly about George Pickens, they'll say, we can't wait to see what the offense looks like with George Pickens and DK Metcalf. I see a little bit differently. You know, George Pickens is entering the fourth and final year of his rookie contract. Traditionally for the Steelers, if they had a player that produced on the field like George Pickens, right now they would be talking about extending him. There are no conversations like that in Pittsburgh. You know, they know that they're going to let him go after this year. So you have to have the conversation with yourselves in that organization. Look, do we want to lose him for nothing after next year or potentially pick up a comp pick? Or do we want to pivot right now? And so, you know, I get the sense that if the Steelers could get into some type of a day 2 pick, maybe it even is helping them get up to get Shedeur or Sanders, maybe that would be enough to move on from George Pickens, because despite all of the on-field stuff, there's a lot of baggage off the field that comes with a guy like that.
Derek Harmon to the Steelers felt like the most obvious fit of almost any team in the first round. And I know the Steelers probably wouldn't do this. Like, it seems out of character for Tomlin, like comparing him to Cam Hayward on the first night when he's drafted. But stylistically, when you look at them, he just feels like a Steeler. What was kind of your biggest takeaway, your favorite comment last night when that group was talking about Harmon, just kind of how he fits into Pittsburgh's plans?
Yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, Mike Tomlin said that he has Steeler DNA. And then, you know, dating back to the Combine, I remember talking with Derek Harmon, and we asked him, you know, who are some of the players you model your game after? Cameron Hayward was one of those guys. And he said, if I want to watch some run tape, Cameron Hayward is the guy that I'm turning on. So you look at what the Steelers have. They cut Larry Ogunjobi this offseason, and he was one of the starting defensive linemen. So they had a need for a 4-eye, 5 technique in their base defense, and Harmon can step right in that way. And Mike Tomlin has also talked a lot about how the nose tackle, that's like an endangered species right now in the NFL. As much as the Steelers and other teams are in sub packages, you know, you don't have a nose tackle on the field about, you know, you only are playing in your base defense maybe 20% of the time. So getting a guy like Harmon that has pass rush upside was really important to the Steelers. You know, last year he led FBS, interior defensive lineman, with 55 pressures. That's something that was very valuable to the Steelers, a team that's predicated upon pressure up front.
You got a lot of stuff to watch out for tonight, Mike, so we'll let you go. Hopefully it's a busy, fun night for you guys over in Pittsburgh. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for having me here.
You could have listed off 8 positions for the Bears before I would have gotten to receiver.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising to see the Bears go with Luther Burden here at pick 39. And do you think maybe they were a Henderson team and they had a pivot? You know, maybe. But
potentially. But I just don't understand how you arrive at this, given like the makeup of the roster and even the makeup of the room. Right? Like, it's an interesting selection. Like, I just think that DJ Moore is at his best when you're getting the ball in his hands and letting him do work after the catch. And you could say the same thing about Luther Burden. Like, he's undeniably talented. This is the second offseason in a row where they've been really aggressive in adding receiving talent. And I just wonder how thoughtful they're being about how that receiving talent all fits together.
Well, I mean, he was a slot receiver at Missouri. 85% of his snaps came in the slot. You could argue that he upgrades the Bears' slot situation.
And that is fair.
Yes. Zacchaeus was brought in. He's probably your slot right now.
It's a very good point. And I do think in terms of alignment, that does make sense. Right. But in terms of skill sets and redundancy within the offense, I feel like there's a little bit of a hat-in-a-hat situation.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I understand that Ben Johnson likes having one or two of these guys that you can just do weird stuff with. And like, Burden can be that, but you already have DJ Moore. And I I really struggled with Burden already as a player, and so for him to now go to a room that, even though the coaching staff I obviously believe in, for him to go into a room where it's a little bit harder for me to see what his role is and have a player on the roster who already kind of overshadows the best thing that he does, it's a little bit tricky for me to see this through.
If I can kind of try to talk myself into this, because I'm going to have to. You guys will watch it happen in real time. Some of the best stuff they did with Jameson Williams over the last couple of years is just yak opportunities, where they're just having him on short crossers and just getting the ball in his hands and letting him go. The Lions offense was predicated on what they could do after the catch and creating easy completions. So him being in that sort of role, even though stylistically we would think about them as different sorts of players, him and Williams.
That's what he is.
But just get the ball in his hands on some of those crossers and yak opportunities and let him work. That I can see. I just thought that DJ Moore probably would have been that sort of player within the offense.
Well, and what's to say you can't have two of those guys?
Sure.
You know, I mean, if that's what you're going to be, lean into it. And so that's the thing. What I love the most about Luther Burden was the any direction burst. Like, at any point in time, he could put his foot in the ground, go left, right. It doesn't matter. He will make you miss in space. So crossers, underneath, quick hitters, he can really be a playmaker. He becomes a running back after the catch. And so ran a 4.41 at the combine at 6 foot, right around 210 pounds. So he's a bigger guy who has speed, has physicality, and I think that burst to go in any direction really separates him. So as long as you have a plan, like, it's not a receiver that is for everybody, but as long as you have a plan for the player and the way he fits, this is a trust Ben Johnson pick. It really is.
Exactly.
And I'm curious how that's going to work out, because Ben Johnson, obviously, like a lot of the top offensive coordinators in the league now and head coaches, they do a lot of the condensed set type of stuff, and Johnson does like to do a lot of that. To me, that was a lot of Burden's worst tape. Like, a lot of his best stuff was when you get a little bit more space, nobody's touching him on the line of scrimmage, it's get the ball to him quickly. And so I wonder if maybe Ben Johnson just doesn't want to do as much of that now. Like, maybe with Caleb Williams, they want to just be more spread out. And so that would kind of be my question, is like, maybe Burden is actually just telling us that Johnson wants to do something a little bit different than he did in Detroit.
This is a big bet on Antoine Randall as well. I mean, who your receiver coach was and your development plan for Luther Burden, I think, was always going to be a question. If you were a team and you needed receiver help, would you call about DJ Moore?
He's making a lot of money.
New coaching staff.
Right.
They weren't the ones that got behind him. I think, let me put this as delicately as I can. Some effort concerns last year, let's say. You know, if you're trying to reset culture and you want to make sure that you're putting your stamp on what this team feels like, it'd be $16 million in dead money if he gets traded. And compared
honestly,
to a $24 million cap hit.
And with this receiver class where there's not a lot of obvious ones, I mean, I could see it.
I'd be surprised.
I would be surprised if they traded him.
Yes.
But I just, again, talking about how it all fits together.
Like I said, I think there's nothing wrong with having multiple guys if you really leaned into it. So if they made this pick last year, I'd be a little more concerned. And Tyler Shough to the Saints. This is we saw this coming. Not surprised to see him go over Shedeur. Not surprised to see him go above some of these other Jalen Milroe, some of these other quarterbacks. Yeah, he's an older player. He's going to be a 26-year-old rookie. But he's going to step in from day one and really compete for that starting job. So if he were 22 years old and didn't have some of the medicals in the past, he would be a top 25 pick in this draft. I firmly believe that. And so in terms of a guy that has power in his arm, he's big, prototypical passer. He has some mobility, too. He's not a statue back there. So I think when you look at the traits, it's not hard to see where they came to this conclusion.
The funniest part about this to me is the guy I kind of see a lot of in Tyler Shough is Derek Carr. And so they're almost drafting like they're trying to like reset and see if they can get a higher potential version of that. But I think when you just think about a guy who he has a pretty good and like clean and fluid release, and Derek Carr does have that for some of the other issues that we have with him. Carr, again, not the best athlete, but he actually can move around a little bit. He did it a lot more earlier in his career. And then a guy who I watched Tyler Shough, and I think there are times where maybe he throws the ball a little bit away a little bit too much, again, like Derek Carr. And maybe a tick every now and then he can be a little bit tick slow. But when I watch Tyler Shough compared to almost all the other quarterbacks in this class, I get what his process is. It's like, okay, I can see 1 to 2 to 3. I get why you made that throw. I get why you did this. I get why you didn't love that. I watch all the other guys, and maybe they're not immediate ready starters for a team that does have some receiving talent, invested a little bit more in the offensive line, still has Alvin Kamara. If this is a team that thinks they can jumpstart the offense, Chuck was their best option probably.
And my understanding about Chuck's weakness is pressure is not his friend.
Yep.
And so now you invested a first-round pick in a left guard. You've poured a ton into that offensive line. And again, Derrik, talk about similarities with Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, exactly.
There's a
You
lot
gotta
of Derek
protect him.
Carr DNA, I guess, when we're talking about Tyler
Think
Shuck
about
here.
how different the Saints offense looked for the first 2 weeks of last season when they fully protected Derek Carr, and then to what it was for the rest of the season.
So the Bears trade the 41st pick to Buffalo.
Buffalo moving up.
We
huh?
think this is Mike Green?
Could be, or Azareye'h.
One of the pass rushers.
Yeah, one of the pass rushers.
Azareye'h, undersized for what they typically go for
Yes.
within that defense. That's
No
what I'll
doubt.
say.
It would be a little bit of a pivot.
Birch is kind of their type.
Sure.
It would maybe be a slight reach here, still at 41.
Or JT
but
Tuimoloau from
Yeah,
Ohio
another
State.
long guy,
I think
for
that
sure.
To me, he fits kind of exactly what they are, what kind of guys they look for, especially here on day 2. Will Johnson's not. Could they double up at corner? I mean, they moved
After
up.
just paying Bedford,
Right.
I think
They
that would
moved
be a
up
little
pretty
bit
good.
surprising. Yeah.
Here in the second, so this is obviously someone they really liked.
Be curious to see what the details look like. And man, the Bears having those 2 picks and coming away with Luther Burden as the only one in the second round before they make this one a little bit later is just. I'm still
it's
so
a little
surprised.
tough.
It's just not what I anticipated them doing, especially after taking Colson Loveland in the first round.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, receiver, I don't think would be crazy for them.
I mean, defensive tackles a potential need for them. Next to Ed Oliver.
Yeah.
If they wanted to go, Shamar Turner's next on my board among these defensive tackles. A little bit early for him, I think. Darius Alexander's got some fans around the league. That's a potential fit.
They still need a safety. There's just not probably one that you're taking at this position is kind of the complicating factor.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier Watts does have his fans.
And they play a lot of too high, and if that's what you're going to say he is, he does at least fit the archetype.
You can't argue with the production. Watts had 13 interceptions the last 2 years, so I would not be shocked if that's the direction they went. But yeah, this is interesting for Buffalo. Defensive line makes the most sense. Safety makes the most sense, which really opens things up here.
Yeah, those are probably the 2 spots I would say. After addressing corner yesterday, more pass rush juice at any spot, right? It can be interior, it can be on the edge, and then safety.
I think offensive line is a sneaky need for them too. I mean, Deion Dawkins is 31 years old.
McGovern's a free agent after this year.
Yes.
Edwards is more fine than
Edwards,
actual needle
and he'll be a
mover.
free agent after this year as well. So yeah, I think that's a possibility.
So the Bears get that extra 2 that Buffalo had, or Buffalo had multiple second-round picks because of the Diggs trade. So
Yes.
they had
Get
more
both
to
of
throw
them.
away. So now the Bears still have 2 picks in the second round.
I mean, if you're
Pick up an extra
Chicago,
one.
unless you love somebody here, you do that trade.
And I think for the Bears specifically, I'll be curious because a lot of the guys we talk about on the edge, which they still need a third edge rusher, they're not the prototype that Adonis Allen would typically go for, but there's still a lot of guys available at that position. So that's something that I would throw out. I'll be curious to see what they do with those 2 second-round picks again, because the edge rushers aren't really the flavor I would expect them to go for.
And we're getting into Landon Jackson territory here for Buffalo. That's another name to keep on the short list. But yeah, this is a chance to upgrade on the defensive line. That would be my guess, but we'll see what direction they go.
The Bears also got 109 as part of that deal, which is very funny. That's their pick. That's their pick from the Austin Booker trade.
Okay, yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm pretty sure there's a chance they've shipped the same picks back and forth like 3 different times because Ryan Bates, that pick was traded multiple different times. So the Bears and the Bills are just sending the same pick back and forth over and over and over again, which I absolutely love.
I mean, as long as nobody's disgruntled, I mean, you might as well keep doing it.
To get an extra 2 and a 4th round pick to move back 15 spots in this
do
sort of
that,
draft,
yeah.
I think you absolutely do that.
100%.
And the Bears gave up 72 to get that. Okay,
Oh, that makes
makes
That makes a little bit
Okay.
more sense in terms of being
That
a
makes
fair
a,
trade
that makes
for
a little
everybody.
bit more sense.
Yeah.
But the Bears did in this after that second rounder, they did not have a ton of picks in this draft. So they're trying to get one more. They did not have a 4th rounder because that's what it was.
Right.
So they get their 4th rounder back and then pick up the extra second. So that makes sense. I'd be
All right,
really
Buffalo.
curious to see what this is for Buffalo here. We're going to see every single Wisconsin player from the NFL over the last 20 years over the course of this draft. Our producer, Michael Beller, is having the time of his life right now.
Okay. Good call on defensive tackle there.
It felt like defensive line. I mean, that's you make a move to get one of these guys. TJ Sanders, big, athletic. I mean, he moves so fluidly. He can be that guy that's going to be a little bit of a tweener because he is 285 maybe.
But they don't mind that. They've never minded
That's how they play.
100%. And so a guy that can win gaps, but he holds up versus the run as well. I mean, his weight fluctuation has been really interesting the last few years at South Carolina. It's gone up over 300 pounds. It's gone down. So, I mean, he could carry 300 pounds, no problem.
He's 70th on your big board, Dan. Do you feel like this is a little bit rich for a player like this?
He's a flash player. Yeah. I mean, if you watch the highlights, you get excited about him because it's like, okay, he can win with quickness with his hands. He can get around bodies. But I just wanted a little more consistency, in terms of showing up snap to snap. So he did have his fans. I mean, there were times where we thought at one point in the draft process, could he sneak into the first round? So not a complete shock to see him go this early, but I was a little more dubious because of the lack of consistency.
I mean, they just needed more bodies there, kind of like you were saying. Like there are other options there. Daquan Jones was good in 2023 when he was really healthy, but I think he's getting a little bit older, and I don't know if that's a guy that you can count on to be there for a long time. They also had Dwayne Carter, who they drafted last year, but I don't think we saw anything from him last year that stops you from drafting another guy. When I watch Sanders, I think there are times when you get four hands on him that it can look a little bit up and down, and when he's got to go to a knee, it's tough. But in those one-on-one blocks where he's just got to throw that kickstand down, he actually does do a pretty good job. And so if they can just get him in scenarios where he's doing a lot of that, which in their defense they kind of do, I actually do like this fit. Again, it probably is a little bit rich, but this is one of those staffs and teams that they take a guy and I'm like, he'll probably be useful for them.
I love that they're going to throw out a 305-pound nose tackle next to Ed Oliver and just keep rolling with the same things they've been doing.
Just have the smallest defensive tackle room in the league.
Stylistically, it's what they do. They've committed to it.
The linebackers are small.
It feels like a very Bills choice to pick a guy who's hovering around 300 to play next to Ed Oliver.
Yeah, and he's a twitchy big man, and that's the type of guy that you kind of bet on when you're that size and you have that kind of body twitch to you in your hands and your feet and your movements. Some of the block recognition stuff he needs to get better, needs to get coached up more and more. But and I was really encouraged. I mean, scouts really talked about how when he showed up at South Carolina, he was really not someone you could rely on. But then towards the end of his time with the Gamecocks, he was a team leader. He was someone that fit, I think, exactly what the Bills are looking for. So that maturity was something that got mentioned a lot throughout the process.
Jets pick is in. We talked about them potentially being a Mason Taylor team. They also need help at receiver, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, Alan Lazard's still there.
It's a miracle.
It is. As of now, at least, he's still there. But yeah, and it's the guys we started talking about the slide, talking about Will Johnson, talking about Mike Green. These guys are still available, and it's just really interesting to see when that slide will end.
And honestly, in terms of corner, I know they signed Brandon Stevens, but that's not stopping you from taking anybody, and I think there are a number of guys on the board here.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Will Johnson specifically, though. I mean, Aaron Glenn is now there. They're going to want to play a disgusting amount of man coverage. Not sure Will Johnson is the guy that necessarily fits.
Can I do the Trey Amos bit again?
You can do the Trey Amos bit if you want to.
I mean, this is the perfect time to do the Trey Amos bit. He is, they just, again, you mentioned Aaron Glenn. Last year with the Lions, they took a guy in Terrion Arnold, who his thing is, he's not the greatest athlete in the world, but he's incredibly scrappy. He's really smart, and he's really physical. That's kind of a lot of the things I see in Trey Amos. He's a little bit of a worse version of that. So I could totally see if Aaron Glenn was able to, he was willing to check off on the Arnold pick last year. I could see him at this point in the range in the draft saying, Amos, you know what? We need another guy. Let's go get him.
They paid a lot of money to Brandon Stevens, though. I mean, they paid him starting level money, and they have sauce on the other side. You look at the defensive depth chart specifically. Defensive tackle next to Quinnen Williams is a big, flashing need.
Not a big Derrik Nnadi guy?
They gave him $2 million. So it's Derrik Nnadi and Byron Cowart are the two guys next to Quinnen Williams right now. I think you can make a very good argument that even considering tight end, that other defensive tackle spot might be the biggest need on the roster with right tackle filled now.
Especially with what Aaron Glenn wants to be.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you can make that. Javon Kinlaw gone, Solomon Thomas gone. So they do have some needs up front that we feel like they need to address. But yeah, it depends how they probably feel about the rest of these tight ends. If you feel like, okay, we're good with does Terrence Ferguson fall to us in the third? We like Harold Fannin. We like some of the guys maybe we can get in the fourth round. Because, right now and Jeremy Ruckert's not a bad player. Maybe they feel like, hey, he's, he was, I think, a fourth round pick when he came out of Ohio State. So you feel like there's a little more something there, even though this is not the regime that drafted him. And, it's really an unknown with this offensive scheme, right? Like, we don't exactly know what they're going to look like. And so we don't know the type of emphasis they want to place on the tight end position.
We have no idea, or what type of skill set they're seeking out because of the way that they want to play.
Exactly.
Just a quick reminder, guys, you guys are watching the Athletic Football Show's live coverage of the second and third rounds of the NFL Draft. Please leave us some comments, some questions. We will get to some of those near the end of the draft today. We'd love to hear from you, whatever you guys want to know from Dane as we get a little bit deeper into today. So please keep that active, and we will hopefully be getting to some of them as we keep going tonight. John Abraham announcing the selection for the Jets, and there it is.
Mason Taylor, yeah.
That was the team that was the fit you identified from the beginning.
And it was the perfect fit for both player and team. The son of former Jet great Jason Taylor. He played for the Jets, right? Yeah, for a little bit there. So Mason Taylor is one of those guys that I don't like. The moment he showed up at Baton Rouge, he was a big part of that offense, and it was consistent the last 3 years. Very, very useful player. He's going to move the chains. He wasn't barely used in the red zone, but when they needed a big play, they needed someone to extend the drive. It was Mason Taylor, and so he is just a really quality player who I think is yet to play his best football.
I think with all the receivers, we consistently talked about Emeka Egbuka as the guy like. I don't know if he has the sexiest ceiling, but he's just not going to be bad. I pretty much feel the same way about Mason Taylor. Like, checks every box athletically, even if he's not going to wow you. Can line him up a little bit on the outside as a receiver or in the slot. I think he's a better blocker than he gets credit for, or you at least see the moments where he can move people, and he's a young guy, so maybe you can develop a little bit there. And then I just love the hands. Whether it's he's got to go a little bit below his knees on the outside, whether it's over the middle, he knows he's going to get popped and he's got to go up a foot in the air for it. He's one of those guys that he's, when you think of the prototypical tight end, it's the guy who's going to catch everything. And I think Taylor absolutely brings that. So he might never hit, 900 yards like the elite guys do. But if he gets 500 yards 7 times in his career, I'm not going to be shocked.
I wrote down Hunter Henry, that type of player. Where he might never make a Pro Bowl, who knows. But he's going to be he's Mr. Reliable. That's what he was in college. That's what he's going to be in the pros. He's, you mentioned the hands, the ball skills. That shows in traffic. It shows in all these different ways. You just know what you're getting with a player like this, and there's value in that.
You mentioned in your write-up of him, Dane, that even if he's not a big physical presence on the line of scrimmage, some of the move blocks, getting him across the formation, and that Lions offense was very, very good at doing some of that stuff with Sam Laporta.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think with Mason Taylor, it gives us a little bit of a clue maybe what this offense wants to be with a weapon like this, who you can put him in the slot, he can be in line, he can be in the backfield, you do a lot of different things with him. So yeah, I like to fit a lot with Armand Membu in the first, come back, get Mason Taylor. You're addressing 2 huge needs on your offense. And to me, this kind of says like, okay, Aaron Glenn's our head coach. We'll find him bodies and he'll do the rest. We don't have to throw premium resources on defense because we have the coach that's going to get the most out of the guys that we do have.
Speaking of addressing 2 massive needs, after going Michael Williams in the first round, the Niners go with Alfred Collins, defensive tackle from Texas, in the second round. Seeing them double up here is not the least bit surprising. They needed multiple guys along that front.
Again, on our last show before the draft, we did lingering questions, and it was like, okay, what do the Niners think is really the biggest issue, and what do they want to be? The fact that in the first round they go and get Michael Williams, who is, I think when he beefs up a little bit more and gets into the NFL, he's probably going to play around 270, and he's a guy who just long arms, wants to punch you, hit you, all that stuff. And then you go immediately back and go draft a guy like Alfred Collins, who is 330, absolutely just going to sit there and eat space. This, to me, speaks to a defense who realizes part of their issues the last couple of years has been, man, we've been one of the worst run defenses in the league pretty quietly, and we just haven't been able to get teams in 2nd and 9 so that our all-pro pass rusher can just go kill the quarterback. And so the fact that I think, we keep saying, eat your vegetables for some of these teams. The Niners, even though I think we think of them as a good team that, wouldn't necessarily need to do that like some of the bottom feeder teams, I think they really did need to this year, and they absolutely have on defense.
He's a little bit inexperienced for a guy he was in college for a long time, but you figure he's playing behind T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy last year. This year he became the guy along with Vernon Broughton, who we might hear his name later today. But he was really disruptive this year against the run, and he did have a little bit of pass rush, even though he is more of a run stopper. This is a guy that has size, length, 35-inch arms, so the size advantage he brings. And he's a smart player. The way that he reads, it's very encouraging. So, like, the testing was not good. Like, he does not have a ton of range, but he was still very disruptive because he sniffs plays out and he goes and makes them.
And he doesn't need to be. I think anytime a big 330-pound nose tackle gets drafted, we want Dexter Lawrence, we want Vita Vea, all that stuff. He doesn't have to be that for this to be a good pick for the Niners. He needs to be like what Al Woods was for the Seahawks for a little bit, like something like that. Grover Stewart for the Indianapolis Colts. Not, he's not going to make Pro Bowls, but just the guy who unlocks everybody else around them to be the best version.
And I just loved how much space he takes up, and he never misses tackles because he had the 35-inch arms. He has the ability to expand his tackle radius, bring those guys in. And it really made it tough to run up the middle against that Texas defense.
This is really the last guy among your second and third round top 100 pieces on the defensive line that is that sort of size and that sort of bulk. A lot of the other guys we're talking about, 290, 295, 300, more tweeners than like a true nose tackle like Alfred Collins is.
Yep, and I think there were a couple teams that were interested. I know the Cowboys liked them a lot. I know the Seahawks liked them a lot. There were teams looking at, okay, if we're going to take a day two nose tackle or a stout run defender, this is our guy. And I think that the 49ers thought that too, and that's why they had to take him here as opposed to waiting a little bit later on. And look, the NFL, it's a size league. When you are 6'5" and a half and have 35-inch arms, you're 330 pounds, you carry it well, you're just not going to last very long on draft night.
The Las Vegas Raiders made one of the splashiest moves of night one, drafting Ashton Jeanty with the 6th overall pick. Here to go over that move and what else we might see from the Raiders tonight, it is one of our writers from The Athletic, Deshaun Reed. Sean, how you doing?
Good, man. Got a first-round pick the Raiders fans are actually excited about for once. Yeah.
That team, you look at the makeup of the roster. The corner is still in need, receiver is still in need. You can make an argument that offensive line is still in need based on what this regime thinks of those previous guys. Going with Ashton Jeanty as your first pick when you have some other holes on the roster, what was the rationale and the reasoning when they talked to you guys last night about why they went that direction?
Right, and they didn't say this exactly how I'm saying it, just because they don't want to, talk down on their roster too much. But when they're a team like the Raiders that essentially has needs everywhere, you can't really go into the draft worrying about filling all those needs, right? Like, it's not really possible unless you have like the best draft in NFL history. And so they just need to focus on adding the best player available, really, regardless of position. And I think at that point, at number 6, with how the draft board fell, it was pretty clearly Ashton Jeanty. You could argue, some people may say Armand Membu, the tackle out of Missouri, but for the Raiders, it was Jeanty. And running back also is a major need for them, and it has been since they let Josh Jacobs walk to the Packers, and we saw him have a huge year with them last season. And I know that their GM John Spytek has made a lot of comparisons to the Eagles this year and Saquon Barkley, and people's immediate reaction, and it's a wild one, is well, he doesn't have the Eagles supporting cast here with the Raiders, right? But this is a 1 year, first year regime. They're working on building a foundation here, and they feel decent about the offensive line, but they still are aware that they need to add some more pieces there. They need to add another starting caliber receiver, so they don't have any illusions and think that he's going to rush for 2,000 yards this season. Most likely, this offense still needs some help, but it was really going to be the case no matter who they drafted. If they took Membu, then it was going to be, well, they need a running back and a wide receiver. If they took a receiver, it'd be, well, you need a running back and offensive lineman. So, really whatever they did, they were still going to have holes, and that's just the reality of where this team is.
Do you think this is a little bit of a statement on how they feel about the offensive linemen currently on the roster? Because DJ Glaze was a third-round pick last year. We were talking about this a little bit last night. I wouldn't be surprised if that group walked in and saw how that line played in the back half of last season and thought, you know what, we might just be able to roll with this group and then add depth to it at some point in the draft. Do you think that's a fair characterization, or do you think there's going to be a little bit more urgency in adding to that group, maybe even early on today?
No, I think that's fair. And I think you can go back to how they, behaved in free agency. Really, the only significant addition that they made was guard Alex Kappa, who, he's coming off a couple pretty rough years. He does have ties to Spytek and minority owner Tom Brady, but we have to see if he's able to bounce back. But they do like that interior with Jackson Powers Johnson shifting over to center guards. They have a few options with Kappa, Jordan Meredith, Dylan Parham. As you mentioned, DJ Glazer, right tackle. Colt Miller, left tackle, is a little bit of a question mark. He hasn't reported to OTAs because he is seeking a new contract. He's going into the final year of his deal, and so just still don't know how that's going to play out. Will they give him a new deal? If they don't, will he come back and play? Will he demand a trade? So that could be a potential question mark at left tackle. But I think they think the offensive line is solid. I don't think they think it's set, in terms of being their group for the foreseeable future. But I think they can get by with this unit, and that was reflected not only in how they behaved in free agency, but also the early rounds of the draft. Even on the second round here, they traded down with the Dolphins. So I'm not saying that they're not going to draft any offensive lineman the rest of the draft. Like, I'd be surprised if they didn't, but I don't think they view it as maybe as pressing of a need as some of the other spots on the roster.
We talk about the Raiders maybe as one of the surprise quarterback teams with Shedeur Sanders still on the board. Do you think that's something to watch, or do you feel like after what they did with Geno Smith, quarterback is kind of further down the list of their priorities?
Yeah, I think it's pretty unlikely, trading for Smith, giving up a third round pick and then extending him, essentially committing to him for 2 years. I just don't think it's not as a pressing need any longer. It's not something that they have to do this year. I do think that they would like to add a developmental backup at some point who could one day become a starter. I think Aiden O'Connell they view more as a backup, and they want a guy that maybe has some more upside. Shedeur Sanders, I'd be surprised if they take him. To be honest, I think it might be somebody that's a little bit further down the draft board, maybe third round, fourth round. If a player like, let's say, Jalen Milroe or Quinn Ewers, are a couple guys that according to my reports, they like throughout the draft process. Maybe they could take a flyer on one of those guys later in the draft, but it would be a little bit surprising to me to see them, take a guy like Shedeur Sanders, who really is probably more of a guy that you take him if you think he's going to be your starter this year.
Awesome. Deshaun, always appreciate the time. We will chat with you very soon.
Appreciate you having me.
All right. We got a little bit of an edge rusher run happening here. Donovan Azareye'h goes to the Cowboys at 44.
That's interesting.
JT, I'll let you say his last name, goes to the Colts at 45. So these guys are starting to come off the board here.
Yeah, it's fun Scrabble last names, both these guys. The Cowboys did this last year with Marshawn Kneeland, where I don't think they really planned on taking an edge rusher in the second round, but we look up and Marshawn Kneeland's still there. Okay, let's take him. This year, Azareye'h we didn't see lasting this long, and Dante Fowler's on a 1-year deal, so you could look at edge rusher and say maybe it's a sneaky need, but I don't know. Is this a little bit of Micah Parsons insurance? It's because it's not they have plenty of bodies on the roster. You talk about
Sam Williams.
Sam Williams still there. They signed Peyton Turner inside outside with him. So it's an interesting fit, but I love the value. I mean, we're talking about a player that could have easily gone 25 last night, and no one would have batted an eye. So it's in terms of value, love the pick, and I think there's a theme here. Tyler Booker may be the highest character player in the draft. First round. Azareye'h, 2-year team captain, high football character. I mean, the Cowboys are clearly going in a certain way with these guys. And with him, we talked about the production. ACC Defensive Player of the Year, led the ACC in tackles for loss, led the ACC in sacks. Just one of the most productive pass rushers we had at the college level last year. Was great at the Senior Bowl. And it was a decent tester, not the biggest guy, and that will show at times against the run. He's not a true I think I described him best as like a dip and rip guy as opposed to a force player who's gonna just take his will out on a blocker. So it's a little bit of a surprise here that they went this direction, but the value I don't think you can argue with it.
The Cowboys like doing that, though. They really like saying, okay, who's the best player available on the board, especially on the trenches, right? Like in those first couple of rounds, guys who are hard trench players, whether it's in the top 10, whether it's back into the first round, they will just take, who do we think is the best guy here? We're going to go take him. And Azareye'h probably was that. Again, we've talked about maybe not the highest ceiling guy because he's a little bit smaller, but he does have the length to be I think a really good cleanup guy. Which again, when you have Parsons, it's kind of all you need, right? You have Parsons being disruptive, Odigizua being really disruptive. You kind of just need another guy who, okay, the quarterback's got to go somewhere. Yeah. Let's go get the long pass rusher who's got a high motor to go get him.
I get all this. They still need a receiver so desperately bad.
Do. We think they do.
Yeah.
I don't think they think they do. I really don't. I really don't think they see receiver as much of a need as we do. And that's interesting because, I mean, their receiver depth chart right now, they traded for Jonathan Mingo, and they didn't trade a 7th rounder. They traded a 4th rounder for him. They believe Mingo's going to be a part of this offense. Jalen Tolbert's going to be part of the mix. I think they like Ryan Flournoy, who they drafted last year. So I don't think they see receiver as much of a need as maybe we do.
How do you feel about that, Derrik?
I would have liked a little bit more juice here. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb is fantastic and can carry a lot of weight, but I didn't really like a lot of what I saw from Mingo, either in college or in Carolina. Tolbert has been a little bit inconsistent to me for a lot of his time. Flournoy I actually do like, but I like him specifically as just a wide receiver 4. Like, I just don't think he elevates you a lot above that. So I would have liked him to get a little bit more juice here, but maybe they move up at some point. Maybe they really like some guys later. There are still guys with juice later, so maybe that's what they think is going to happen.
You thought maybe running back too. They could have gone in that direction, but with the 2 Ohio State guys off the board, like I think it kind of pushed them in this direction.
So JT Tuimoloau also comes off the board here to the Colts. Colts were a sneaky edge team. Kwity Paye and Samson Ebukam both are free agents after this year. So that's a spot where they might have needed a little bit of insurance or just a long-term plan. What do you think about that fit with Latu on the other side?
I do really like it, and he's kind of like a Kwity Paye type of player, where he has pretty good size. He's a long player. He will hold up really good versus the run and give you a little bit of pass rush upside. You kind of see his moves coming. He's not the most deceptive pass rusher, but he can rush with quickness. He does have a little bit of power to him. And, he's a former basketball player, and you can kind of see it in his movements because he's really nimble for a big man. And he was a big part of that Ohio State playoff run. I mean, he was in terms of creating pressures and just being a consistent force. Jack Sawyer, I think, got most of the ink and most of the headlines, but it was Tuimoloau that was, I think, the more consistent defensive end.
And I think like just adding bodies to pass rushers is never really a problem. And we're thinking about now Lou Anarumo, who is now the new defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He's coming from the Bengals, who they really struggled to find guys. Like I think the last time they had a guy opposite Hendrickson in Cincinnati was when Sam Hubbard was playing well, but he had kind of tailed off a little bit, especially last year. And so I think I really don't mind them throwing bodies at pass rusher when, again, you don't have an ace. And so until you have an ace, it's one of those positions. Keep trying to find one, and I don't know if he'll be that, but
well, like you said, Latu, I think, is the only one under contract beyond this year. Yeah. So I mean, you were addressing when you talk about the 2026 roster, 2027 roster, this is absolutely a need for this team.
Michael Brockers announcing the Rams pick here at 46. Curious what the Rams will do here. Obviously, after trading out of the first round.
The first pick for them.
We talked about offensive tackle as potentially a need for them. I think corner is a need for them.
Absolutely corner.
Corner is the one I would like to see.
Trey Mosa. Let's do it.
I mean,
for so long, I've been wanting the Rams to take another outside corner to actually invest in this position rather than throwing another one-year veteran stopgap at it. We'll see if they end up doing this.
In my final mock, I had them trading out with the Giants and then taking Trey Mosa at 34, 36, whatever it was. Okay.
Oh,
why not?
baby. Oh, baby.
I've made this joke a bunch of different times. It's so good that Chris Shula is really good friends with Sean McVay, because if I were the defensive coordinator for a team with the offensive-minded head coach who had a lot of weight in the draft process, and we just kept drafting these offensive players. He tried to trade up for Brock Bowers last year.
He did. Well, okay, if you were to list the needs on this team, how long before you get to tight end?
Well, Tyler Higbee and Colby Parkinson are free agents after the year.
Yes.
So it is a long-term need for them. But the fact that now we're going to have potentially 3 usable tight ends and the corner need is still just sitting there glaring, it's not even a criticism. I just think that it's very on brand for what we typically see from this team.
Yeah.
I don't care about need at all. This was one of my favorite
you both
players.
Love him.
Yeah,
love
this
him.
was one of my favorite guys left on the board. I remember last year when I was charting Bo Nix, you would watch him. They had a lot of talented players on that team, and obviously Nix won in the first round. But I kept watching, and I was like, man, number 3 is the best player on the field consistently. I think he's got good hands. He's a really, really good athlete. His ability to kind of split out as a slot receiver is really good. I think he's an okay blocker. He's a really good player.
Why don't you show us what you like about Terrence Ferguson?
Will.
Because this is one of the guys we wanted to break down or just give people a look at because of how much both of you guys like him. I mean, Dane, I remember you talking to DJ Daniel Jeremiah when we talked a couple weeks ago on the show.
One of the
about
favorite players in the draft.
Favorite players,
Yes.
maybe a little bit further down. And you guys both said he's not going to be on the board at 75. He was 75 on the consensus board, and neither of you thought he was going to be available for that long.
Like you said, 6'5.5", 247, and he ran in the 4.6s. Just a phenomenal athlete.
Yeah, I mean, we remember DJ saying on that show that he, body type wise, when you watch him play Michigan, he looked like Colson Loveland.
Right,
And so,
right.
Derrik, what about Terrence Ferguson when you went back and watched him really jumped out, and how does this play kind of embody that?
He's just, I mean, you mentioned Loveland. If you're looking for a guy who's going to win a little bit over the middle of the field and just be a really good athlete for you, that's him. Right here, Terrence Ferguson is lined up at the number 3, and you're going to see him kind of run over the deep middle of the field on a crossing route. He's going to get moving there. Gets knocked off his route a little bit over the middle of the field, but you really see him start to sink and burst over the middle. Quarterback's going to throw it to him. What I love here, he's not a guy who's waiting for the ball. I think he does a decent job of just barely coming back to the ball, really being aggressive with it. And then you see right here, he catches the ball. This defender's on him immediately. This should be a tackle. You roll the clip a little bit more, it is not. He's got that immediate quickness where he's just going to make a guy miss, continue to move for 10, 15 yards. I mean, this is what you see from him consistently, where it just catches the ball over the middle, boom, makes the guy miss, continues to go. I think if you're looking for that explosive potential, and the Rams always are, that's what you're getting with Terrence Ferguson.
And the fact that, we see him at number 3 here, but you can split him out a little bit. We know the Rams like to be a little bit flexible with where they're lining up their tight ends. They'll be at number 1 every once in a while. So I think it makes a lot of sense. The other pick here that makes a lot of sense, we talked about this potentially in the first round for Arizona, and the idea of this zone-heavy scheme with, Sean Murphy-Bunting is there, but the Cardinals could have used another outside corner in the overall kind of equation of their defense. Them going and getting, and them being the Will Johnson team, I think makes all the sense in the world for how that team is constructed down there.
It really is a perfect fit. I mean, Sean Murphy-Bunting, he was a liability last year. He really was. And
they did not pay him very much.
Exactly.
Even when they signed him in free agency, it was kind of a third corner type of deal.
I think Max Melton showed you enough where you kind of, okay, I'm a little excited about what he's going to show here in year 2. Will Johnson, we bring him, he's going to compete for a starting job right away. And then, of course, you feel good about Garrett Williams in the slot. So I don't think the Cardinals expected him to be here at this point. And the medicals need to check out. We've seen it in the past where a guy fell because of medicals, the team took a chance, and it just never worked out. We will see how this one works out with the knee, the speed concerns, but you love the ball skills. He is a smart player. I think he understands. He will get beat on some double moves. We saw it against Roma Dunze, last year in the national title game. We saw it this year against Washington. But when he stays locked into the route, he will make plays, and he's a pretty good tackler as well.
I mean, it's Asante Samuel theory, Janoris Jenkins, like they were all players like that. But if you're good enough, you can absolutely live that way, and you can be a really good player. I really like the Will Johnson pick for them. I mean, this defense didn't have difference makers last year. It was Budda Baker and a bunch of guys, and they were kind of just gluing it together. And obviously in free agency they go out and sign a guy like Josh Sweat who can be a difference maker. And now again, maybe the medicals don't work out and this just is a bad pick. But if it works, you have a guy who it's like, okay, this guy is going to really get his hands on the ball and make a difference.
It's also the 47th pick in the draft.
Yes.
Yeah,
at
this
this
is the
point,
type of range where it's just like, why not take a chance on a guy like this?
A top 10 talent, you can start to take that at 47, absolutely.
You bringing up the talent point, I think, is exactly where my mind goes with the Cardinals after the last, let's say, month and a half. You watch that defense last year, they do some funky stuff and some fun stuff. I thought they vastly outperformed the talent level on that side of the ball, even being a middle-of-the-pack defense. Now, you add Walter Nolan, you talk about talent to the mix, Will Johnson, and the upside there obviously high even with some of the medical stuff, and Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell, Baron Browning is still there who's got a lot of juice, Dalvin Tomlinson is now there. I mean, that entire DNA of that unit has changed over the last couple months in a very intriguing way.
You can tell it was a priority for him this offseason. And with Jonathan Gannon as your head coach, he wanted a new attitude, a new identity on defense, and that's exactly what they did with where they spent their money and also with their first 2 picks here.
So the Texans come up, the Raiders trade down again in the second round.
That's interesting.
Houston has been active over the last
They started
couple of
being
days.
active before the draft.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's hard to keep track of even where all of these picks are. Houston, we talked about this. Obviously, they still need offensive linemen as part of this overall equation. but they're a team that could use some defensive line help too, and there are a lot of guys available in this range of the draft.
No doubt, and I mean, it still feels like offensive line is where they need the most help. And a guy like Ariante Ursary could potentially be in the mix here. We know Cam Robinson's obviously on a 1-year deal. He's the stopgap option. The thought was you draft a left tackle, develop him, and he's ready to take over, if not this year, in year 2 next year. Is that the working theory here that we have with the Texans? But if they went defensive line, especially on the interior, I think that wouldn't be a surprise either.
The Raiders pick up an extra 3rd-round pick as part of this deal.
Pretty
They
good.
traded away a 3rd-round pick in the Geno deal. So trying to recoup some of that draft capital that they gave away a little bit earlier this offseason.
And, interior defensive line is starting to get interesting. A lot of these guys have come off the board quickly. And, I think, maybe Alfred Collins went a little bit higher than, potentially. Obviously, Tyleik Williams goes in the 1st round, which, again, good player, but I didn't see him going that early. You've just got a lot of these guys coming off the board. It seems like even if they go up and do it, maybe they are a little bit in panic mode of like, man, all these guys are off the board, and maybe we only have one guy left in this tier that we think is worth going up against.
But guys like Shamar Turner just feels like stylistically the way that they want to play defensively.
That's a D'Amico player.
And that's when you talk about, Alfred Collins goes to, the same kind of defensive DNA with the Niners, but the Texans seeking out like more of a penetrating gap shooter as when you think about some of the other pieces they have on defense, that's not necessarily surprising to me. And stylistically, Dan, it does feel like that is what we're looking at with some of the defensive tackles that are still left here.
Yeah, Darius Alexander from Toledo. I think Joshua Farmer, Florida State, potentially as well. So we're going to see a lot of defensive linemen, both defensive tackles and edges, come off the board here pretty quickly. But especially after going receiver earlier this round, sure feels like offensive line is kind of a position you can't put off any longer.
I think I agree with that. Oh, okay, here we go.
Look at that jacket.
It's a heck of a jacket.
It's a heck of a jacket.
It's aggressive.
He looks great, man.
Yeah.
He looks great. Always a fun player, Owen Daniels. Always enjoyed Owen Daniels.
He's a good one.
You know where a lot of my Owen Daniels exposure was? Madden. He was always my Madden tight end when I was like building
He was a good
teams. Very useful on Madden. There you go.
Yep.
Arante Ursary goes to the Houston Texans to presumably compete to be their left tackle, right?
Absolutely. I mean, big dude.
When they signed Cam Robinson, I thought there was no shot that they were going to give him the starting job day one. I thought he struggled a little bit last year, and then to me, I just don't think you reshuffle the entire offensive line room without adding competition really at any spot. Like, I think when you're admitting full defeat at that position in particular, it's almost, again, like what the Steelers did last year, where they're like, all right, man, screw it. We're scrapping everything. We're just going to restart with all these picks. And so, obviously, the Texans haven't made that many on the offensive line yet, but I think it always made sense for them to add some competition at left tackle. Ursary's an interesting player. Obviously, he's humongous.
6'6", 330.
Yeah, he's the biggest. He's the biggest tackle left on the board here, and so I think if they weren't some real attitude and some people moving ability, that could make some sense. And that was kind of their issue last year. It's like they had guys who could move, but they didn't have guys who could move people. And so maybe Ursary's not a perfect prospect, but if that's really the attitude they're going for, he does make sense.
Well, it's funny because he kind of reminded me a little bit of who the Texans drafted on day 2 last year, Blake Fisher. Where he has size, he has movement skills, but the timing wasn't there yet. The way he used his angles wasn't there yet. Still needs coached up, and that's not a surprise with this player who late to football, goes to Minnesota, and they really develop him. I mean, the last 2 years especially, he was a consistent starter for them. Watch his tape against Penn State, go up against Abdul Carter. He had his losses, but it wasn't what you would expect from the number 3 overall pick. I thought he held his own for the most part.
Stylistically, the offense they're pivoting to with Nick Haley as the offensive coordinator.
Right.
Think about left tackles in the NFL that are primarily run defenders. Like, that's how we think about them. Alaric Jackson's almost at the top of that list. So adding somebody with a little bit more physicality at left tackle as they kind of move schematically, not necessarily surprising.
Wow. That's surprising.
Where is he on your big board, Dane? I don't think he's in your top 100, is he?
No, I mean
Demetrius Knight from South Carolina.
Yeah, in my top 300, he was like 112, something like that. So I mean, he was with these guys I was talking about. The late 3rd, 4th round. You feel like that's where the sweet spot was for him. I mean, he's a good player, and he's got a fascinating background. I mean, he was doing working DoorDash at a time just to make ends meet. Originally at Georgia Tech, he was a quarterback in high school, and then he goes to Georgia Tech, and they kind of move him to a linebacker role, but he couldn't get on defense, so he was a special teamer. Goes to Charlotte for a year. Then he goes to South Carolina, and this past year, and he was immediately a captain, immediately someone that took over as the voice of that defense. And he is a very active player. The speed stands out. Just a little bit older, and I think you kind of worry a little bit in coverage how he'll hold up. But in terms of key read flow, he will get there and he will find the football.
He it's interesting to me. They obviously already have Jermaine Pratt on the roster, right? But Jermaine Pratt already asked for a trade, which is funny. Like one of the funniest players to ask for a trade in a long time to me. But also, I think he's a guy who is probably not in their long-term vision. But I actually think a guy like Knight kind of fits into the same mold where it's like, okay, he can run. That's kind of what Knight does best. He's going to struggle a little bit in coverage. And then if he does need to come up and hit some offensive linemen, he can do a little bit of that. And that's not what you get from Logan Wilson, who's playing next to him, who Logan Wilson is a little bit more of kind of needs to play in space, kind of needs to be your coverage guy. And so at least stylistically, this makes sense. I don't know if Knight would have been the third linebacker off the board for me, but I can't really fault the Bengals for picking any defender here.
He didn't scream 3-down player to me.
No,
I think I see him as an early down guy who you hope if you scheme it up the right way, he can stay on the field for all 3 downs. But I do know that some teams liked him more than others. He's going to be a 25-year-old rookie, I believe. So he's just an older player, and it's kind of the complete opposite of who they drafted in the first round, with Shamar Stewart, right?
Yeah.
The young, the promise, the traits. This guy, Knight has traits, but he's a little bit older, longer in the tooth. But he's going to come in, and I think the intangible aspect plays a part into why you like Knight so much, because of just the way he came off in interviews is something that teams talked about a lot at the Senior Bowl and then during the Combine.
We talked about this with the Bengals this offseason, Derrik. We just want them to add ass kickers to the defense. And so a guy with a little bit of physicality, they've been missing that on the second level over the last couple of years.
And when they were at their best 2-3 years ago, Pratt did give them that. But Pratt, I think, has just fallen off a little bit as a player. He's not as fast as that he used to be. And so if Knight can just be what Pratt was 3 years ago, then okay, they're back to where they were 3 years ago. That's all we said they need to be when obviously you have the fireworks show on offense.
Well, if we're being honest here, Dane, this probably feels like the biggest early reach for you.
No doubt. So far, to take him in the top 50 seems a bit early. It seems very aggressive. But I think the Bengals are excited about the person they're bringing to the building. I think that's a big part of the equation, is because, again, he went to South Carolina for 1 year and he was a captain, like almost immediately. And I think that speaks to him. He has a family. Like he's an older guy, and so he already has a family, already has the mindset of a professional. And so I think that plays into what you're getting with Knight, is not only what he brings on the field, but the type of attitude he brings in the locker room and the type of presence that he is.
So now we have Seattle on the clock. That pick is in. We talked about some of the needs that they still have. Receiver potentially. After they address safety, do they still want to go with another corner potentially?
I kind of like a lot of the corners here for them. I'm not going to do the Amos thing again, but if they really like Thomas, I think that could absolutely be an option for them. If they're maybe a Ravel team, maybe if they want to look a little bit past the injuries, I think he makes a ton of sense for them. I think
we're on Siobhan Ravel watch for sure at this point in the draft. Yeah.
And people, Dane, you can correct me. People, it seemed like, made a little bit of comps to Reek Woolen with him, just when you look at the size, the speed, and all that stuff. And I could see, obviously, Mike McDonald was not there when they drafted Reek Woolen, but I could see them kind of wanting maybe some sameness on their outside cornerback room.
Jalen Knowles still out there. We all love him up here, but because of the size, and we've seen that before with some players getting dinged throughout the process. Sky Moore, and obviously that hasn't worked out in Kansas City, but he fell out of the top 50 or right around there because of the size concerns.
Lad McConkey, talent-wise, is probably a first-round pick if he's not as small as he is.
As we wait for the Seahawks pick here, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We are back, only missed a couple picks. At 50, Elijah Arroyo goes to the Seattle Seahawks. And tight end was not one of the first needs that we mentioned for Seattle, but no Fant, free agent after the year. Last year in New Orleans, 30%, 12 personnel from Clint Kubiak in that offense. So not necessarily a shock to see them go tight end here.
It's a little funny because I think that the best version of Elijah Arroyo is what made Noah Fant a first-round pick way back when. Just that idea of a field stretcher, he's got athleticism. Arroyo averaged 17 yards per catch last year, led the FBS, led all FBS tight ends. He was a big play machine, and then you watch him at the Senior Bowl, nobody could cover him. So speed, fluidity, just a very natural athlete in terms of adjusting to the football down the field. You can do a lot of things with him, and there's going to be some development needed. I don't think he's just drop him into the offense from day one and let him go eat. It's going to take some time, but I certainly understand why he'd come off the board at this point in the draft.
What do you think about him with A.J. Barner here over the long term?
I think in terms of trying to fit together skill sets, it's kind of perfect. Like A.J. Barner's whole thing is I think he's a really good blocker. I think he's not the most dynamic athlete, but you can line him up with the Y. He'll win enough for you in that 8 to 12 yard range, make some decent plays. Whereas Arroyo is like, all right, let's get him on slide routes, crossing routes, maybe some seam routes. Just get him moving. So
51, Nick Scourton goes to the Carolina Panthers. They need a defensive line help somewhere along the way here. And Scourton is watching him while even studying Shamar Stewart. I just kept getting distracted by him. He's such a disruptive player. He plays with such a high motor. To me, he's just the type of guy that's going to make your defense better, even if he's never going to be a super high upside pass rusher. And Carolina just desperately needs DNA players on defense.
They don't have any pass rusher on that roster that scares you.
No, it's DJ Wanham, Jadeveon Clowney, and Pat Jones. That's what it is right now.
But Clowney is always at the 1 year.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think Nick Scourton.
You make your Faustian bargain with Clowney. That one's over.
Yeah.
With Nick Scourton, I think you're right. The way I described him in my report was he's a banshee off the edge.
Yes.
It's effort. It's a very active play style. He's very young, one of the youngest players in the draft, and so you expect him to continue to learn how to use his hands. Not a top-tier athlete. I think you like the effort more than just the pure athleticism, but he's not a bad athlete either. So I think he's a guy that will continue to grow, start as a third edge rusher, and then you hope either at some point this year or starting next year, he can be a starter for you.
Robert, you made the joke kind of at the top of the show. There's a lot of Karlaftis-esque guys in the class. Right. When I was watching Shamar Stewart, I wrote in big letters, Scourton is Karlaftis. And again, that's not a flashy guy, but if that's your second guy and he can get you look up at the end of the season, you're like, oh, he has 8 sacks. That could absolutely happen.
I just love TFL production for defensive linemen. He has 29 of them combined over the last 2 years.
He gets after it. Yeah.
And you watch him even when they played Mizzou, and he's making plays against Armand Membu against the run. And so just that type of guy, I really like it. Tennessee at 52, Oluwafemi Oladejo from UCLA. The second round is where the Titans were going to seek out an edge rusher. Talking to their guys coming into the draft, it was always going to be Cam Ward in the first, and then can we find an edge player in the second, and then to trade down and get a guy, Dane, in Oladejo, who has some pass rush upside for a team that really, really needs it. Feels like they were able to kind of have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah, because you feel like they're strong up the middle, but they were just missing the guys on the edge.
There's nothing.
Yes.
It's Arden Key, and it's 1 year of Draymond Jones, and there's really nothing else to worry about there.
Lorenzo Carter's there now. So, I think a guy like Oladejo, he was actually a Mike. He started at Cal, transfers to UCLA. He was a Mike for them, and then they moved him to an edge rusher position this year, and not only did that explode for him, but allowed Carson Schwesinger to be a full-time player. And it's like, oh, that just unlocked everything.
Got a 2-for-1.
Exactly. And so this 6'3", 260, he looks at it, he's straight out of central casting. This is what you want your edge rushers to look like. And how he performed at the Senior Bowl really helped him. Just the burst off the edge, his ability to dip, use his hands. It's still, kind of like we said with Scourton, it's still going to be a learning process. And he's a little bit older. He's not as young as Scourton is. But it's going to give them just someone else they can put as part of the rotation and give you juice off the edge, which they just, like you said, they sorely lacked.
Their skill sets at the edge are really interesting because Draymond Jones is kind of like the way they used it in Seattle last year specifically, same scheme. Mm-hmm. Big kind of run defending edge player because Draymond Jones bounced around all over. I mean, he played interior early in his career when he was in Denver, and then last year that's really how they used him in Seattle. And then Arden Key obviously best to use as kind of a DPR third pass rusher, and so this feels like we're meeting in the middle. So now we got one of every size as we build the Titans edge room.
And I think how the edges were going to come off the board was always fascinating because I think a lot of these guys in this 50 to 80 range, even though I think we generally all think of them as guys who are probably going to be best as number 2s or number 3s in the league, there is a little bit of flavor differences. You do have your good amount as Karlaftis, but then you have your guys like Oladejo, and it's interesting that they wanted him over a guy like Jordan Birch, who I think kind of fits into the same mold where it's long, strong, explosive. So the fact that I think they went after pass rusher again, Robert, going into the season we knew that, or going into the draft season we knew that this is what they wanted. So not surprising at all they went here.
My question was always going to be for them, were they going to go receiver or pass rusher in the second round? And so getting Tyler Lockett and now picking up that extra third, do you give yourself a potential opportunity to find that receiver in the third round?
And that tells you that they liked their options now as opposed to receiver, where they think maybe receiver will stretch a little. And
How do you feel about that?
I would have gone Jalen Knoll. myself.
Yeah, we're going to keep saying that until it's off the board.
100%. But the thing about Oladejo that you really like is he gives you. There's still upside there too. When you watch his pass rush snaps, it's pretty basic. He doesn't really know what he's doing in terms of piecing together, sequencing moves, things like that. So it's a very basic attack, and you feel like, okay, once we get our hands on him and really develop him, it's just going to take off from there.
Yeah, that extra third for Tennessee, you got to feel good about that. If they can find a receiver in the third round, and they can come out of the first 3 rounds with Cam Ward, an edge rusher, and a receiver.
Maybe they're hoping Kyle Williams falls.
Somebody like that.
Right.
And I think that's what I wanted them to do in this draft. And if you fill those spots and you look at the roster, it's like, all right. I don't know how good they are immediately.
They just need to not be bad.
Yes, but they're so much better in areas of need. So the Bucs here on the board at 53. Still need an edge. Still need a corner after doing what they did in the first round with the Buka.
Thought it'd be defense, but went and got a Buka in the first.
But it does feel like corners and edges, there's still a lot of them that you like in this range, Dane.
Yeah, it was going to be the day 2 position. Oh, okay. There we go with the corner. Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, one of the if not for the injury, we would be talking about him either as a late 1, early 2. But there's, a 20 pick discount here, maybe because of the hip. He's had multiple hip surgeries.
Yeah.
That's tough.
As a corner.
Very tough. But he is a really easy player to like because he's very technically sound. He's a good athlete. He's not huge, but he's not small either. He's a solid, just in terms of size, just a solid guy. And he was a big part of what the Notre Dame defense was last year. Unfortunately, this year, just missed most of the year.
Yeah, he's a guy who, sometimes corners, you watch them, and it takes a couple of games to really get a feel for him because you don't see a lot of the bad plays. And that's kind of how I felt with Morrison. I was like trying to pinpoint, what's the thing he's worst at? You mentioned it, Dane. He's not the longest necessarily. He's not the strongest, but he has such quick feet. He's such a smart player. I think he's a really good mover overall. And then his ability to really go and get the ball, I think, is impressive. And again, Robert, we've talked about this, either both talking about the Bucs defense in the abstract or certain players. They really need DBs who can be a little bit aggressive with the ball. Yeah. Because the way that Todd Bowles wants to play, he wants to throw stuff at the quarterback, speed them up a little bit and make them wrong. And Morrison does have that ability to really hit on that type of stuff. So I like this pick. Again, I've mentioned Trey Amos a million times, but I think Morrison, I like him kind of in the same range.
His dad, former draft pick, played in the NFL. He's actually now the part of the team chaplain for the Cardinals in Arizona. So, there's some NFL connections there. But yeah, this is just a really solid player. And if the doctors gave you 2 thumbs up and say, hey, yeah, not ideal what's happened in the past, but we feel good, this is not something that's going to limit him moving forward, then yeah, I think you feel comfortable making this pick here at 53.
Zach McCollum, a free agent after the season.
Yep.
It was absolutely an area of need for this team. We'll see what happens with Jamel Dean long term, but they needed to add to that defensive back group, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and we think defense is probably their focus here the next few picks. Whether defensive line, maybe a linebacker.
It better
we talk
be.
about taking their medicine. They did not do it in the first round.
Nope.
So
They couldn't help themselves.
Look at Jordy. Jordy Nelson just looks great.
Yeah, he does.
A guy that I feel like we have a duty to remind younger generations of.
That
What
he's
was
a really
such
good player.
a good NFL player.
Watching him at Kansas State, man, was fun.
He won the Biletnikoff Award.
Yeah.
I mean, he was an unbelievable college
And
player.
he was in that draft where it was supposed to be just a bad receiver draft. We didn't have a receiver in the first round that year. Remember who was the first receiver drafted that year? Donnie Avery.
Donnie Avery. My goodness.
Like one of the first picks in the second round that year. Gosh, that was 2008. We had like 5 running backs in the first round that year.
I can't remember if Jordy won the Biletnikoff Award or not. He either did, or my buddy in college, who was a huge Kansas State fan, was very mad that he didn't.
Yeah.
I think that might have been it.
Yeah, he ended up being okay.
I mean, just one of the coolest connections, quarterback receiver wise, that we've ever seen in the NFL. I remember talking to Jordy a lot about that. I mean, just it really special watching those two guys play. Speaking of the Packers, Anthony Belton, offensive tackle, going to Green Bay. One of Brandon Thorne's guys that he really likes when we talked about the offensive lineman last week, Dane. But this is an interesting pick because it's not surprising. Zach Tom and Rasheed Walker, both free agents after the year. So seeing them try to add a little bit of depth to that offensive tackle room, not something that I think is totally out of left field.
A guy that I mentioned was he was going to go earlier than people thought because in a draft where we just don't have a lot of true left tackle bodies, he's one of those guys. And he's a really good athlete for that size, 6'6". He's going to be, you hope, around 330 and not 340, 350. Keep him around 330, 335, he'll be all right. He moves really well, really, really well. Initially, I thought this is going to have to be a guard, but seeing him up close and personal at the Senior Bowl, I was like, okay, I think he can stay outside, hold his own. And so, the Packers, they went offensive line in the first round last year with Jordan Morgan. We still don't know exactly where he's going to play.
This, I think, gives you a little bit of a hint, though.
Yes.
The fact that they went tackle again
where I was going,
here,
right.
I think that him playing right guard, because they have a hole at right guard now. So now you have Aaron Banks at left guard, Elton Jenkins at center. If you put Jordan Morgan at right guard, you have Zach Tom, and now you have some optionality at depth at the other tackle spot. This feels like a Packers plan along the offensive line.
And if we assume that Belton is a little bit more of a developmental player, and I think he is. I think there are moments where you watch him on tape, it's like, all right, feet can get a little bit slow once he's attached. I actually think before he's attached, like Dane said, he is a good mover getting to the second level, getting out of his pass sets, all that stuff. but he's another big guy, and this is typical of big guys. He can lean a little bit, but so he might be a guy that needs a runway. But Rasheed Walker, they're obviously trying to replace him with a pick like this, but Walker's like fine if they need to play him
in
for
a contract
8 to 10
year.
weeks.
Yes,
exactly.
And so is Tom.
Walker is fine and maybe not a guy you want to pay. And
Exactly,
this
yes.
feels like
And
the
this
type
is
of
the
plan
perfect
you would
pick of, like-
execute if he's not a guy you want to pay.
Exactly. And so I also like it too. Belton's a big dude, wants to move people. That's kind of all they're drafting now, other than Zach Tom, who's a little bit smaller for his position. So I like it on that front as well.
I will say, on the ESPN broadcast, they just flashed up that Anthony Belton does not like the ocean. We're right in line.
Well,
I am not an ocean guy, so I fully support
Well, in
this.
Green Bay, that'll be fine.
He'd be very far away from the ocean.
I'm Team Lake over Team Ocean, so yeah, I'm with you.
At 55, the Los Angeles Chargers go with Trey Harris, wide receiver from Ole Miss. I like this.
Yes.
Because I think stylistically, when you put him next to McConkey and what he is, excuse me, it hits my brain in a very pleasing way. I think I can just imagine these two guys within the same offense.
Yeah, and you think about Mike Williams, what he's ideally could be for this offense. Trey Harris can come in and probably be a similar type of player where big, physical, can win on those back shoulders, but also work the middle of the field. He can win over defensive backs consistently on the outside, and I think that's what you're getting with this player, who former quarterback in high school. I've talked about it before. He was Malik Neighbors' quarterback way back when. Goes to Louisiana Tech, moves to wide receiver, and then this past year at Ole Miss, he was the most. He had over 1,000 receiving yards or close to it by October 10th. It was unbelievable what they were doing in that Ole Miss offense, and he was doing it after the catch. He was doing it just kind of man up, one-on-one. If they had that matchup, that's what the play call was going towards. So yeah, Trey Harris is not going to blow you. He's a 4.5 athlete, not going to blow you away with the speed, but size, physicality, and pretty good ball skills.
On a per route basis, he was phenomenally productive last year. Led college football in yards per route run by a whole lot.
And when you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert, I think the mistake that this team made a few years ago was they just didn't have guys who could stretch the field. And obviously a couple of years ago before they drafted Alt, they also couldn't protect. But watching him in the Kellen Moore offense where it was so West Coast, it was so underneath. I think them leaning in a little bit more to okay, Harris isn't the fastest guy, but if he's 20 yards down the field, Herbert can just look at him and go, all right, he'll probably win. And I think Herbert absolutely needs a guy like that. He's shown, like you said, Dane, when Mike Williams was at his best, that they could do that. So I like this fit, and I think it still gives you the flexibility of, because Harris is purely an outside guy, McConkey can play from the slot or he can play outside, and it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want with him.
And we talk about Mike Williams. Mike Williams to me is more like a boundary X receiver. When I think about Trey Harris, I just think about post routes. And just Justin Herbert launching post routes. He's a guy when I watched, even at 4.5, I think that there's an explosiveness that you like about him, and he is a vertical player, even if it's not blazing speed.
Right.
For what the Chargers have and what the Chargers need, I think it really does fit to me.
It does, and you're like we said, he's not a burner, but I think his steps are very purposeful and
He gets on people.
Cortland Sutton is kind of like that.
Yes,
I
exactly.
think Sutton's a better player, but that style of vertical guy.
Graceful strides, but at the stem, it's not lumbering in any way. It's just he moves. For a guy that's that size, you think of a bigger receiver. He moves maybe like a smaller receiver, even if he's not going to blow you away with just straight line speed.
Yeah, that skill set is something they very much needed within that offense.
Really like that fit.
I like
That's a fun-
Jalen Noel.
yeah.
Jalen Noel is one of my favorite players in the entire draft. But when you think
100%.
about the Chargers specifically, I do think Trey Harris probably fits what they have and what they need a little bit better.
Absolutely, and he fits too, just with the character-wise. I mean, Lane Kiffin, you'd have to tell him that you have to cut him off so he'd stop talking about Trey Harris, and the way he prepares, just the way that he attacks the game. You love that about Trey Harris, and so if not for the injury concerns, I think we might be talking about Trey Harris a little bit earlier. But because of the lingering stuff with him going on, it gives you a little bit of pause. But he is a really good player. If he's on the field, he will impact this offense right away.
Bears back on the clock now after trading down. Very curious to see what they do here.
What do you want, Caleb Johnson?
Running back, I think you can make an argument for. I still think that they need defensive line depth, and I wouldn't be upset about offensive line depth.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tackle?
Tackle is an interesting one. We've talked a lot about this, Dane, where I feel like how you feel about Kieran Amedeji may influence what you want to do here, because if you think that Amedeji is a reasonable contingency plan, if you move on from Braxton Jones this offseason. Maybe you don't feel the need to do this.
Yep.
If you're not quite as enthusiastic about his development plan and you want to give yourself another potential shot if you move on from Braxton Jones after the year, if they take an offensive lineman here, I think that is kind of a statement on what they think the next 2 years potentially are going to look like.
It tells us a lot. And I think it's less about what we saw on when he was on the field and more about what he's doing behind the scenes.
Exactly.
And they didn't draft him. This
coaching staff, correct.
You're right. But, I mean, I think, Ryan Poles went on a limb to draft him where he did, so I think he wants this to work out. And so as long as he is doing the right things in terms of developing his body, the right things in the meeting rooms, retaining the information that the coaching is giving him, they're going to give him, I think, every shot to be the guy at tackle.
Be very curious to see what they do. Why don't we do a reset here, Dane, with your top 100, your top 50? Who is still left at the top of your board here as we hit the 56 pick?
So I think, 6 players left in my top 50. Mike Green, obviously we know why he's falling. Shedeur Sanders, we're getting close to the 3rd round, and we talked about this before. It wouldn't be surprised if he's still on the board when we got to the 3rd round. Trey Amos, the corner from Ole Miss. Jalen Knoll, Caleb Johnson, running back Iowa, and then Landon Jackson, edge from Arkansas. So a couple of players still from my top 50 that are available here. And, I think, just to kind of bring it back to Shedeur real quick, we talked about with the Steelers, if they're making calls about maybe moving up to get him, where do you feel like you have to do it? I feel like they are kind of looking around and saying, I don't think anybody else wants Shedeur. So we don't have to really press this. Maybe we move up a little bit just to make sure we get it done, but we don't have to move into the top 50. We don't have to move up into, or at least pay a premium price to go get him. So, and so far, that's how it's played out.
Running back in the pool of available running backs is interesting. Caleb Johnson feels like kind of the last guy in this tier. Would you say that's fair with all the other guys that went off the board in this round, the Ohio State guys?
For me, yes. He's not for everybody, but for me and I think a lot of other people, yes, that would make sense.
We had all these former NFL players announcing picks, and then Seth Rollins rolls in to announce the Bears pick.
Very, very interesting. Not what I thought we were getting. I thought we were going to get our 30th Badger of the night.
Well, and it depends how they feel about Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. Yeah. How they feel about some of these guys. I'm a big Jordan James fan. This would be a little bit early for him. But I think it also speaks to, again, what we said, you can wait till the 4th round. Yeah. Get Devin Neal. You can wait.
It depends on what type of back you want. Well, if you want a Jordan James or a Devin Neal where you need somebody who is going to be that singles hitter for you, which they may need, you can wait on that guy a little bit.
You can.
That's a good point.
He's just riling up this Packers crowd.
That's what those guys do. That's what they're paid to do.
Oh, he's really milking it. He's really milking it for all it's worth. I love the Ben Johnson fathead in the Bears crowd. Everyone's all in here.
Oh.
So there's your offensive line.
These tackles are flying. Yeah. Okay. So what does that tell us?
Right? And again, I really do think it is a commentary on what they think about Azareye'h and whether they think he's going to be somebody that can step in as a starter. I think this says we're still a little bit weary of that.
Yeah, and Trapilo is not a guy that you're going to move to guard. This is a tackle. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, he's one of the questions with him is he's too tall. He is over 6'8", and some of that will work against him at times, but he moves really well for that size. He's a little bit of pedigree there. His dad was a draft pick, unfortunately passed away, but he kind of grew up as a Boston guy, and he's a hard-nosed tackle. He moves well for that size. I like the player. I think we're running out of tackles that you see as starters. Yeah, he's kind of like that one of the last guys. So not a surprise we're seeing a run on these tackles here in the late second.
The height is interesting. He's obviously Ben Johnson's coming from Detroit. Taylor Decker is one of the tallest.
Yeah. Well, they also took Giovanni Manu last year as a developmental guy. He's 6'8". Mm-hmm. So it feels like Ben Johnson likes him some tall tackles.
He really must. I mean, it's an interesting pick. Kind of like you mentioned, Dane. He's a little bit taller, so you can see guys get under him, and sometimes he struggles to move guys for that reason. Sure. But I don't think he's weak. It's just I think if he could work on his leverage a little bit more, he'd have some better chances.
No doubt. And I mean, this might be Darnell Wright insurance too, if we're being honest. Yeah. Because Trapilo was a right tackle at Boston College. He did play a little bit at left tackle, but he was primarily a right tackle. So I think you draft him thinking he's your immediate swing tackle. but long term, he will give you options.
One of the biggest surprises of last night was the Falcons coming back into the first round to draft James Pierce from Tennessee, giving away a first-round pick next year to do it. Here to walk us through that and Atlanta's draft so far, it is our Falcons writer at The Athletic, Josh Kendall. Josh, sincerely appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me. How y'all holding up?
We're doing okay. How you doing over there? It was a very eventful night for you last night.
Yeah, but pretty slow so far. Crickets.
The Falcons, obviously, we make a joke about it every single time we talk about this team, that the curse of John Abraham lingers over them. They've just had a complete inability to find a long-term answer on the edge. Last night, they double dip with Jaylen Walker and James Pierce. What do you think that says about what the Falcons are trying to seek out on defense and about, honestly, what type of defense we might see them play this year?
Well, this is what they did essentially with quarterback last year. They had a huge need there, and so they just flooded the zone. They went and got Kirk Cousins. They drafted Michael Penix. Everybody said, what in the world are they doing? Last night was the light version of that. You get Jaylen Walker at 15. My theory, and I think it's a fairly strong one, is they went into Thursday night planning to take James Pierce at number 15, not thinking that Jaylen Walker was going to be there. Walker was, in fact, there. They couldn't pass him up. They immediately started working to get back into the first round because they'd kind of fallen in love with James Pierce. So they overpay to get there. But as you mentioned, this is a team that is historically, laughingly bad at pass rush. Nobody in the last 10 years has fewer sacks than the Falcons. Nobody in the last 20 years has fewer sacks than the Falcons. It's comically bad. So they have decided they're going to try to fix that, and they're going to throw a lot at it. I think Jaylen Walker is an interesting piece, and I think James Pierce will allow Jaylen Walker to access more areas of what he can do, because he can play inside linebacker, he can play some big nickel, he can play some safety in certain situations. James Pierce will be a 3-4 outside linebacker. The quarterback is that way. Go get him. And Atlanta hadn't had a guy with juice who could win a one-on-one matchup since John Abraham, as you mentioned. So Jaylen Walker will be kind of a chess piece. James Pierce will just be a go sick 'em guy.
I was going to ask you where you think Jaylen Walker positionally will end up. So you think they'll move him all over the place. I'm curious, this level of aggression from Terry Fontenot, do you feel like this is the move from a GM that knows that he's got to show some results? Because it does feel like they're kind of pressing the issue a little bit by doing something like this.
I think it's two things. I sincerely don't believe that Terry Fontenot said, I may not be here in 2026, so to hell with that first-round pick. I don't care. I don't think Terry would do that to the franchise, not to mention Raheem Morris is not going anywhere, and Arthur Blank is in that room right beside them. They're not going to let him do that. But obviously there's pressure on Terry and on this team to make an adjustment. But I think even more so than that, this team, this is going to sound funny, is still kind of feeling itself from the Michael Penix pick. Everybody said, what in the hell are they doing? Everybody's still saying, what in the hell did they do? Look at the Kirk Cousins mess they've got on their hands. Look at all this dead cap money. Right here behind me, this brick wall, this is the Falcons facility. Inside this building, they think completely differently. They think Michael Penix is their quarterback for the next decade. They think, thank God we drafted him. Look how smart we are. We're just going to go do the same thing. If y'all don't like it, go jump in the lake. But we like James Pierce. We think James Pierce is the guy. We're going to overpay for him. We think we're going to be proven right, just like we think we have already been proven right on the Michael Penix pick.
Do we think we see Kirk Cousins traded by this time next week, let's say?
I think that's fair. I don't see any reason to think it would be in the next 2 days. I just don't, because I don't think there's any deadline. I think the Falcons and everybody else on the other side of the equation can wait and see how it all shakes out this weekend. And then Monday, everybody can start figuring out where Kirk Cousins needs to go. Certainly, I don't think Kirk will be Michael Penix's backup on week 1. Anytime between now and then, I think you could see something happen.
Well, we'll keep an eye out. Obviously, one of the last quarterback dominoes to fall this offseason. Josh Kendall, always appreciate the time, sir. Great to chat with you.
Thanks for having me.
Got a couple picks that have just rolled in here. Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia, going to the Lions at 57, makes just an unbelievable amount of sense when you watch Tate Ratledge play.
This is Dan Campbell's nephew. I mean, it very easily could be. Would not be shocked at all. And you think about it,
Tate Ratledge was born with a dip in.
Yeah, he was. The mullet has not gone away. Zeitler's gone. Mahogany's unproven.
And Glasgow wasn't good last year.
Glasgow was probably their worst starter,
And he's 33.
Yeah.
He's an older player. So certainly understand why they'd go there. And Tate Ratledge is kind of the second-round version of Tyler Booker, where you just know what you're getting with him. He's going to start in the league for 10 years. He's power, quickness. If the injury stuff maybe is a little more clear, he goes probably earlier than this. But for the Lions, it makes perfect sense.
The word I used when we were talking about Tate Ratledge last week is torque.
Yes.
When you watch him,
especially in the run game,
the ability to displace people in the run game, he's a violent player, but he's also a phenomenal athlete.
Yes.
Like you look at the way that he tested, and so maybe some of the injury concerns is why he lasts this long. But I mean, he is a really intriguing player when he is healthy.
And he's just a perfect Lions guy. I would say on top of the injury stuff, every now and then you get a little bit of like wild boy behavior in terms of like he's maybe a little bit too aggressive trying to get on a guy, but
like
for the Lions specifically, I don't think that's a bad I don't think they view that as a bad thing. They view that as like, oh, we'll harness that, and that's exactly what we're looking for. So this is between them taking Tyleik Williams on day one and now coming back and getting Tate Ratledge, it's a very Detroit draft so far.
I'll be curious to see how the guard spots shake out because when they brought in Glasgow 2 years ago, it was kind of as a swing interior guy. He played well enough to earn a new contract, but he's always kind of your third guard at this stage of his career. So if there's a world where Mahogany wins one of those guard jobs and Ratledge wins the other one, I kind of think that's the best outcome for the Lions this year.
Probably. And because, Mahogany will be on the second year of a rookie deal. Ratledge was a right guard only in college. So how does that factor into how they try to shift things, to move Mahogany to left guard? So, it'll be interesting this training camp to see how they work through all of that.
At 58, Jack Bech goes to the Raiders. I kind of love this.
I really like this.
I kind of love it. They needed somebody like this so desperately within that offense at receiver. They just needed a capable receiver.
Yes. And 6'1", 215. He never ran a 40-yard dash with good reason. Like, he's not a speed guy, but he has really good short area quickness. He catches the ball well. He's really physical. He will go into the teeth of a defense and come down with it. Of course, I think most people know, his story. LSU transfers to TCU. His older brother, Tiger, played wide receiver at Princeton, tragically passed away in the New Year's Eve catastrophe in New Orleans. And then he goes, a couple weeks later, to the Senior Bowl and just balled out. Did it for his brother, and he caught the winning touchdown in the Senior Bowl game. So this is an easy player to appreciate and kind of to project. Like, we know what he is. There's not real, like, we know he didn't run a 40-yard dash, but we know he's not a burner. He's a possession. I think ideally you like him in the slot.
And he could do that with this team. If you look at it, like, you can play Jacoby Myers outside, and Jacoby Myers is a free agent after this year.
That's kind of what I like here, is that you have Jacoby Myers and now you have Jack Bech, who kind of like you guys both mentioned, you know what you're getting with a guy like Bech, and I think when you watch Jacoby Myers, you know what you're getting every single down. So you've got some stability at the wide receiver spots. And then at tight end and running back, you've got a hell of a lot of pop.
It's a fascinating group of
It's a cool way to have put it together. I kind of like it.
But it's a lot of guys, and obviously Genty is like a phenomenal prospect, but Genty is just one of those, like, that guy's just good. And you look at the other guys, even though Jacoby Myers and Jack Bech have low ceilings, those guys are just good. Like, those are just reliable pass catchers. And so it's unlike any other pass catching group in the NFL if you look at the construction of it, but I actually kind of dig it.
Bech is a phenomenal blocker. And you think how Genty in the first round, what they want to be, Bech helps them in a big way. And he was an inside guy. He was a little bit of tight end at LSU, but mostly an inside guy. This past year at TCU, they moved him outside. So he's done a little bit of both. And it's when you think of the makeup of this offense and what they want to be at their best, I think Bech fits perfectly in the construction of that offense.
And if you're going to draft a guy and say, okay, he's got to add something different from what we have, even though there is some sameness with him and Jacoby Myers, for as good as a route runner and stuff and smart player that Jacoby Myers is, going up and getting the ball isn't necessarily his best thing. Besh does give that to you. He gives that ability to kind of go win in traffic. So him adding that slightly different thing from a guy like Myers, I think is a nice little touch.
And they still have Trey Tucker. And so we talk about
Who's got the speed.
Because speed,
Vertical, yes.
Jacoby Myers, Jack Besh, Brock Bowers, that you need some verticality to that group. And Trey Tucker is your third receiving option who's really just like a sprinkling of speed. I can get behind it. Like that is a group that is a very weird but actually very fun.
How do you like this for your boy Geno? I mean, it's
encouraging,
right?
Yeah.
Geno will just throw at people.
Yes.
And Besh is a just throw at him kind of guy. So I kind of enjoy it.
Oh man, I didn't even think about Geno throwing to Brock Bowers for you. I truly hadn't even conceived of that yet.
Every kind of way that you can be into that pairing, I'm extremely
Just
into.
imagining that is the best birthday gift that you could possibly get.
Oh, absolutely. And Pete is not gonna. We already saw it in Seattle. Pete's not gonna be afraid to be like, hey man, just throw it at these guys. And now you have a guy like Bowers who, we conceive of Bowers as a yak guy, and he obviously is.
Right.
But Bowers is also fantastic at just getting the ball when it's in the air. So they're crafting a pretty interesting offense here that I can start to get myself together. When we at the Super Bowl show, I said, what's a team that's kind of closer than people might think? And for me, it was the Raiders. And some of the stuff they're doing tonight and last night, I'm kind of into it.
There are some holes on this team, though. They need a linebacker desperately. They need a corner on this team desperately. But what they've done so far, I think that it tracks.
Especially on offense.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you think about what this offense was 2 years ago compared to now. It's just from a 30,000-foot view of a general fan, all of a sudden I kind of want to watch the Raiders. Like if I'm a general fan, I want to see how this works out.
I remember this is years and years and years ago, but like at Grantland when Zach Lowe was doing his the league pass rankings of NFL of NBA
watchability.
teams. The watchability. So which teams do you want to turn on? I'll be definitely dialing into some weird ass Raider games with this group of offensive players. I like it a lot.
With Chip Kelly now at the helm calling the plays.
Oh my God!
Yes.
I didn't even think about that.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's another great part of it because we just saw with Cliff last year. It's like, okay, when he was a head coach coming from the college ranks, didn't really work, and it was kind of the same thing with Chip Kelly. But now he's just the offensive coordinator. Now he's got all these special players in Bowers and Genty and a very capable quarterback. They could be really sneaky super fun.
Man, I'm way more into this than I thought. I was
you look
gonna
like
be.
you're feeling it.
I really am because it's probably the strangest group of skill position players in the entire league. When you think about what they actually are and the deployment of it. But we talked about last night about when we were discussing Jackson Dart and how our main takeaway from watching the Ole Miss offense was Lane Kiffin's really good at his job. Mm-hmm. One of my main takeaways from watching the Ohio State offense, they got a lot of talent, obviously, but Chip Kelly did some really interesting stuff with that group. So seeing him as an NFL offensive coordinator, I'm really looking forward to that.
And I give Chip a lot of credit. He adapts to the personnel. Yeah. He adapts to what he has on the field. So whether it was TreVeyon on the field or Quinshon Judkins, he would adapt based off of just the running back that was out there. So yeah, I think that, especially with adding Besh to this group, and just the competitiveness in his DNA is just really fun to watch. Just watch him play football. And so easy guy to root for.
And we talked about this a little bit before, Robert. There's some value in kind of being the weird team.
100%.
Look at, obviously the Niners offense has been good for a long time, but their best players were a tight end and a running back, which obviously that's what you're getting here. And then you look at the Ravens defense a couple years ago, their best players were a middle linebacker and a safety. That's not typically what we think of as the premium
The Lions are like this, right?
Exactly.
You think about the construction of the Lions passing game is a little bit like this.
Absolutely. And so if you can find guys good enough at that spot, go do it.
Just think about this division too, just how much it was the Chiefs and three other teams for a couple years there. Mm-hmm. And now what we saw last year from the Broncos, a little bit of life with Sean Payton and Bo Nix. We see what the Chargers are doing under Harbaugh.
Now you have Hampton and Harris as part of that.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And now with the Raiders showing some life, showing some fight, things get a little more interesting. It's not just the Chiefs division that you write in with pen. Maybe do it with pencil, but it's still going to be a lot more competitive.
One of the bigger picture and obviously the Broncos did this last year, but one of the bigger picture takeaways from this entire 2 days is just how interesting and intriguing the offenses in that division specifically are becoming, right? And the major holes you saw with the Chargers and the Raiders, they've addressed those in a big way. And so the two kind of most disgusting running games down and down in the NFL, arguably last year, get huge upgrades at running back, and then obviously two pass catching options for both of those teams. So Mike Green finally off the board. Goes 59 to the Baltimore Ravens.
Of course he goes to the Ravens. I mean, look, Mike Green was a tough guy to talk about because of the off-field stuff. We just don't know how the teams were going to react to it. And heard from a lot of teams that said they were okay with it, but apparently they weren't.
Yeah. This is a long fall for somebody that you had 10th when you just talk about what he is on the field.
I mean, you watch him. Just based off of
he might be the best edge rusher in the draft outside of Abdul Carter. He's arguably like one of the best defenders in the draft outside of Abdul
You wish
Carter.
you were a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit longer, but with the violence that he plays with, the different ways that he stays detached, the fact that not only did he lead the FBS in sacks, but he led the FBS in terms of defensive line tackles, just speaks to his motor and his effort and how much he plays. Makes plays on the field. And like I said, I talked to his coaches at Virginia. I talked to his coaches at Marshall. They raved about him. His teammates rave about him. So I know that's maybe separate from the allegations off the field. But, I think a lot of teams did homework on him. And it was really curious because he didn't have 30 visits. And that's always a kind of like a guy with these red flags to not go on these 30 visits. A little bit of a not sure what to make of that. But, you think about the Ravens needing more pass rush juice. And this is if you could get this guy outside the first round, it's a heck of a steal. And, we'll look back at this in 5 years and judge it more accurately. But I'm all for taking a chance on a player with this type of talent.
On a football level,
yes,
it makes all the sense in the world. Like, they absolutely needed a player with this sort of skill set within that defense.
Just on the field, I thought he was a top 5 player in this draft. I mean, you mentioned it. It's kind of a lot of the reasons that you would like Abdul Carter, where just the bend is really impressive. He's incredibly explosive. There was a play, I want to say it was against Virginia Tech, where a lot of times you see a guy's explosiveness when he's just getting after the passer, but he's kind of the contained guy on a rollout. And his ability to turn almost 180 degrees and flip back out to the sideline and burst out of it. Just an incredibly explosive athlete. And at that position in particular, that's what you bet on. So they've already got some dirty work guys in this group, obviously, with the Ravens. For them to just go get speed, I think makes some sense.
Van Noy's getting up there. Ojabo hasn't worked out the way they were hoping. Oweh, I don't think, has really lived up to being a first-round pick. So you could argue that edge was their most important position to address in the draft and did it in a big way.
There's no doubt. I had seen the pick before it flashed on the screen. That's why I'm smiling. RJ Harvey goes to the Broncos.
I like it.
Love this.
Yes.
He's one of my favorite players in the draft. I think when you watch him, there are a lot of shades of what Bucky Irving was on the field last year for the Bucs. And he might have more pick-me-up.
He's got more. He's more dynamic
than a Bucky Irving does. And so we talk about a make-you-miss guy that can make explosive plays within this offense. If it wasn't going to be TreVeyon Henderson among this group of running backs, I would have hoped it was going to be RJ Harvey. This is one of my favorite picks of the whole draft when you think about fit within and what they needed within this group.
So much fun to watch. Almost a quarter of his runs this year resulted in a gain of 10-plus yards. He's just, every single play could be something big. He's a former quarterback. Originally went to Virginia, transfers to UCF. He reluctantly moves to running back. But the last 2 years at UCF, it was just production. And he has make you miss, but he can also lower his pads. He's got a little bit of pop at contact. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. So there were some teams that had him as the top senior running back in this class, even ahead of TreVeyon.
This is a fascinating pick because this is one of those players where we've talked about this dynamic before. I kind of struggled with him a little bit. But then you give him to Sean Payton. It's actually not size for me, although that is completely fair. For me, it's he's one of those guys where it's how much appetite do you have for the boomer bust at running back position? Because the difference for me with a guy like Bucky Irving, his vision and footwork is phenomenal. Harvey will just do some mind-boggling stuff sometimes.
I guess the stop
and start. To
me, it's a stop and start in the open field.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's just kind of, to me, the decision-making. But, again, you put him behind a Broncos offensive line that is going to make the decision-making very easy. All right, you can sell me on this.
We talked about the Raiders, the Chargers, just becoming more intriguing on offense. What I find really impressive about what the Broncos did offensively last year is they immediately became the sort of team where I wanted cool players to play for them. Right. And so the fact that I was waiting and wanting them to do something at running back because I want to see what it does for the group they already have, that's a testament to what Sean Payton and that staff are putting together over there.
And you can, going back to this running back position in this draft, they made some calls to go up and get TreVeyon Henderson. It didn't work out. Maybe they were just the asking price was too much, but in this draft you could wait and not have to force the issue, and they get RJ Harvey here, who it's going to be fun to watch him in that offense in different ways. Look, he's different than Audric Estime, and so how they use him and just the different ways he can impact the game is going to be a lot of fun.
Happy birthday, Derrik. Trey Amos off the board, 61st overall, one of your favorite players in this draft. He goes to Washington, who very much has a need for a corner. They went out and got Jonathan Jones on a cheap deal this offseason. I think this potentially allows them to move Mikey Sainristil back into the nickel where they wanted him to play originally. So corner absolutely was one of the biggest needs on the board for Washington. And I think both of you guys like this player a lot.
Dan Quinn knows ball, man. And what have I said? What have we said, whether it's talking about other corners or just talking about how much I love Trey Amos? He, to me, among the guys left, is the man coverage guy. He's the, get on your face and press coverage right on the line of scrimmage. Dan Quinn loves single high and man coverage more than anybody. And last year, obviously, he was doing some more of the cover two stuff. And he grew to do more of that in Dallas. But also last year, they just didn't have corners who were good at playing man coverage. So for them to go out and get him, I love it. And then you mentioned Mike Sainristil. This is a little bit of a 2-for-1 because Sainristil was nice on the outside. I think think
because he had to.
Right. He's like a B.
Trent McDuffie.
Right, exactly. He's a B corner on the outside. On the inside, he can be like a difference. He can be like Teron Johnson. And that's like a huge, if they can get a 2-for-1 here, that's awesome.
And they brought Iguanagami back, but it was on a really tiny
He's
deal.
insurance.
So this is insurance now.
Yeah.
So it always made more sense to me for them to move Sainristil back inside, and that seems to be exactly what we're doing here. Dan, I'm curious because you actually like Amos more in zone than you do as a man corner. So if they want to play more man, how do you actually think that works?
Yeah, and I think he got better this year because that was the thought coming into the year. That's why some teams are just out on Amos. But as the year went on, you started to see it more. And then at the pro day, the way he moved, the way that how comfortable he was playing close to the line of scrimmage, smothering guys, slants, or just getting physical right off the bat was really impressive. So I think as the year went on, you became more comfortable with the idea he could play either and be just fine. Goes to the combine 4.42 in the 40-yard dash. So, Amos was a player last year at this time, was a late-round pick at best, totally flipped the narrative. I thought he'd go a little bit earlier here in the second round, but if you're the Commanders, I think you gotta love this. You went offensive line in the first round with Josh Connerly, come back and get if they took Trey Amos in the first round, I don't think anybody would have blinked and said, okay, there's a need at corner, I understand it. So to get Amos at this point in the draft makes perfect sense.
Two areas of the roster that just needed addressing this offseason
doubt.
were the offensive and talent-wise, right? The offensive line was not a major liability last year, but they had to do so much to paper over it. They needed upgrades at those spots. They get two of them with Connerly and Laramie Tunsil, and now they go out and get another corner.
And that's perfect because think about what we saw from Washington last year on both sides of the ball. Obviously, the offense was one of the most explosive in the league. And then on defense, they were pretty bad, but they could get explosive. Like, they could actually make plays. They could get the havoc plays. And so for them to clearly attack, what you might call the preventative positions on the roster, where it's like, okay, let's just protect our quarterback. And then on defense, okay, let's just protect the secondary a little bit, make sure we're not giving up plays. They already know how to get the explosive. They just needed to not give up as many explosives on both sides.
I'm sure Washington fans are looking at edge rusher as maybe a bigger need than corner. They're kind of the same to me, right? Because, again, if you want to play Sainristil at the nickel, you needed another outside corner. And so I do think that there are pretty glaring holes at both of those spots. It's probably, if you're stacking up priorities, it's not that far away in my mind.
And I think Amos is just a better player than any of the defensive ends left. And I like some of the ends, whether it's, a Birch or Landon Jackson, some guys like that. But to me, Amos is a tier above those guys.
Yeah, but you wanted like a pass rushing demon to go with Lawrence Armstrong.
Yes.
There isn't really a lot of those guys left now that Mike Green is off the board. Be curious to see what this is. I always thought Caleb Johnson made sense for the Bears. He took a 30 visit there. They still, my assumption is they'll address running back at some point in this draft. We'll see if they can wait, but Caleb Johnson here I think would make sense for Chicago.
My top two needs they haven't addressed, and that's defensive tackle and safety.
Yeah, they need both of them.
Right. So, we're in a position, Xavier Watts is still out there. There's still some defensive tackles that are available, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go on the defensive side of the ball.
What do you got for me, Des White? It's gonna be Jalen Knoll. We're just stacking up the
Why
slot
not?
guys. I'm shocked he's still available. I mean, I guess I'm not shocked he's still available. I think it's a mistake that he is.
Agree.
That's a better way to put it.
Yes.
For sure, yeah.
You guys just spoiling it for me here.
Shamar turn, right?
I love it.
Makes sense.
Again, I would rather do this than running back.
Yeah.
Because you look at the defensive line, and even after getting Grady Jarrett Andrew Billings is a free agent after the year. Andrew Billings is a very different sort of player than what Shamar Turner is. And so having one more guy who can be disruptive, they needed disruption from somewhere up front over the course of this draft. And to get it this late in the second round, Shamar Turner is a fun player.
He is a very fun player. He's a little overzealous.
That's what I want out of my defensive lineman.
As you say, it's like if you're just a fan of another team and you watch him, like he'll make you just you'll be annoyed by him because of just the extracurriculars. But if he's on your team, you'll love it.
Great.
He's a foxhole type. You want him with you, and so this I like it. I like it for the Bears. He brings attitude. He has inside-outside experience, put on weight, and I think if not for the injury stuff that was going on, he had a stress fracture, a rod put in his leg. If not for that, he would have gone to the Senior Bowl and made some noise, gone to the Combine, made some noise, and there'd probably be a little more attention around him. But he was an easy player to like as long as you feel like, all right, just reel it back a little bit. Let's add a little more discipline to his game, and we feel like we have a really solid starter.
How long do you think his arms are?
I mean, he's a Dennis Allen player, so it's got to be like 85th percentile?
33 and a half. It's 33 and a half, 6'3", 290. And so you mentioned that inside-outside versatility. If you want to play him as an end on base downs and then move him inside, you get Odangbo, Sweat, him, and a combination of Gervon Dexter and Grady Jarrett on the field on third down. This team has been lacking that sort of package.
And they might, because I'm not saying he's going to be Cam Jordan, obviously an incredible player, but some of like Cam Jordan has that where it's like, okay, he's kind of a defensive tackle sometimes, or at points in his career was a little bit bigger, and the best versions of the Dennis Allen defense were Cam Jordan playing that like big end role. And so if they want to do some of that with Turner and then obviously have him major at defensive tackle, it would be pretty cool.
And he was more productive as an edge guy 2 years ago.
Right.
I mean, he had 10.5 tackles for loss and 6 sacks 2 years ago when he was playing on the edge. He moves inside. This year, that production goes down a little bit.
Added 30 pounds, and just he was part of the rotation. But he was a guy that showed up on every tape. The LSU tape especially, just they had no answer for him. So, yeah, he is a productive player, a fierce player, an active player, and someone that I think we'll hear from immediately in Chicago.
Omar Norman-Lott goes to the Chiefs at 63, a team that desperately needed another defensive tackle next to Chris Jones. I would say even with the offensive line, you could make a really strong argument that their second defensive tackle spot was the biggest need on the entire roster coming into the draft.
Yeah, and I struggled with him. He averaged 17 defensive snaps a game in Tennessee. Like, it's a tricky projection because obviously
17?
Yes. So you are drafting him to play double that at this point.
In the second round?
Yes. So it's a little, can he handle that? Can he, what are you going to get on a consistent basis if you ask him to play that many snaps? Because
do you have any clarity on why?
They ran a heavy rotation just in general with all their guys that they had, and it was a case of just wanting to make sure they had fresh bodies out there. Do they trust them all the time? Maybe not. And so that was kind of the projection was, okay, how many, if you gave him more snaps to handle, how could he do it? How would he hold up? Because you like the athlete, you like the idea of him. 6'2", 305 pounds. He's a decent athlete, moves well. Like the flashes pop when you watch him on film. He moves well against the run. He can create disruption. But what's it going to look like when he plays 35 snaps a game? That's the big question.
I think asking a guy to play more than he's ever played from the college level, guys who I think are really, really good top 75 picks, usually those are guys that are playing every single snap, or not every single snap, but a majority of them. So the fact that he hasn't done that, I think, is a huge kind of issue to me.
Typically, if guys are good, they earn more playing
regardless
time, right?
of the rotation.
I mean,
and if you look at only the pass rush win rate and the some of those percentages, it looks great. I mean, he didn't play a ton of snaps.
That's the thing. Imagine if a guy like I don't know, another defensive tackle in this class like Darius Alexander. Okay, what if he only had to play 17 snaps a game? Imagine his freshness. Right. His rates would probably look insane, especially at the level that he was playing at. So I think that's kind of like you're mentioning, Dane, why some of the rate stat stuff is kind of tricky with him.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, like you said, defensive tackle was pretty clearly their biggest issue. I would say even more so than offensive line.
Same.
It's just, offensive line, you're protecting Pat Mahomes, so I think you always want it. But defensive tackle, I think, has been an issue for them for a while, and Wharton was an okay player for them. But after that, it was like they were just hanging on to Derrik Nnadi for a long time, and obviously a different player here, but they needed somebody else, even if maybe a little bit of a reach here.
Eagles on the board at 64, Derrik. They took Jahad Campbell in the first round.
Really quick, on Jahad Campbell, listening to Howie Roseman talk about Jahad Campbell,
Sounded like me.
he mentioned the word edge more than he mentioned linebacker.
I think that's what he sees him as.
And I think they see Jahad Campbell as their Micah Parsons.
Interesting.
I think that's how they envision Jahad Campbell being. Obviously, they face Parsons twice a year. They know how disruptive that can be. I think that's how they see Campbell and what he could possibly be for them.
It might make
really
a little bit
interesting.
more sense when you think about them committing to the position, because Nakobe Dean's been good for them. I mean, I don't think Nakobe Dean is, obviously the injury is a question, but in terms of the production on the field, the way he played last year, he wasn't the sort of player that you just discard.
Right.
So them seeing him as more of like a functional piece you can move around, they have more of a need at the edge, on the edge, than they do at off-ball linebacker. And so I kind of like that if that's their thought process with him.
I kind of don't hate it. And, I had a couple of clips here that I could have potentially showed, and I was actually going to show one that was in coverage. But obviously, if that's, potentially not going to be on the board for them, and they might be going in a different direction here. I had one where actually he is hunting the quarterback on a rollout. And I think you just really see his explosion, his ability to go get towards the quarterback. So let me scroll down here against
Bo
Vandy.
Allen dressed like a Coen Brothers movie
look at that
character. This is just unbelievable look.
Amazing.
I like a green suit, and so I like
Sure.
what he's going with here. All right, so you sent me this clip, and I saw it. I had like an audible guffaw.
You'll see Jahad Campbell right here, and they're running a little bit of a sim pressure where they're just going to send Campbell immediately, but he's going to recognize that he's getting rolled out against here, and you're going to see him, okay, so immediately he stops here, and he sees the quarterback rolling out right here, and he's immediately like, all right, I need to get to the edge, and so I think he's going to do a good job of that. You just see how fast he gets there and meets the back. He meets the back here, and typically for a lot of guys, that's going to be too disruptive. It's going to knock them off their spot. They're not going to be able to get in front of the quarterback. Campbell has no issue just throwing that guy off of him and hunting the quarterback down and forcing what ends up being a push on the sideline. Ball's a little bit too late, and he's not able to get there. I'll show it again from here. Again, here is Campbell, number 11, big man. And you're just going to see him again. I'm going to roll the clip. Just throws the. I mean, that's embarrassing what he does to that running back.
It's very impolite.
It is impolite. And then he's just going to hunt this quarterback down, and he's going to force this throw. That's just a little bit weird on the sideline. So I think that's a lot of the stuff that you get from Campbell, where he's just the athletic ability, the burst in space like that. It's phenomenal.
Are you buying that in terms of like his upside as a pass rusher?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, think about him lurking as like over the A gap, and as a quarterback, you have to figure out, okay, is he coming? Is he not? Is he like, you have to account for him every single snap. So instead of sticking him off the ball, where he can do it and he has the range and the ability to be a really good linebacker, using him as a downhill force player, to me, is the best way to get the most out of him in terms of impact potential.
Eagles pick is in. Team that needed a safety after moving on from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Draft Andrew Makuba from Texas. You had him as kind of a third, fourth round player, Dane. So this is a little bit earlier than you might have expected him to go. What do you think about this?
Well, this is where you can call me a sizist, because I was taught you don't draft safeties under 200 pounds. And I've come off that a little bit. I have an open mind.
186.
He's very undersized.
Safety smaller than me, I do not support.
Yes.
That's a fair thing to live
Right?
by.
But it's not only that, it's the way he plays. Like if he were he thirsts for contact.
He
Like
plays like C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
yes, he does. He flies down the alley seeking out contact. He's a violent player. He's a fun player to watch. But if you told me that he was going to be healthy for, an average 16 games a year the next 3-4 years, I'd be fine with this. But just wondering, can he hold up with that type of appetite for contact? That's where the question marks come in. But really like the football player, and he was at Clemson his first 3 years. It was an inconsistent player. He transfers to Texas, and it just kind of opened up for him. He plays with so much confidence, and it's really fun to watch. There's no second guessing himself. He plays with a ton of conviction and allows him to make plays.
One of the biggest moments of last night, the Falcons trading up into the first round. They make that deal with the Los Angeles Rams, who pick up a future first-round pick as part of that package. Here to talk through that move and the Rams drafting another offensive skill position player in this year's draft, it is our Rams writer here at The Athletic, Jordan Rodriguez. Jordan, Terrence Ferguson going to the Rams is just one of those moments where it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. It shouldn't be surprised at this point.
Yeah, I feel like I should have just written it. I had a pre-write ready. I should have just written it in advance, insert hyper athletic, versatile Sean McVay, probably tatted tight end here. That is who they were going with the entire time. They really liked him. He was actually one of their top players on their board between scouts and coaches. And their first plan after they failed on the trade up quest, which they seem to try to do every year at this point, but don't succeed in. But then their top plan was to trade back. As we know, Les Snead loves that. And then entering day 2, their top target was Terrence Ferguson. So not really surprised by that. He is such a fit, and Will Stein in Oregon does already run a lot of Sean McVay borrowed and stolen at times concepts that Terrence was talking to us about already. Really excited to see how he fits here.
Do you have a sense of who they were trying to move up for yesterday, if they were trying to get up a little bit higher?
Well, Diana Rossini, our great colleague, she was reporting that it was for Tet, which doesn't really surprise me, but I want to make sure too, every year these guys will go on some sort of quest for if they have the ammo and they have either a late first round or even no first round, they'll go for some sort of quest for a difference making skill player. And they have not been shy about, even with adding Devontae Adams and extending Tutu Atwell, and they're rebuilding this receivers room around Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. They haven't been shy, and Sean McVay certainly hasn't been shy about wanting to continue adding to that room. There just isn't a lot of depth behind those guys, and they want to keep looking at the future of that position group as well, and adding different types of receivers as well. So doesn't surprise me at all. I know they did a lot of work on a lot of different receivers from going all the way through the entirety of the draft. I would not be surprised if they dipped back at that position, despite the fact they just took technically someone who will be a skill player in this offense in Terrence Ferguson.
They pick up an extra first-round pick as part of that deal with the Falcons. How unsettling is it to you, the fact that you're going to be covering a Rams draft next year, potentially, where they have 2 first-round picks?
Well, I'll just quote Sean McVay on that one. For now, right? How am I supposed to believe that they'll keep them? You know what I mean? Either they'll package them and trade for somebody, or they'll be going on a run and they'll decide, hey, we can go back to our FM picks model. This is a team that expects they're going to go for a Super Bowl this year. Getting back Matthew Stafford and having him on a year-to-year deal, yes, they are going to be looking at the future, a post-Matthew Stafford world, and that extra first-round pick could be helpful in that regard next draft. But even before that, my guard is up, my flags are up even before that, because this is a team that has not been shy about, when they do feel like they're about to make a run, hasn't been shy about going after and getting players who are that one extra missing piece that they believe could help push them from contending team to championship team.
Derrick's first response last night when they made that deal and got the extra first, is this potentially them positioning themselves for a post-Matthew Stafford world in a draft where they're going to be quarterbacks? Was that on your mind when you saw the haul when they moved out of the first round yesterday?
Yes, and even before that, because there was a lot of strange buzz around the Rams and quarterbacks this class, but I never got the perception at any point that they were super, super high on this. And as you guys know, I spent last season with their scouting and talent identification department for a project that I did called Finding Rams. And the order of operations that they do, the coaches see film in the process, very, very late in the process. And it's a real exercise in communication about how they identify and match Sean McVay's scheme, and especially some of the new coaches that come in year over year, traits and scheme and different tweaks and different things that the coaching staff is incubating and working on instead of going to the All-Star games. Then they match those traits with the new versions of whatever this offense is going to look like. And in that order of operations, I never got the sense that Sean McVay, but then also some of his his coaches, assistant coaches, did a huge amount of, hey, this could be real hot with a high pick work on quarterbacks. Now, could they pick up a backup still? Sure, but Sean McVay really likes, as you guys know, Jimmy Garoppolo, and he really likes his quarterback's room the way it stands. And I'll say it again, for now, because we know that Matthew Stafford is now going to be on year-to-year terms with the Rams. And the communication is as such that when he's ready, they're going to be ready. If he's not ready, they certainly would like to not be ready. I mean, this is this kind of like an open line of dialogue with them, and it will be for the next at least a year and potentially a couple years after that. So preparing as if you might need a plan post Matthew, if that is what happens, you have to at least be prepared for that option if it does happen. And this is something that would certainly help with that.
I can't wait for us to spend 2 months talking about them trading up for a quarterback next year, and then it's a receiver in the top 10.
Yeah.
Or they'd get rid of it before the draft season. Or they get rid of it before this year's trade deadline. Who knows?
We'll be
this team is a walking
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And listen, I think the lesson here is that anything is on the table with this team at any time. Jordan Rodriguez, always great to chat with you. Hope you're enjoying yourself out there. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys. There's helicopters behind me.
Couple picks have rolled in as we were talking to Jordan. Darius Alexander from Toledo goes to the Giants with the first pick of the 3rd round. This was a spot next to Dexter Lawrence. I mean, I've talked about this so much in the process where they're throwing Abdul Carter on that team, and everyone was like, "Oh man, watch out for that defensive line." And my refrain every time was, "Well, who's playing next to Dexter Lawrence?
Yeah.
Who's playing next to Dexter
behind
Lawrence?"
him. It's thin.
It is not a good group,
Yes.
that defensive tackle group. So to see them go get a guy in Darius Alexander, who, Dan, I think easily could have been drafted higher in round 2 based on the tape from this year. I like the way that group is really starting to come together now if a guy like this hits.
And this is where I was on board with Derrik. There were times you saw him in first-round mocks, and I couldn't get there with him. Here in the 60s, absolutely. Roll the dice on a player like this who's 6'4", 305, 34 inch arms. He's a good athlete. It's just he was a 6-year senior at Toledo, and he's not yet the sum of his parts. Yeah. You see the length, you see power, you see quickness, you see body control, but why isn't it not coming together more consistently? And so, yeah, you like the flashes, you like what he did the Senior Bowl, but what am I getting on a consistent basis? But here in the 60s, this is where you take a chance on a player like this.
He's such an interesting mesh of skills because I think in terms of what he does well, obviously he's really long, so he can just get on you really quickly. And then once he does kind of have that lower body power to kind of push through you, and then that quick finish at the end to be able to separate himself and go get to the quarterback. I think what he struggles with a little bit right now is like some of the block recognition stuff. You can kind of see him get caught. And then in terms of him getting out of his stance, I think he's a little bit slow. So I like him in this 60s range, but they needed it bad.
I'm just laughing because they're showing the Browns war room, and Jimmy Haslam was just hanging out behind Andrew Berry like the angel of death. It's, like, it's just a very ominous presence sitting there. We talked about tight end potentially being a position that the Browns would chase in this draft. It is a position of need for them. Harold Fannin, one of the most interesting players in this class. Just a fascinating prospect. Not surprised that the Browns liked him as they were thinking about how to potentially be creative to add pass catching options to this offense.
20 years old. He's a Northeast Ohio kid from Canton. And so they're going to keep him in Northeast Ohio, which is cool. We said we were talking about the 2nd round picks, about maybe going Mason Taylor. If they weren't, they were going to draft tight end later in the 3rd round. This is a position they wanted to address along with behind David Njoku, get him on the field at the same time. Fannin, I mean, for a guy that is so young and was a safety in high school and really wasn't a full-time receiver, for him to be the central part of an offense like he was at Bowling Green, and then for him to respond and have the production that he did, 117 catches. And yeah, he did a lot of it against MAC competition, but you throw on the Penn State tape, you throw on the Texas A&M tape, and you see him produce. And it looks a little bit different. It's a little awkward with some of the movements, but
I think it works in his favor.
I
think it's part of what makes him the player that he is.
It really is. And what I like most about him is the catch point skills. Like, for as many targets as he saw, you just rarely saw drops. You rarely saw him fight the ball. And so he's straight line explosive. He makes it work for him. He's got a little bit of juice after the catch. And again, he's 20 years old. This is a team that cares a lot about age and getting a guy that you feel like is ascending. So this was an easy fit to see come together.
And he's a guy who, again, he's young in general, but young to the position, like you said. And to the fact that he could be that productive anywhere. I know Bowling Green is obviously lower level of competition, but the fact that you could be the most productive tight end in the country by a good margin, at that age, I think is super impressive. You know, you mentioned it. He's a weird athlete, but he's not a bad athlete. He's just kind of duck-footed, but he's explosive,
unique,
and
yeah.
he's got good body control. We
And
mentioned it on one of the shows
people
earlier.
They struggle to understand what he's going to do.
It's why
because
Isaiah
of it.
Likely is kind of hard to
Yeah,
cover.
that's a great
he's another guy
comparison.
where
That
he
is
looks
a great
weird,
comparison.
but
That is the
it works.
comparison, yes.
And he's been a really good receiver for the Ravens. It took a year or two to fully flesh out what they wanted, but the Browns have time for that because they already have a tight end number 1 in David Njoku.
And now I'm just imagining, again, those offenses a couple of years ago, they were in 12 personnel as much as they were. Not just the idea of having 2 tight ends on the field, but think about all of the creative ways they got the ball to the tight ends in that offense. All the screens, all the slide routes, all the late, you're chipping, you're late releasing, and he's a good run after catch player. And so I think that when I conceive of Kevin Stefanski at his best, it is manifested in weird players like this. And so I'm excited to see what he can do with a guy like Fannin and Njoku in the same offense.
Darian Porter off the board here to the Raiders corner. I did not expect him to be the next Iowa State player drafted over Jalen Noel.
What do you think about the pick itself?
Porter's tough because he is, on paper, a day 2 pick all day. I mean, when you look at a guy that's almost 6'4", and 200 pounds, and a 4'3" athlete, and just a phenomenal athlete all around in terms of the jumps. He's a big-time track guy. I think he still holds the high school record. And so with Porter, it's more of the idea of him. But, okay, he was a receiver when he got to Iowa State, moved him to corner. This year, he was even though he was a starter, he was kind of a sub-package player. Like, he wasn't, they would take him off the field at times. It's like, okay, if you're that good, why are you not playing full-time snaps? So I think the traits and the idea of him are why he's the pick here. It was just a little more rich than where I would want to take a chance on a guy like this.
He's not in your top 100.
He just missed. He was like 103, 104, yeah.
And corner's kind of an interesting position because I think it's one of those ones where we all have a cutoff for the 40, right? It's like you really don't want a corner that's typically over 4.55 probably, and especially over 4.6. It's like, oh no. But I think sometimes we do the opposite thing where we see a corner run really fast and we're like, oh man, he's going to be such a difference.
Isn't that a Pete Carroll thing though?
But
isn't it a traitsy, projecty cornerback, a Pete Carroll thing?
His Reek Woolen, that's kind of what this is.
But wasn't Reek Woolen so much younger, and you could kind of see the projection a little bit more?
Right.
With Porter, older player again, doesn't play all that much.
And Woolen fell to the 5th round
with it. Right, and that's the other
it
thing.
wasn't the first pick, one of the first picks in the 3rd round.
Porter would be fine, not at pick 68.
Is there another corner you potentially liked better here? Because they have a screaming need at outside corner.
2 of my favorite corners in this draft, Jacob Parrish and Noel Williams. I really like both those players.
Good players.
Let's talk about this pick first. I was going to go back and talk about Ashton Galati to the Chiefs, which is an interesting one considering they went defensive tackle at the end of the 2nd round. But we talk about Jalen Noel potentially being the mea culpa for Lad McConkey. This is the same kind of deal for me.
Exactly.
Where I'm just going, and again, Jalen Polk was a really nice college player, but I think Kyle Williams was a favorite in the process for a lot of people for a very good reason. And this feels like a very worthwhile swing at this point in the draft for the Patriots who need receivers.
Because he's not big. He's 5'11", 190. He is not a bigger receiver, but he's fast. And his ability to get off coverage at the line of scrimmage and then downfield was really impressive. And you see it on tape. You see it at the Senior Bowl was kind of eye-opening to me. Jalen Noel, to me, was the best receiver I saw in Mobile, but it was close between him and Kyle Williams with the way he performed. And, there was probably the most popular player the last month and a half in terms of 30 visits, in terms of those private workouts. A lot of teams were interested in Kyle Williams, so we weren't even sure if he'd make it to the 3rd round. But he does, and the Patriots, this is the weapon that they're getting for Drake May. Maybe this is his Josh Downs that he had at North Carolina.
Honestly, I don't hate that. I mean, Downs is more of a slot player than Kyle Williams is, but in terms of just the route running, technical proficiency, I think Kyle Williams brings a lot of that to the table. We always talk about this, Derrik, where I come a little bit later to the process and I have an idea of what a player might be, and then I turn it on, and every once in a while I'm a little bit surprised. And Kyle Williams, it was a lot of that release package stuff, the route running efficiency. And then I watched him play, and just some of the cut-ups from Washington State, he's really good with the ball in his hands. When you just spit the ball out to him, he is a playmaker. And so when I'm watching the guy, I'm like, well, he's a good route runner, and he's good with the ball in his hands, and he's explosive. He's a little bit undersized, and it's a late breakout. And so there are knocks against him, but I think he checks a lot of boxes for a team that really needs useful players on offense.
And they need explosion on
Yes.
offense. Like, I actually think that what we saw kind of from May last year is that I think the floor for him is significantly higher, and then you help raise the floor, obviously drafting a left tackle and Will Campbell. They really needed explosive playmakers. Obviously, they do that with TreVeyon Henderson. And then to go get a guy like Kyle Williams, really good downfield player, and May can obviously throw down the field. Williams is just such a funny case. I think him and Diggs are both kind of like the stereotypical receiver in terms of the way that they operate. Like, I would say some of the issues with Williams are sometimes when the ball's in the air, he just doesn't want to go up and get it. But I just don't think you're going to ask him to do that. You're going to ask him to be kind of like what Darnell Mooney was for the Falcons. And it's probably a little better with the ball in his hands than Mooney, but just in terms of the routes that you're asking him to run.
You're laughing, Dane. The Lions trade up to 70 to take Isaac Tesla from Arkansas.
They thought they had to trade up to get him. That's interesting. Yeah, nothing against Tesla. It's just there's a lot of day 3 grades around the league on Tesla, and so workout in terms of the combine and what he did in his workout is crazy. I mean, we're 6'4", 214 pounds, 4.43 in the 40, 39.5-inch vert, 6.85 3-cone, just unbelievable. But he coming out of high school, he was a wing T quarterback. Him and Cam Ward, wing T quarterbacks in high school. But he didn't have any offers, D1. So he goes D2, Hillsdale, out of high school. After a couple years, decides to make that jump. Arkansas gives him a shot. And he was okay at Arkansas, but it's not like he was a he this past year, 546 receiving yards. That was the most that he had in his 2 years at Arkansas. So it's not like he lit the world on fire with what he did once he got to the SEC. Now, I'm all for betting on the trades. It's just a little bit early, I think, to do it on this player.
But they did this, was it last year or maybe the year before, at offensive line?
Where they just second mention of him on this show today. Right, just a surprise.
That's what the draft is all about. It's just picking weird guys and just remembering stuff. But they clearly have shown an appetite for.
And they traded up for him too.
Yeah. Right. In the 3rd or 4th round, if they just see a guy who they think is a crazy, crazy athlete, they'll be like, we don't care what anybody else thinks. We trust our coaching staff to develop him. And I do think out of, if you were to pick 5 coaching staffs and teams that are like, okay, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for whatever they want to do, Lions are probably in that bunch.
2 2026 third rounders for the Lions. 102 and 2 2026 third rounders to move up for Tesla.
That is a lot.
It's a lot to give up for a player that you don't necessarily love.
Well, and look, he is a phenomenal athlete who catches the ball well. That's a great place to start.
Yeah.
I just wish we saw that that testing athleticism more within the context of him as a receiver, as a route runner, getting off coverage. I just don't think we saw it enough translate to doing wide receiver things. So I like the foundational traits of him as an athlete for that size. And again, the way he's a really natural catcher of the football, especially for a guy who was a wing T quarterback in high school. But to me, you take a chance on those types of guys on day 3. It's just interesting. They thought they had to trade up to get him here in the early 3rd round.
What I find fascinating about this is that I was just, no matter who it is, I just call it the Josh Reynolds role within the offense.
That's what I was thinking.
It's just the Josh Reynolds role within the Lions offense. And the 2 guys to man that role over the last couple of years are Josh Reynolds and Tim Patrick. Think about Josh Reynolds and Tim Patrick and just like what kind of NFL players there are. Just reliable, safe. The floor is extremely high. Just somebody you can put out there and be like, I know he's got it. Yeah. This is the exact opposite way of trying to address that position within the offense. And it just as that kind of idea, I kind of love it. It's just so different than what they've done at this spot traditionally within that offense.
And I just think it's interesting that they've done so well with having either signing or drafting some of these guys in maybe the mid-rounds where it's like, okay, we know what he can be. And so the fact that now obviously they've had a couple years now of very obvious success, they may be feeling themselves a little bit of like, we can take some chances. We'll see if we can hit a home run here on a weird pitch. So I kind of like the attitude.
Yeah, I mean, and he'll play special teams. Like, he'll be on coverages and, but again, it's just traded to get into the early third to get him, you obviously have a big plan for him.
Special teams like ability and for early third round picks you're trading up for, not typically the first thing that we talk about with guys drafted in this range.
Yeah, I guarantee you he is a Dan Campbell guy. Like he will play through pain. When he was at Hillsdale, his final year, 2002, he played through a broken hand the entire year. How do you do that as a receiver?
Yeah, it's crazy.
He speaks to Dan Campbell in a big way, and so I'm sure he was a favorite of probably the coaching staff and the scouting staff.
Hillsdale, Jared Valdir? Hillsdale, right?
Gosh.
I'm pretty sure Jared Valdir went to Hillsdale.
I think you're right. Yeah.
That was the last NFL player I can remember that went there.
I think you're right. Yeah, we don't hear that D2 school very often when it comes to producing NFL talent, but yeah, I mean, he had a nice career.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, he was a good player.
Probably,
absolutely. Well, I want to hit all the picks, so let's backtrack a little bit. The only one that we missed was Ashton Galati going at 66 to the Chiefs. We were talking about Galati a little bit today before the show started today, Dane. You like him as a player.
I really do. He is like he prefers hand-to-hand combat. He will, for a guy that doesn't have very big hands, he will.
Yeah, we have the same size hands.
He is quick. He is fierce. He is physical. And it's a little bit smaller of a frame. I mean, he's not small. He's 260, but he's
one of the Karloftises.
Yeah, exactly. Very active. Exactly. He is in the backfield consistently. So only 4.5 sacks, but his pressure numbers were unbelievable. And so he's a guy that you keep watching the tape and consistently in the backfield. So he was a favorite of a lot of NFL teams who I know the Ravens really like. If the Ravens didn't have a chance at Mike Green, I think they might have taken him when they did. A lot of teams liked Gelati.
You know, it's funny, Robert. We went to lunch earlier and we were talking about some of these, the mid-round edge rushers we might get here, and I was like, Gelati is kind of like, what if George Karlaftis was just a little bit worse? And he's slightly more sawed off. His hands are a little bit smaller, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. Like, I think a player like that.
George Karlaftis is a first-round pick.
Right, exactly. But if you're that's where you end up is at the top of the third round, and so he's just one of those guys where there's not necessarily one trait that pops, but he's a good enough athlete. He's kind of built pretty sturdy, and he just does stuff. Like, he has a great attitude. The motor is phenomenal. Like, I think he's going to be a useful player for them. So I like the pick. And the Chiefs have not picked up Karlaftis' fifth-year option, if I'm correct on that. They haven't. I assume they
I'd be shocked if they didn't.
But it's still good insurance if they
but
don't
even
want to.
If you look at the rotation of edge guys, I believe Emmanwori is back only on a one-year deal, and this is just a defense and a front. When you watch them play last year, they just were not affecting the game often enough. And so to see them double dip at this range of the draft to just try to get some impact from that group collectively, it's not surprising at all based on what that Chiefs defense felt like last season.
It speaks to maybe their frustration with our Kansas State rusher who they drafted in the first round.
FAU.
Yes, exactly. So he has not necessarily lived up to being a first-round pick to this point, and so
he's not as than anything, right?
Right. So you are really bulking up that rotation, and here another defensive end off the board of the Bills.
Well, it's funny, we were talking about potential options for defensive end for the Bills, and all the guys who weren't long enough to play defensive end for the Bills. Landon Jackson from Arkansas, certainly long enough to play defensive end for the Bills.
It certainly fits, and Bosa you brought in on a one-year deal, Epenesa's in a contract year, so it was a sneaky area of need for the Bills.
I didn't even know if it was that sneaky.
Yeah, you're probably
for
right.
me, it was near the top of the list.
And I think with Rousseau and Bosa, it looks good on paper, but behind them, you really needed to address the position. So if they went Landon Jackson in the first round, I don't think anybody would have necessarily been too surprised. So to get him here in the third, and again, he is a stiff player, but he's so long and he's active. And just throw on the LSU tape and watch him go up against Will Campbell and see him have some success because of the motor, because he's not going to consistently win high side. That's just not really his game because he is a little bit stiff, but he's so long and powerful, and he just doesn't quit going to the quarterback.
The idea of him and Rousseau on the outside and just the range you have with – I watched some of Landon Jackson today, and just his ability to push the pocket and the straight line explosiveness that he plays with, you notice it. you really do notice it. So I think this was a need for them. I think they needed a guy who could affect the game like this for the rest of the defensive line to come together, and to see them double dip at defensive tackle and then at defensive end again. Not surprising after you watch that defense in the back half of last year.
He had the best vertical of any defensive end in this draft.
And you see it on film.
He's explosive.
Right there.
If you're going to jump like that, you want to see that explosiveness translate. It absolutely does for Landon Jackson. But again, he's not bendy. I mean, he is a very, very rigid player in the way that Dane said. So that's why you have a guy that can fall to 72 with some of the things that you like about him, because there are very clear deficiencies. But for the Bills and what they're looking for, I think it does make a lot of sense.
I liked it.
Have we missed any? Oh, man.
We missed Saints.
Jets, right?
So we got a couple here. Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle from Texas, goes 71st overall to the Saints. How you feeling about that?
He was kind of a late riser through the process. Teams, he missed the Senior Bowl, he missed the Combine. Like, he was kind of a little bit of a out of sight, out of mind. But teams were really intrigued with him because he's a good-sized athlete, moves well for that size, and kind of the same thing with Alfred Collins, where he was stuck on the depth chart behind the two guys last year with T'Vondre Sweat, Byron Murphy. He got a chance this year, and he made some plays. So, again, it's the planet theory. There's only so many guys on this planet that size that can do some of those things, have the length, have the movement skills. Broughton's one of them. So, not a surprise that he went this early just because of the late buzz that I was hearing on him.
I thought this was a little bit aggressive, but their best defensive tackle probably right now is Brian Brzee, and he's a little bit more of a pass rusher. And so Broughton, I think, to me is, they signed Davin Godchaux this offseason, but I don't think that stops you from doing anything. No. And then a lot of the other guys they have behind that, the Kalen Saunderses, the Nathan Shepardses, those guys to me have mostly played their best football already, and so I think them getting a little bit aggressive in terms of trying to get a younger guy in there makes sense. So I think body type and all that jazz, it makes sense. Probably a little bit aggressive here, but we're getting to the point with the defensive tackles. There's just not a lot of them left.
Yeah.
At a certain point, you probably do just have to reach now.
So at 73, the New York Jets take Azareye'h Thompson from Florida State. I absolutely love being able to connect dots like this. In the Beast, the player that you compared him to was Carlton Davis. Who did Aaron Glenn coach last year and seek out as part of that Lions defense, but Carlton Davis? So it's pretty easy to connect the dots on this one.
4.58 speed. That was kind of like all right, that's the elephant in the room with him. The speed, it's just not there, but 6'2", almost 200 pounds. He needs to be a little more buttoned up as a cover guy, but he is fluid, he's competitive, he's physical, and I thought he got better throughout this year for a pretty bad Florida State team on defense. He was kind of the one bright spot where it's like, I got to watch Florida State today. Well, at least I get to see Thomas. And it was that consistently this year. So he's a really competitive player. His older brother's, in the NFL. And you feel like you're getting a Carlton Davis type competitor.
I love Azareye'h Thomas, and I
asked you earlier today. I was like, I haven't asked you about Azareye'h Thomas. Dane compared him to Carlton Davis. Do you like him?
I was like, I sure do. And now you're telling me he's, like you said, connecting the dots, going to get to play for Aaron Glenn, who I think is probably going to get the most out of a lot of these DBs. He's a straitjacket cornerback. I mean, he just puts hands on you, and he just gloves you up, and he
crowds them. Yeah,
he crowds you. Yes, it's so good at the line of scrimmage. I think it's really good at the top of breaks. Every now and then, again, guys are a little bit quicker than him. That's just usually going to be the case with guys who are this size. But I think generally he does such a good job. And what I think is interesting with Azareye'h Thomas is he's so aggressive with his position maintenance. And what I mean by that is, like, if he feels a route break coming, he's going to try to get ahead of it because he knows he's not the best athlete. 8 times out of 10, I think he does the right thing. 2 times out of 10, he's going to be a little bit wrong and somebody's going to get him. And you just kind of have to live with those moments. But again, when you're taking a guy like that in the 3rd round, totally acceptable, I think.
I'm really rooting for this because the player you have after Azareye'h Thomas in your top 100, Dane, is Jordan Birch. The player you compared Jordan Birch to in the Beast was John Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
The Broncos are on the clock right now, and John Franklin Myers is a pending free agent for the Broncos. If we get a 2-for-2 in back-to-back picks, we're going to Vegas. Right after this is over. You and I are getting on a plane after the 3rd round ends.
That would be phenomenal. Because so far the Broncos went, Jediah Barron in the 1st round, come back in the 2nd and get R.J. Harvey. So it's back to defense now, right?
And we talked about, remember, we did the On the Clock series where we went through every team in the 1st round and essentially all the different permutations of what they could do, which position. And when I gave all of these options in the first round, I think it was to Trevor Sikkema from PFF about what the Broncos could do, he went interior defensive line. And if you look at the makeup of that group, it's kind of easy to get there. So seeing them add a defensive lineman after addressing running back, after addressing that third cornerback spot, would not be surprising based on the current makeup of the Broncos roster.
I would really enjoy a pick like this. Jordan Burch was one of those guys where, I mean, there's a million edge rushers to watch in this class. And so he was one who was just, he kind of happened to be like the 13th guy I watched. But when you're thinking about these guys who are in the range of, 50 to 80 or whatever, Burch was kind of my favorite. I mean, he's just so explosive. He's pretty bendy for a guy who's his size, really long arms. He's just, I think maybe you want the consistency to be a little bit higher. But if you're a team that's looking to really take a swing, I think he could have made a lot of sense.
6'4", 280, and 280 is probably light for him. I mean, during the season, he was close to 290, and for him to have that type of fluidity to him and the way he moves, just an easy player. Like, he was my 52nd player, I think, so. Wow. No, that's not the direction they go.
Pat Bryant, wide receiver from Illinois, heading to the Broncos. Wide receiver, again, probably still a need, even with, Vele was fine as a rookie, but it was a position group that I could see them adding to in this draft. Dane, how do you think Pat Bryant's skill set fits into what the Broncos are trying to be on offense?
Yeah, he's not really super dynamic. That's not really his thing. He has experience inside, outside. He was really productive this past year. And kind of the big question on him was speed. That's why he had mostly late round undrafted grades coming into the season. And some teams still thought of him as that because of the lack of speed. Obviously, the Broncos are really keying in on his catch point skills, his ability to win as a route runner. The body control is terrific. And he was just really productive this year. Double-digit touchdowns, 10 touchdowns. He was a really interesting player to watch because of that offense. But he was a guy that could get open, and when they threw him the ball, good things would happen. So a little surprised that he went this early. I thought maybe he could go 4th round, 5th round. But the Broncos obviously saw something in him that they put him high on the board.
You're describing Devon Vele.
Yeah, and to a degree, like, Cortland Sutton's also not like a big explosive player. Like, the idea of a guy that's not overly twitchy going to Denver in this offense, again, there's a lot of that. There's been a lot of that.
Yeah.
It's fascinating because, when we were talking about receiver, obviously early on in the process, it was like, okay, maybe they're a golden team. Or maybe they would want one of these Jalen Knowles, the Kyle Williams, take the top off guys. Because obviously Peyton had some success with those smaller take-the-top-off guys early on in New Orleans with the Meachams and the Hendersons and all that jazz. So it is very surprising that they're kind of just doubling up on the big guy.
Well, 78% of his catches this year resulted in a first down or touchdown. Like, it's
pretty good.
That's what I was kind of getting to. Like, when he was targeted, good things were going to happen because he was the big part of what made that offense go.
Nick Martin, linebacker from Oklahoma State, heads to the 49ers with the 75th pick. Linebacker was a need. It hasn't been for a very long time, but after moving on from Dre Greenlaw, this was a position that probably needed addressing at some point. Obviously, defensive line was more pressing for them, but to see them go linebacker here, Derrik, it has not been a spot that the Niners have had to address for a while, but right now it is.
They really needed it. And this is a team that, Nick Martin, I don't think a lot of people expected him to go this high.
No.
Dane, I'm sure you didn't expect him to go this high. But he did run really well. And
4.5,
4.53. And when you look at what the Niners really value at the position, it's guys who can run. Fred Warner can run. Azeez Al-Shaair can run. Dre Greenlaw can run. Even some of the guys that they've brought in previously as either later round picks or as free agents, they had Oren Burks for a while. He can run. Like, that is just, it's kind of a non-negotiable to play linebacker for the 49ers. And so I think it's interesting, too, that typically with some of those guys, you need a little bit of help in terms of getting interior in front of them. Obviously drafted Alfred Collins earlier, so I kind of like what they're doing in terms of trying to make space with the front four and then just letting some of these backers run. So probably a little aggressive here, but they did have to target this at some point.
He looked like a kind of a bigger safety to me. Like, that type of player. You like the speed, but it just you did question just could he hold up at that size? He's 220 pounds, not the longest player. This is a very Cowboys pick here. I thought they might go that direction in the second round. Siobhan Ravel, coming off the injury, ACL, third week of the year, just heartbreaking. One of the best stories in this draft. The way he overcame some of the obstacles, working at Amazon, had a 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift, and got in the car, ate breakfast, and went to Greenville, South Carolina to go work out for the ECU staff. Earned a scholarship basically on the spot. And, it was something that a lot of teams took notice. Alabama wanted him, LSU wanted him, Texas wanted him after his 2023 season. He stayed loyal to ECU, and then he has that unfortunate injury, and so his story is very unique. But you don't see guys that are 6'2", 200 pounds that run 4.3, have his type of ball skills. Just an easy player to like. If coming into the year back in August, he was the number 12 player on my initial top 50 for this season.
If I was going to ask you, without the injury, how high would you have him?
He would have been a first rounder. He would have been a first round pick. So if he had the season, through 3 games, he was playing really well. If he continued at that pace, he would have been a top 20 pick, no doubt.
When did that ACL happen?
September.
So there's a chance he's back for this year.
He's running. He sent me a video just last week of him running on the treadmill. So, he expects to be back in July, hopefully.
And obviously, Trayvon Diggs' health is a huge question. Deron Bland hitting free agency. So corner is a need for them. Let's say in the best set of outcomes here, let's say Diggs comes back. How do you think he could potentially play inside?
I think he's an outside guy.
Okay.
I think he's a boundary bully. That's kind of how I see him, as that type of style of player where you want him to use his physicality, use his ability to read and go drive on the football, make plays. This was from this past year, a pick 6 that he had. It's really unfortunate, an injury. Hopefully, the injury, the medicals were the concern, but all the feedback was it was a clean tear. He'll be back and be just fine.
Are you surprised to see him be this late then, if that's the type of injury we're talking about?
Yes and no. I think he finished, 62 on my board or something like that. So, not, a little bit further than I thought he would. I thought there was a good chance the Cowboys might take him in the second round. The Jerry special in the second round, the injury guy, the character guy, whatever it was. But I think they were true. I think they were pretty encouraged to see him here in the third.
And he's kind of one of those guys who the traits are phenomenal, but probably not for everybody in terms of scheme. He's a little bit a guy who you kind of just want running up the sideline as much as you can. He's almost like, we kind of talked about with Thomas. Some of those quicker guys, some of those shiftier guys who have a little bit better route running skills can get around him. And so you add that on top of the injury stuff, maybe teams weren't as comfortable, but it is pretty shocking he lasted into the 70s.
They played mostly quarters, like that style of defense. And so he is, you think about the Cowboys in that scheme and the way they want to use their guys. But I do think Ravel has a little bit more to him. Like, if you want him to get up and really press and get physical, he can do that. Play off, I think he can do that. So, I don't think that you think of Ravel as maybe he's not proven as being a versatile guy, but I don't think he's necessarily restricted either.
And Eberflus is their DC. They're not going to do a whole lot of versatile stuff anyway.
So that this is a transition because after all the man they played over the last couple of years, it's going to be different under Eberflus. He'll play some, but not nearly to the degree that they were doing over the last several years. Obviously, Mike Zimmer was there last year, but when we think about the Cowboys' defense, I think we conceive of it differently than what Matt Eberflus is going to do this year.
Yeah, the value at this point in the draft is terrific. So really like that fit for the Cowboys. I love what the Cowboys have done, if I'm being honest. Tyler Booker.
Don't we say that every week, every year?
I know.
Don't we say that every year, it feels like?
Yeah, they are.
Good.
Tyler Booker, I know, was not the sexiest pick for this organization, for the fans, I should say. They did not love it, a guard at 12th overall. But Tyler Booker is going to, I would be surprised if he doesn't make at least one Pro Bowl during his rookie contract. He has that type of ability. And so you drop him into that offensive line. It's a bunch of Tylers on that offensive line. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, now you got Tyler Booker. And then to come back today and address the edge position, address the corner position. Azareye'h, who fell further than we thought. Ravel fell further than we thought. So I really like even if maybe fans think they reached a little bit in the first round, they've gotten tremendous value here on day 2.
Next pick at 77, Princely Emmanwori goes to the Carolina Panthers. Seeing them double up on the edge, again, not surprising. They just desperately need difference-making players, and they spent on interior players in free agency. They went out and got Bobby Brown. They went out and got Deshaun Wharton. Pat Jones is on a rotational edge rusher deal, so seeing them be really aggressive to add pass rushing talent to this team, and the mix of him and Scourton skill set wise,
it matches.
It makes a lot of sense putting those two guys together.
Yeah,
that's it, exactly. Like if Skorton is going to be a little bit more like Karlaftis, a little bit just like high effort guy, has some moves as a pass rusher, but maybe not the sexiest athlete. And then Uman Milan, who is just like speed. Like just go get after it. I think it's a really good pairing. Like even if just one of them hits, it's like, okay, you've got something. If both of them hits, you've really filled out your edge room in a pretty complimentary way.
Sometimes when you call a guy a DPR, a designated pass rusher, it's looked at as maybe a negative thing. But like, if you could do that really well,
especially in the third round, it's okay in the third round.
Absolutely.
Martin Key was a third round pick.
He was my, I think, 71st, 72nd player. Like, I mean, this is where he was expected to go in the 70s. It makes sense that he would go in this range. And yeah, he is maybe gonna be a question mark against the run as a consistent player, but he can bend, he can get after the quarterback and really affect what they're doing.
Team that needed to have a huge draft just because of what they did this offseason, the trades that they made with veterans, and the amount of picks they came into this draft with was the Seattle Seahawks. Done some really interesting stuff over the last day or so. Here to walk us through the Seahawks draft to this point, it is our Seattle Seahawks writer at The Athletic, Michael-Shawn Duggan. How you doing over there, man?
Going on, guys? Good to be on with you. I was watching the day one rundown this morning. I was doing laundry, catching up on stuff. You guys look good. Sound good. I like it.
I appreciate you. Seattle coming into this draft, Gray Zabel was the guy that was just mocked to them over and over and over again in the first round. They needed guard help, and just in terms of the scheme fit with Clint Kubiak, you can imagine Gray Zabel stepping in and playing left guard or even center for this team. Zabel in the first round, is that something that you had your eye on, and what did they say about that pick when they were talking to you guys about it last night?
Yeah, I'm one of the few people who's a big fan of the movie Draft Day, and obviously the Seahawks are depicted in there. And one of the storylines in there was the how mad the fans were at the general manager of the Seahawks. They were outside with the signs and everything. This offseason kind of felt like that, with the Seahawks standing outside of the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with signs that say draft an interior offensive lineman, preferably Gray Zabel. And it felt like this year more than any, John Schneider was more in tune with what the fans wanted and how it aligned with what they were missing on their roster. And then, so Zabel fit that. And then he played well at the Senior Bowl. And John Schneider has a long history of loving the Senior Bowl, valuing it perhaps as much as any other team. With Jim Nagy running it, Jim Nagy used to work in the front office when the Seahawks were killing it in the draft. So that was always a big deal for them. So between the need, maybe the pitchforks that were outside the facility, the Senior Bowl performance, Gray just made so much sense. That's before you get to like he's the farm-bred, I love football guy who turned down the NIL money to stay with his school. Schneider's one of the old school GMs in that way, who's like, I would prefer the kids who showed some loyalty, turned down the six figures to stay with the program, to take a chance on them. Like, he just made sense on a total, a bunch of different levels.
I love this, and it does feel like John Schneider kind of trolling all of us, picking a guard in the first round after him talking about where you can find guards and what you should spend on them over the last couple of years. Do you imagine left to right it working out with Charles Cross, maybe Zabel at left guard, Oluwatimi, and then let's roll the ball out between Haynes, the guy's name who I can never remember, I've done it twice this week, and Anthony Bradford? Is that kind of how you see it happening? Those three guys will fight for that last spot with Oluwatimi likely playing center?
Yeah, I think on paper, Sautawa Laumea is the other guy in that mix. And it's a tough name. I only know it because he started like 6 games last year, and eventually I just had to.
He was okay last year. I should know it.
Show. Yeah, he was okay. I think his first start was on the road against Quinnen Williams, in the Jets game, and he did okay, all things considered, for a day 3 pick. So yeah, I think on the left is where they'll start Gray Zabel at. They have a hole there with Laken Tomlinson leaving in free agency. I believe he's with the Texans now. And then, you kind of do what the Joker did in The Dark Knight. You crack the pool stick, you throw it on the floor, and say we're going to have tryouts. And whoever can win that gets to be Seattle's starting right guard between Christian Haynes, Anthony Bradford, or Sautawa Laumea. I think it's going to be interchangeable, though. The Seahawks aren't at a point where anyone should feel good about starting on the interior offensive line in late April. They were so bad last year and all the years prior that, like, everyone should enter training camp feeling like they're fighting for their lives. And that's good. That's what they lost a little bit towards the end of the Pete Carroll era. And now they're trying to get it back with Mike McDonald doing something similar, just kind of putting his own stamp on the always compete mantra. He's kind of swapped always compete for hashtag chasing edges. That's his version of just like everyone feeling like they have to bring their best every day.
When they traded up for Nick Emmanwori in the second round, we were talking about who the player might be, which position they might be chasing. And as soon as it popped up, it's like, of course. right? So we were talking about him last night and just the idea of adding a Kyle Hamilton-like player for some of these defenses. No one knows how to use Kyle Hamilton better than Mike Macdonald does. And it does feel like this sort of move, if he plays in the slot, you can move Doug Witherspoon outside. He feels like the type of player that gives the Seattle the optionality that they're probably looking for in the secondary.
Yeah, I forget who you guys were talking about yesterday, but like I said, I was watching you guys this morning, and for some reason, you guys gave me the hint. Like, I hit my editor up. I was like, hey, do you have any South Carolina defense tape? This was at like 11 a.m. this morning. I had no other inclination. I was just like, hey, do you have any games? And he sent me a few. I think the Bama game, the Ole Miss game, and maybe one other. I just had this feeling that I hadn't watched enough of Nick. I was like, let me go see him, because I feel like he might be pretty Seahawky. And then I looked at, the athletic stuff. I think he was a perfect 10 out of 10. Seeing the size. I see some of the, honestly, he gets Cam Chancellor comparisons a little bit. They had the same DB coach,
Dane said
DB coach for Virginia Tech. Yeah, and then so you got the Kyle Hamilton thing with Mike Macdonald. You got the Cam Chancellor thing. Cam DM'd him yesterday, actually, telling him, wishing him luck, because they connected through the same coach. Honestly, if they get a Seahawks step further, I actually see a little bit of Julian Love in him. Julian Love played corner at Notre Dame, played nickel, I think, a little bit with the Giants, and then kind of found a role as a safety here. But free safety is kind of not his bag. He's more near the line of scrimmage, kind of see stuff, but still good in coverage. You don't got to pull him out of the post because he can't run, right? Like, Nick can clearly run, Julian can run. So, yeah, that pick made a lot of sense to me, too, once I actually watched him a little bit, like literally today before they traded up for him.
What does Elijah Arroyo tell you about the Seahawks plan offensively, not only for this year, but what we might see out of Noah Fant going into next season? Just their plan and the construction of that team. What does a pick like Arroyo say about that?
John Snyder hasn't made it much of a secret that if you want to see what the 2025 Seahawks are going to look like, watch the 2024 New Orleans Saints. They went and signed Marquez Valdes-Scantling. They already have their Chris Olave and Jackson Smith-Njigba. Okay, so now we need our Juwan Johnson. In theory, that's already Noah Fant. But Noah, I think, turns 28 in November. Noah's on the last year of his contract. So it just kind of makes sense if you're going to kind of draft for the future and do the draft for now thing to go get another tight end who can run, a long strider, good hands. I think he was another Senior Bowl standout, I believe. And I was watching Gray Zabel in the game on the Senior Bowl tape. He popped a little bit. So you can kind of see the Senior Bowl thing, the athleticism thing, that we need a tight end who can catch because we're basically trying to copy the 2024 Saints offense type of thing. So, and you go look at 2022, the Seahawks were a heavy personnel team under Shane Waldron. This is before they had Jackson Smith-Njigba. They were using DK, Tyler, and then a combination of Will Dissly, Colby Parkinson, and Noah Fant. I think every tight end had at least 300 yards or something like that year. So I can see them going back to that with a three-man rotation at tight end. They just moved Brady Russell to fullback. So they're going heavy. This is throwback football that they're trying to go with. And that kind of justifies in their mind taking another tight end, even though they have two pretty good ones with Noah Fant and A.J. Barner, who they took last year.
Yeah, even if the guard in the first round is a little bit off character, it does feel like a very Seahawksy draft up to this point. Michael-Shawn, always great to chat with you, sir. Really appreciate the time. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me. You guys are killing it. Keep it up.
Talk to you soon, buddy. This last run of picks, every single one of them just like, oh my God, I just feel it in my bones.
Yeah.
Jordan Burch going to the Cardinals.
Love it.
To add to what that group already looks like now.
Walter Nolan,
yep. Jordan Burch, Darius Robinson, Calais Campbell, Josh Sweat now. I mean, this is a group that's suddenly becoming really interesting for Arizona. I know you like Burch. I mean, he was a 52nd player on your board. Yeah. Now he's going in the late 70s.
Yeah, it's a great fit and a great value. For a guy that 280 but can play up to 290, 295, he has a lot of ability, a ton of ability, because he's not a true – I wouldn't call him a true pass rusher necessarily, but he can play on the edge. He can affect the quarterback. And, I mean, that fake punt that you looked at earlier today.
Oh, my God.
Perfectly showcases his athleticism at that type of size.
If you guys haven't seen the play, just go watch the Jordan Burch fake punt. They snap him the ball as an up back on a fake punt. Yeah. And he looks like Deebo Samuel. Yeah. Running the ball. It was wild.
This is the Maryland tape, I believe. He is in a really impressive, and he's a former 5-star guy at South Carolina, transfers to Oregon. He was banged up a little bit this year, and I think that affected the lack of production. But Can we talk about Iowa State? The Texans.
We've been trying to all night.
Yeah. The Texans bringing these guys back together with Jayden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I mean, that's a ton of fun.
It's so great. And we were talking about it in the second round.
We said that's what they should have done.
I would have liked Jalen Noel in that offense. Again, is like that Christian Kirk has been the name out of our mouths as we've talked about Jalen Noel so often. Right. I think he's a little bit stronger than Christian Kirk. I actually like him a little bit more than Christian Kirk. And so they traded for Kirk this year, but this is the final year of his deal. And so being able to just drop Noel in there in that role within the offense, and now you have Higgins, you have Nico Collins, it's like, I can get on board with this. I really, really like that. It's fun on a bunch of different levels.
I love it from every angle. One, obviously reuniting teammates, that's cool. You're getting this guy to value. I think to me this was a top 50 player. I think he should have gone earlier in the draft. You're getting some Tank Dell insurance. You just don't know what he might be, what his timeline's going to be, and so you got insurance there. And then again, Christian Kirk is not necessarily there for the long term, and that was kind of our comp for him going into this, is that it's like, hey, what if Christian Kirk could block? And then even to that last point, in Nick Caley's offense, if he's going to do some of the Sean McVay type of stuff, you kind of need to block. Like, it's kind of it's a non-negotiable to get on the field. And even though he's not a bigger guy, he gives you everything that you're going to get out of a guy his size in terms of blocking. So incredible scheme fit, great value. Like, I have nothing bad to say about this.
Besides being 5-11, like, what's not to really like about him?
Exactly. I think he's a specific sort of player.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's a vertical slot player. And so I think there are probably some teams looking at him and saying, he doesn't have a lot. I mean, actually, Derrik thinks he can do more than this, but I do think he's like a vertical slot player. And so if you're looking at him and saying, all right, that's kind of what he is, I kind of conceive of that as a good thing. Because I understand what his strengths and weaknesses are, but I could see some teams looking at it as a bad thing, where he's a little bit limited in how you can deploy him. But I think that skill set he brings to that sort of role is so pronounced and so impressive that even if it's a smaller box, I like the box.
Yes, no doubt. And it's just fun to see these guys paired up together. And look, time will tell, in that same offense, who the better receiver is, who's the most productive guy.
It's a good experiment.
It's
really a good control.
Right, it's a good control. Yeah. There's going to be no doubt about anything else.
At 80, Justin Wally, the cornerback from Minnesota, goes to the Colts.
He had some love. I had him more as a 5 or 6, but there was some love for him later on because he's a little bit smaller, but he's a 4.40 athlete, really competitive. That's what you really latch onto. Like, there's nothing I would say. Like, when you watch him play, there's nothing that you say is special about him. He's undersized, but he competes, and he has speed. And those two things are pretty good at the position.
Do you think he can play inside?
Probably, yeah. I mean, because the competitor that he can hold up enough against the run where I think that he would fit as a nickel, yeah.
The reason I ask is because we're looking at Kenny Moore is potentially a cut candidate after this year. He's getting very expensive. He's getting a little bit older. Obviously, they have Juju Brents that they drafted in the second round. They know how to sign Charvarius Ward. So what that cornerback room looks like 2 years from now or a year from now, that's kind of why I'm thinking about how all those pieces potentially fit together.
Mm-hmm. So we had 2 players left in my top 50 with the Steelers on the clock. And they took the non-Shedeur Sanders one. With Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa.
When we were talking about running backs, the Steelers were my favorite fit for Caleb Johnson because of the amount of zone that they run. I just was worried that they didn't have a second-round pick. Yeah. Would he last this long? And so the fit to me is perfect. Like, I always imagined him within this offense because I think his skill set perfectly fits what they want to be.
Arthur Smith is addicted to outside zone in a way that most of the league isn't anymore, right? Like, there was a stretch there at the end of the 2010s where this is what everybody wanted to do, and obviously Arthur Smith was one of those guys. But we even saw at the tail end of his time with the Falcons where they were the zone heaviest team in the league, and then what he was doing with the Steelers, like, it's still something he loves and he believes in. And so Johnson was, Dane, you said this, Robert, we said this, Johnson was not going to be for everybody because you don't see a lot of the gap stuff. That's just not what he does.
He's a very specific sort of player.
He's a very specific, just be an outside zone, go hit it and go. But I do think he's really good at that. Like, he's a bigger guy, but his home run speed is actually pretty good. Like, it's not quite the Derrick Henry thing, but it's like you can see a slightly. Yeah. It's deceiving. That's the perfect word for it. And so, for a team that Najee Harris was more of the just get your 4 yards and that's it.
Right.
Johnson actually brings an element of home run that I think they need.
The thing, Caleb, like, going back to January, he had consistent second round grades from area scouts. Caleb did not have a great process. Goes to the combine, runs a 4.57. At his pro day, he's 10 pounds heavier, and he dropped more passes than he caught. So it did not have, and I think that scared off some teams. And again, the pool of potential landing spots is already smaller because of the scheme fit.
Yep.
You take away a few of those, and all of a sudden, you go from a player that had second-round grades to falling to the mid-third round, and it's tremendous value for the Steelers, who, for not having a second-round pick, I sure like what they've done with Derek Harmon, and then come back with Caleb Johnson, answering two big needs with two pretty good players.
It's a perfect articulation for how that can happen, right? Guy who's a second-round player. There aren't a lot of places he fits anyway. That's how you get a player that was a second-round guy at this point in the draft. I think it's very, very well articulated. Let's go back to some of the other picks that we have missed so far here. As soon as I saw this one, I absolutely love it. Dylan Fairchild going 81 to the Bengals.
Perfect.
To me is beautiful.
Yeah.
Like absolutely beautiful.
Worked out perfect.
I want to see that offense with a guy that's bringing this level of tenacity to the table.
That's what we said with their defense, right? It was
Yeah.
like, okay, you need
Give me
ass
kickers.
kickers. And that was the issue with their offensive line this entire time. Like, they've been stuck. You know, I think there are a number of reasons they're not a huge run or get under center team or not that diverse in their run game. And you know, maybe some of that is just you have two incredible receivers. Why would you do that? You also have a quarterback who doesn't love it. But it was also like, well, the offensive line isn't good and can't do any of that stuff. You bring in a guy like Fairchild, I think he's a little bit inconsistent. He can be a little bit too aggressive sometimes. He can kind of miss his landmarks at times. But his 5 best plays in a given game look like a first-round pick.
Yes.
And if they can get enough of that out of him, I think that would be one of the most. He'd be their best interior offensive lineman in years, like years.
I loved watching. I absolutely loved watching him play.
If it all comes together, it's why I tell her. I think it's exactly what he is. And really it comes down to keeping everything in sync. The feet, the hips, the eyes, the hands. When it stays in sync, it looks pretty, and he can dominate. So he was a left guard at Georgia. And looking at, an upgrade over Cordell Volson. Cody Ford is a stopgap option.
The
left
left guard in that offense has just been an absolute wasteland.
It's been a hole.
Wasteland.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we thought that there was a chance if Tyler Booker's on the board, that's a direction they could have gone in the first round. But if they also knew they could have waited until the third round and get a guy like this, so they go defense, and then here is where you get your guard. Love the fit for both these teams, or for both the team and for the player.
82, Kevin Winston Jr., the safety from Penn State, goes to the Titans. This was a need for them. Amani Hooker's going to be a free agent after the season. They signed Xavier Woods this offseason, but getting a little bit older, not on a huge deal. So seeing them fortify safety based on the current makeup of the roster, I think it should not be surprising.
And a player that's probably not available here if he's fully healthy. Had the ACL earlier in the year. Somehow he ran at his pro day. Makes no sense. He ran a 4.51 at the pro day after tearing his ACL in September. So says a lot about him just as a freak of nature. But he is really like him the way he comes downhill. He will fly downhill, make plays. The ball production is where you just wish there was a little bit more of it, just making plays and coverage. But I know he's a competitor. I know he's got speed, and you're banking on him coming back from the injury and kind of being a better version of himself.
And this was probably one of the biggest roster holes left, I think, in the draft. There were points last year where the Titans were playing Daryl Worley at safety.
Yeah.
Daryl Worley is a corner who has struggled to stay on rosters, let alone a safety. And so this is one of those teams where, we've talked about a couple of different positions throughout last night and tonight of like, this absolutely has to get addressed at some point. Safety for the Titans was one of them. And, we talked about, Robert, we really like what their defensive coordinator has done over there. And so to add a guy who's got a little bit of speed, assuming he's healthy, I kind of like that they might have a little bit more pop. Because they were one of those defenses, like almost like the Cardinals. It's like, I get what they're doing and why they want to do it this way. But in the back seven in particular, they just didn't have dudes.
Got some more corners rolling off the board here. 84th overall, Jacob Parrish from Kansas State goes to the Bucks. They double up on corners, but if you look at that roster, it does make sense. Jamel Dean only has $4.5 million in dead money if they were to move on from him after this year. Zion McCollum's hitting free agency. So them bulking up on corners, they needed to address that position, maybe hitting it a little bit harder than we might have thought, but it does make sense.
And I think part of it is they just didn't expect, they thought no way Jacob Parrish would be available here. I bet you they probably had a conversation in the second round between Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish, which way they should go. So the fact that he was still here, it was probably like, all right, we just can't pass. We can't do that again. And so Parrish, one of my favorite players in this draft, a little bit undersized, but feisty, competitive. Like I said, he reminds me of those Washington corners where speed, read, react, going to go impact the play, will hold up versus the run, can play inside. So maybe, Tyke Smith, I think, is a good player.
Yep.
He's their nickel. But if they needed to do some shuffling, he can move inside just fine.
And I think this is an interesting bet in terms of like range of outcomes for players, because obviously Morrison has the injury stuff, but if you just look at him on the field, feels like a very safe prospect. Like he just does a lot of stuff right, even if he's not maybe the most chippy guy or the longest guy, all that stuff. You watch Jacob Parrish, and it's like, okay, sometimes there's times he's getting a little bit too aggressive, and sometimes he'll bite and like a guy can beat him over the top and stuff like that. But he's he's a pest. Yeah. He's just an annoying cornerback to play against, and I think for a guy like Todd Bowles, who I think in the ideal world does want to play a little bit more press, if he can get away with it, I think a guy like Parrish kind of lets you get away with that.
85th overall, Noel Williams, cornerback from Cal, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. You're nodding your head.
Well, when we did the pod with DJ about our favorite, I think my two corners were Jacob Parrish and Noel Williams.
They were.
So, yeah, going back to back like this, love the value for the Chiefs. I mean, I thought Noel Williams was a top 75 guy, so to get him here in the 80s is tremendous. So competitive. Go back and watch him against Ayo Manor in the Stanford matchup one-on-one. It was just a lot of fun. And when you think about the Chiefs, they brought in Christian Fulton to help bolster things, but the depth really wasn't great behind them.
All of their depth corners, Najee Johnson, Watson, and Joshua Williams, are all free agents after this year. It wasn't the most pressing need, but they needed to start restocking the cupboard with cornerback options, especially if they want to be able to play McDuffie inside in the long run.
Right. That's the bigger thing. You need to get obviously Chris Jones is their best player, but Trent McDuffie is pretty dang close, and you need to put him in a position to play his best ball. And again, he's a B corner on the outside. He's an A-plus nickel. And so if they can get a guy who can go play outside a little bit for them in Noel Williams, and I did like Noel Williams, and so I think this is a good bet for them. I really love this in terms of them understanding what is the best path forward for their defense.
All right, we are going to take one more quick break here before we get back with the last picks in the third round. Stick with us. Welcome back. You are watching the live coverage of the second and third round of the NFL draft with the Athletic Football Show. Dane, a couple picks on the board while we were on break. Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle from Oregon, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers at number 86.
Really like the player. We've been saying that a lot about Oregon defense in general, Oregon team in general, between Terrence Ferguson and Derek Harmon and Jordan Birch. This guy, another transfer in, just like those other players, but he was a really interesting story because he gave up football at one point, and he had to walk on at a JUCO just to get a chance. Then he transfers to Houston, and it becomes this really productive 3 technique. Transfers to Oregon, and they move him as a 1. He put on 15 pounds and kind of bulked up. It really wasn't for him, but just knowing that he has that versatility, interchangeable 3 technique, 1 technique, can do different things on the defensive line. It was really fun to watch him this year, and I think a player who, even though he's older, he's going to be a 25-year-old rookie. It feels like there's still more left in him that we just haven't seen the best of him yet.
I mean, it's a good consolation for, I think we talked heading into the first round. It's like, man, if Derek Harmon's there for them, they should take him. And obviously, that wasn't the case for them. But this is a pretty good consolation for a team that just lost Poona Ford.
And lost Poona Ford, Tyir Tart, Deshaun Hand, and Atito Ogbonia, all free agents after the year. I mean, this is a room that needed restocking.
They absolutely needed restocking. And this is a Harbaugh-esque pick. It's just a guy who's going to get in there, and he's got a little bit better movement skills, obviously, for a guy who's as big as him. And Dane, you mentioned he was a little bit bigger at Oregon than he had been before, but I think for a guy that can probably primarily live at nose for them and maybe have a little bit more flexibility to be one of those big 3s that every now and then that you want on some early downs, I think that's super valuable for them. So this is a defense that has consistently gotten guys who are just good singles and doubles guys, like just give you some real value. And so if they can maybe get a little bit more pop out of some of their other players, like Derwin James having a fantastic year, something like that, this is going to be a really good defense again.
Sai'vion Williams goes 87 to the Green Bay Packers.
So 2 receivers with their first 3 picks. That's really interesting. And
it's surprising.
But I will say this. Sai'vion Williams was not a receiver for a lot of teams on their board. He was a running back / joker. That's how a lot of teams.
And that's what he'll probably be
him
in this offense.
Right. And so it's just an interesting fit because this past year he was instead of using him down the field, it was a lot of manufactured touches. It was a lot of quick hitters. He did a lot of wildcat. And for a guy that size, 6'4", 215 pounds, a good athlete, he was a high school quarterback who never really put it together at receiver. And so that move this past year really helped show his best qualities. But is this the right value for him? A Cordarrelle Patterson type of player. Obviously, the LaFleur and the Packers have a vision for him in this offense, which is really interesting.
I'd be really curious to see if they do move him to running back pretty quickly, because it's a good running back room, obviously. Like, Josh Jacobs was fantastic last year. Emmanuel Wilson is like a really good, rugged number 2. But they don't have that much pop out of that room. It's not a lot. It's a lot of guys who are, okay, we block it up for 4, we get 5 and 6, all that type of stuff. If you can get a little bit more pop and wiggle from a guy like Sai'vion Williams, I think that could be huge value. Again, there might be a little bit of a on-ramp trying to get him to get to that position as running back, but it's very interesting because then at receiver, Jayden Reed has for a long time been there. Gadget, we kind of do our jet stuff with him. So, like, does that push him off of the field? Like, that's where this just gets interesting to me.
I was going to say, when we're talking about Matthew Golden, that's a skill set the receiving corps didn't have, right? Just somebody who could beat man coverage, a separator like that. And Sai'vion Williams, they kind of do have that skill set within the offense in terms of, like, manufactured touch after the catch guy. If you look at the numbers, like, Jayden Reed on, like, underneath receptions and broken tackles, yak type of stuff, he's one of the most productive players in the league. But he's a very different body type than what Sai'vion Williams is bringing to that sort of role. So how they see the distribution of those sorts of touches between those two players could be very interesting to watch.
Because I don't think you want to take him completely out of being a receiver either. Because on, like, fade balls and some of the jump balls, like, that's where he can really shine. When again, 6'4", 220 pounds, and he will go up and get the football. That is kind of, if you want him to run routes and get open, he's not going to do that consistently. But on some of those fades and jump balls, back shoulders, that's where he can live. And so you don't want to take it completely out and make him strictly a running back. He really is a hybrid player, and so you have to have a defined vision for how you're going to best use him.
Jags have 2 back-to-back picks here, 88 and 89. Caleb Ransaw from Tulane, Wyatt Milam from West Virginia, cornerback and guard. 2 needs for this team, even with Travis Hunter, if he's going to moonlight on defense. Outside corner was something they could potentially address. And then the interior of the offensive line, even with the moves to go get Robert Hainsey and Patrick McCary this offseason, did need at least one more body.
Well, and Ransaw is interesting because he was used all over. He was an inside guy, outside, then an outside guy. Then he was in the box. He was a linebacker. Like, they used him all over the place. And it was funny. I thought he had mostly fourth-round grades, day 3 grades. But then he goes to the combine, and it's like, all right, his testing information just blew it up. For a guy that's 200 pounds, 4.33 in the 40, 40-inch vert, 10.9 broad, 6.93 in the 3-cone. So it's like, all right, well, he's going day 2. It's just a matter of where. Someone's got to take a chance on that athleticism. But he is a versatile player who, the ball production doesn't really wow you, and he's not that type of player. But the fact that he can wear so many different hats and fill in a couple different places, I think defensive coaches are really going to like him.
Where do you like him the most?
Probably as a nickel, a guy that you use inside who, he can play in the box and be a physical run defender. He can man up, and he has the speed to hold up against a slot receiver. So probably some version of a versatile nickel inside.
They just spent a lot of money on Jordan Lewis, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
I like Wyatt Millen, the other pick. He was, very early in the college season. Abdul Carter had just moved to edge, obviously. He was previously the linebacker, and they played West Virginia. You watch that tape, Wyatt Millen, he's handling Abdul Carter pretty well, and obviously Carter was still trying to figure out the machinations of how to play the position, but regardless of that, for him to hold up so well against one of the most explosive players in the draft, I thought was super impressive. So Millen obviously doesn't quite have the fluidity you love for a tackle, and that's why he's probably going to move inside here, but we just saw that with Cohen's offense in Tampa Bay, them getting some interior players who can kind of punch people around a little bit better. Obviously, they go and get a guy like Graham Barton. Cody Mauch was kind of that for them. I think this is a nice bet for what they need on offense.
Yeah, and for me, it was the lack of length really showed with him. He had a tough time compensating for that lack of length, I thought. But he really struggled at the Senior Bowl, and I think that hurt him a lot. Like, he was in my top 50 at one point, getting really excited about this. Probably a tackle to guard convert, but big, decent athlete. But then he goes to Mobile and had a really tough time. And so I think some teams viewed him as kind of a tweener. He's not quite a tackle, not quite a guard, and that's why he kind of got bumped out of the top 100 for a lot of teams. But the Jaguars obviously disagree with that. They see a guy that can line up inside and be a guard.
Yeah, as for Cleveland, there's some contracts on the books, by the way, for the Jags from the previous regime that are shocking. Now, not in like some disgusting way, but you're looking at it, it's like, why is there this much guaranteed money into the 3rd year for this player?
Right.
Ezra Cleveland is one of those guys. If they move on from him after the season, though, they do save $2.5 million if they decide to cut him. So a left guard succession plan for the Jags may be necessary if this regime doesn't like a guy like Cleveland. So I think that's where Milan potentially fits into their long-term plans.
Yeah, his first sport was actually baseball. He committed to Marshall in high school to be a left-handed pitcher, and decided later on, hey, football's probably my best bet. And so he flipped to West Virginia and kind of made the move to left tackle, and he was a good player for them.
You know what's interesting though? Dane, you kind of mentioned he's a guy who's a little bit more one of those tweeners in terms of, is he a tackle, is he a guard? This is a team that has Patrick McCary. Is he a tackle or is he a guard? And I think it's kind of an interesting, like, if you're going to have a guy who's more of a veteran, knows he's not like a surefire starter for, the long term, he could actually be a guy who's like a nice shepherd for a guy like Wyatt Millen.
Rams on the clock here. Finally caught up. Their pick is in here at 90.
Are we going to hear another quarterback? I mean, Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe still out there.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Go ahead.
It sounds ridiculous, but the Ravens are up next, and if they took Jalen Milroe in the 3rd to be the backup, I don't think it would be that crazy.
Josiah Stewart going to the Rams, I absolutely love.
Yeah.
A defensive line of Josiah Stewart, Jared Verse, Braden Fiske. Yeah. Kobe Turner's obviously a good player, but stylistically, in terms of like the asshole quotient, Josiah Stewart coming in to play with those guys, especially Jared Verse. This one is, I could not love this more.
And it's a lot of guys who are not that big, but play pretty big.
Yes.
You know, Jared Verse, he's only like 255, maybe 260 on a good day.
He plays
but
like 280.
He plays
280.
280.
Yes.
And Braden Fiske is kind of that way. He's a guy who's a little bit smaller, but
Yeah.
man, he can get into you. Turner's not really the biggest guy, but he can kind of get into you. It's a fascinating group that they've got there that's just like, let's just get as many guys who are built and play like Bulldogs, and let's just let them go.
Josiah Stewart is a good sample size, or it's like test case for a guy that you watch the tape and you get pretty jacked up watching him. You're like, okay, I can be a believer with this guy because how physical he plays with his hands. He'll set an edge. So he plays physical, but he also can bend and with that get off, get to the quarterback. But then you look at, okay, 6'1", 249, right in the 4.8s. Like it doesn't really add up from just a pure height, weight, speed standpoint, but he's just a football player. And at the end of the day, that's what we're drafting for, football players. And he fits the mold.
You give me a sawed-off pass rusher like this that plays with his hair on fire every single day of the week. This is so Rams.
Very Rams.
Coming into the draft, they have this big needed outside corner, still, in my opinion. And in the first 2 rounds, they draft a tight end and another front player. It's like, this is how we're going to solve our problems, is like, with these sorts of guys.
Edge really isn't a big need, but you add him to the rotation, and it's like, all right, let's make a strength even more of a strength.
They lose Michael Hoyt in free agency this year. So you're talking about that third edge player, somebody who can be physical. They did have a hole for a guy like this within that role in the defense.
Yeah, and Byron Young is probably after the 2026 season will be a free agent, so you start planning for that. But yeah, that was I like the pick for sure. We wondered if he would fall out of the top of the first 3 days or the first 3 rounds because of the bad pro day. The Rams are one of those teams that really doesn't care about that kind of stuff, so that fits.
Baltimore at 91. Going with Emory Jones Jr., tackle from LSU. This team did not have a swing tackle on the roster after losing Josh Jones in free agency to Seattle. So swing tackle was in need for the Ravens heading into this draft.
Well, and I wonder if they're going to play him at tackle. I mean, I grade him as a guard.
Okay, interesting.
So he was a right tackle when he got to LSU. Him and Will Campbell both started as freshmen and were the bookend tackles the last 3 years. But he struggles in space. Like, he has the size of a tackle, but there are a lot of times where he has a tough time out there in space with his balance and recovering. I like him moving inside to guard, where I think it fits him a little bit more. But I think at this point in the draft, you kind of take a chance on him and you figure it out once you get into camp.
A kind of blurry line between tackle and guard, you say, for the Ravens as they lose Patrick McCary in free agency.
Right.
So
That's
there you
exactly
go. That's the role within this offense that needed to be addressed.
And they've already done this with Daniel Faalele.
Yeah,
he was a tackle in college, bigger guy, some sloppy movement skills every now and then. But it's like, okay, well, if you put him in the bumper lanes, well, then some of that stuff is solved, and now you can just move people.
This team has done such a good job in the middle rounds over the last decade of consistently adding offensive line depth consistently. And they don't really have a lot of that right now.
Yeah.
Voorhees is slated to be the starting left guard. Again, Josh Jones was there last year. They do not have a McCary replacement necessarily. So seeing them just add a potentially flexible depth piece along the offensive line is very Ravens.
Not wanting to cut you off, but we got to talk about the Seattle Seahawks and Jalen Milroe, because this is very, very interesting.
We were talking about Seattle in the second round when they traded up. That to me is very aggressive after what you did with Sam Darnold. Doing it here in the back half of the third round, all the sense in the world.
Sure, why not? I'm surprised that he lasted this long. I mean, I took a lot of heat for ranking him 73rd on my board. People said, no way he's going to last that long and go in the top 50. He attended the draft, so a lot of people thought maybe even late first round. He's on the board here at 92. Seahawks probably thought, no way. Here he is, and they take him. And why the heck not?
I love this, man. Like, I love this so much. And obviously, there's a lot of flaws with Milroe, right? He's a one-speed thrower. I think his touch right now is pretty iffy. His mechanics, footwork-wise, are really up and down. Some of it is the drop-back footwork. Some of it is even late in the down, trying to get to his next progression. The feet can just get out of sync, and that's why I think you see so many misses. But unbelievable athlete. Incredible arm strength. I think you see some moments of like really fun aggression and creativity with him outside of the pocket. And then to me, I think if you're going to be the Seahawks organization that is so clearly trying to move into a new era of football, obviously you had the Russell Wilson era, then you had this little bridge with Geno Smith, and now you're trying to do something completely different. it kind of makes sense to go for a guy like Jalen Milroe, where I don't think there's a single person in the world who has anything bad to say about Jalen Milroe, the person.
Right.
And that's just kind of the type of bet that I think you want to make, especially, again, in the third round, where you're going to give him some time to develop anyway. It's such a good move at this point in the draft.
The biggest concern is the things that he struggles with as a passer are the things that are hardest to get better
The
at.
touch is, you don't really add touch unless you're Josh Allen.
The feel in the pocket, the touch, exactly. It's tough to. You rarely see those things improve in a huge way once you get to the NFL, and everybody's bigger, faster, stronger, and it's a tough thing to do. But again, at this point in the draft, you roll the dice. And look, worst case scenario, you get him on the field as a running back, as a you can do different things with him in terms of how you implement him into the offense. So you're 100% right about. You don't find anybody that says a negative thing about him as a person. He's very smart. He won the academic Heisman. And, it's not like this is a guy that grew up with a military household, strict. You talk to him and you come away very impressed with him as a person. And then you factor in the 4.3 speed, the rocket arm, and why not take a chance on developing a player like this?
We've talked about this with other guys who needed development, who had a little bit of a ways to go. Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts. The makeup is what allows that to happen.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to bet on a guy with these sorts of tools, betting on a guy who has the sort of makeup who would at least allow this to be a possibility at this range of the draft, I get it if you're the Seahawks.
And I don't even think it necessarily he needs to be that level of good for it to be a nice idea. The comp that I've kind of come back to, in body style-wise, they're a little bit different. Milroe's a little bit smaller. I think if he could kind of be like what Colin Kaepernick was early for those San Francisco teams, where he is just
it's a great comparison.
Phenomenally unique runner,
right.
One-speed thrower. You kind of got to point him in the right.
One-speed, rigid thrower.
Yes.
He does actually play like Colin Kaepernick.
And those were good teams. Obviously, they ran out of road at a certain point, but if he can maybe be that,
yes. But if it works,
there's a path.
It works.
There's a path for it.
Right. So he doesn't have to look like Joe Burrow for it to work.
No.
It can be a little unconventional and still help you win football games.
It's a great pull. Because even just imagining their throwing motions and the style that they play with, it totally tracks.
Yeah, a little tight, a little, it's not.
A little javelin throwy sometimes.
Yeah.
Team that needed just an absolute monster draft. We talked about them in our biggest question show, and just a team based on what they did this offseason and the window that they're in. They needed to hit this thing was the Cincinnati Bengals. And some interesting picks, to say the least. Not making a value judgment on it, but they took some risks in this draft based on the guys that they drafted. Let's talk to our Bengals writer here at The Athletic, Paul Dehner Jr. Good to see you, buddy. How you doing over there?
What's going on? How we doing?
I know that hallway very well that you're sitting in right now. Familiar spot.
It's under construction right now, so I'm trying to work through some of the there's tarp, there's some dripping. They're trying to get some money for renovations right now, and they're starting early, and so we're all dealing with that.
It was very funny last night watching you and the Bengals fan base go through the Shamar Stewart bargaining. We've all done it at some point over the last 2 months, where it's like you look at the stats, you look at the testing, you look at some of the film, and it's like, where do I land on this? Walk me through your process as you've heard the Bengals argument for this and then heard from Bengals fans about how they're feeling about the Shamar Stewart pick in the first round.
Bengals fans might still be in a fetal tuck from last night, actually, I think. They didn't take it super well. I'll say this, what my process was? I went back to your March 26th episode of the Athletic Football Show, where you spent 25 minutes right off the jump talking about production versus traits through the eyes of Shamar Stewart. It was a great nuanced conversation, and one that I think a lot of this fan base and this organization and the offices behind me have been having lately, trying to figure it out. And I think it was one of, look, find somebody that is relentless, that plays hard, and has all of these freakish traits, and bet that you can develop it, that you can find that what are you really missing in it? You're what are you willing? Everybody in that space in their mind had something. It was the but portion of the draft, right? And they felt like they went on somebody who couldn't finish or close as well. Well, we can teach that. Whereas this other stuff, this freak show athletic stuff, can't teach it. They need more of it. They want to play hard, guys that can play hard and have that style. If you're going to give those combinations of skills, they can buy that. Now, Bengals fans aren't buying that as much right now. I mean, they want somebody that can come in and has produced, because you know why? They have Myles Murphy scar tissue here in every way, shape, and form. That's the impetus of why this, I think, it landed so negatively in Cincinnati. I mean, I told this story about we were in the draft party on our way up. AJ Green was in the building, and so we went up to go interview him. The elevator is about to close, and there's some people just walking in front of the draft party, and one of them leans in and just goes, "Anybody but Shamar," before they even started. Like, they knew. They were ready for it. Like, they were prepared, because they didn't want to go down the traits road again, because that's taken them to a bad place. And that's where everybody is at right now in dealing with that.
So why do you think Duke Tobin and that group wasn't scared off from a player that, at least from afar, on paper, has a lot of similarities to a guy in Myles Murphy that has not worked out so far?
I think they believe in traits. I mean, it's just kind of their philosophy. And I think they're not going to stop believing in traits, because this goes back to something that I think got a reaction from you at the Combine when we talked, was they're in on Myles Murphy still. Okay, they have not backed off this. They still believe that Myles Murphy was a great pick, will be a very good player. They think the fact that he didn't play enough was a part of the reason that he hasn't developed, and that if you look at some of the underlying numbers there, some of the pressure rate stuff, and the chance for him to grow, that can happen under Al Golden, and that even if it does go wrong, doesn't mean that you stop believing in traits as a philosophy. That's who they've been, if you look at the top of their drafts for the last 4 or 5 years, pretty consistently. So I just think that's just kind of who they are. And so they're not going to back off of that right now, especially when they have one of the traitsiest players in the draft sitting in front of them.
It really does feel like they're putting a lot of eggs in the previous coaching staff couldn't develop the young guys at the rate that we wanted them to. When you look at their offseason, I think that's probably what they're going to try to sell you. How much are you buying that, and how much have you heard that sentiment from the people in the coaching staff in the front office there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actions over words, and it's been words too, right? I think it's been both, where you've seen the moves that they have made have been going in on the same defense that was here last year. I mean, they brought back B.J. Hill. They doubled down on Myles Murphy. They're going with all the young corners, like that. All these people that have been here, these young players that they have invested in, Logan Wilson, you name it. I mean, they're all still here, and they're all just been given bigger roles. They didn't change anything really all that much outside of a few pieces on the edges, and that says we believe that the problem was what was happening with the coaching in letting go of Lou Anarumo, that he was not good enough at developing younger players or understanding the young players that we gave to him. Let's bring in somebody who that's his specialty, and Al Golden, that's always been his specialty, to develop young players. And let's take those guys, give them to him, and let's give him a couple of more and show that that's it. I mean, I think they've said it. I think they have acted on it in every single move they've made in free agency and in the draft. And now they're going to go try to run that crew back out there again.
Well, I think the Shamar Stewart outcome and how this goes for the Bengals is going to be a good test of the veracity of that plan. Paul Dehner Jr., always great to see you, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. See you, Rob.
With the 94th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dillon Gabriel, quarterback, Oregon. It is a quarterback.
Just like we thought. Just like we thought this would play out. That's fascinating. Look, Gabriel I had a 4th-round grade on, so this isn't like a massive reach necessarily. But he is, to see him go ahead of Shedeur Sanders, Kyle McCord, Will Howard, it's a little surprising. But I don't think it's a reach necessarily in terms of where the area he would go in the draft. Late 3rd, 4th round. He's a smaller player, but he is a true point guard passer. His ability to, whether it's inside the pocket or outside the pocket, understand where the heat's coming from, understand where his receivers are going to be. He has a great feel for everything around him. And we say it over and over and over again. Quarterback is an intangible position. You could argue he has the best intangibles of any quarterback in this draft. The leadership style, the way he connects with his teammates. It's very much something that, like when talking to teams throughout the process, he had the best interview at the Combine, at the Senior Bowl. And it was the same thing at the Combine. it was Dillon Gabriel that teams brought up as the best interview that they had throughout the entire process. So it's very genuine. Like he showed up because he transferred from Oregon or from Oklahoma to Oregon, shows up in his minivan, and it's very genuine. Like the teammates immediately gravitate towards him. And he was, for a good portion of the season, looked at as maybe a Heisman favorite. And things kind of fell apart later in the year. Some of the red zone interceptions were an issue. His deep ball is not great. That loses life very quickly. He's a smaller player, but you can talk yourself into him because he's someone you want in the quarterback room. And that, above all, is something that I think is important to this team.
Yeah, the size is checking in here. I didn't love him for that reason a little bit. And then, like Dane said, his arm can kind of taper off a little bit further down the field. I do think he has a very quick release, though. And like when
he's got more arm than you think for a smaller guy.
On the RPO stuff, and when he can just drive it.
Yeah,
he's good at that.
Intermediate game is very good.
He's good at that.
It's just the deep ball will just kind of flutter for a little bit and lose life, and the receiver has to wait for it.
Some guys just have different arm strength, right?
Sure.
Like, and just in terms of how you can control it and stuff like that. So I actually think he has enough zip that he'll be able to survive. I'm kind of just fascinated that this is the direction they wanted to go in their quarterback room. Like, I didn't envision Stefanski being the, I want to go get a point guard, kind of smaller type of guy. I envisioned him, if they were going to take a guy in this class, it was going to be, who is the one that looks the most like Jacoby Brissett, basically?
Or Joe Flacco.
Or Joe Flacco, exactly.
Right.
And so I was kind of imagining that. But I will say the thing about Gabriel, he's a guy who obviously he's been in college for a while. He started his career at UCF. That's nonsense football. Like, that's nonsense football. And so for him to actually consistently level up a little bit and finally get to Oregon, where they put a decent amount on his plate in terms of actually asking him to do some of the intermediate stuff. So you can see some of the improvement there, which is always something I value in quarterbacks. So maybe a little rich for me, but I'm kind of talking myself into it like a smidgen.
I can't wait until we get the Deion Lewis, Derrick Henry picture for Dillon Gabriel and Joe Flacco. Right. Just standing next to each other in training camp. We need to ask Zach Jackson to make sure he gets that at some point.
Could probably do the same thing with just age in terms of Harold Fannin and Dillon Gabriel. It's a 6-year senior and a third-year junior. Like, it's just wildly different. But look, the Browns, this is a team that has a philosophy where they don't draft backups. They believe in drafting starters. Clearly, they had a starter level grade on Dillon Gabriel to take him here.
I'm going to tell you this right now. He's going to have every opportunity to be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland
Browns.
We'll see him.
Absolutely.
He
every
will play
opportunity,
a game at least.
I think, based on my understanding about how they wanted to build this room, the thought was Kenny Pickett is like a free roll, is how they're seeing it. It's free. Like, we had to pay him we trade almost nothing for him. He's a guy that's been, was in an awful situation in Pittsburgh, and then we saw him in one game in Philly. So this is just a free roll on a former first-round pick. Flacco is insurance based on how the draft goes, and they were always going to take a guy not in the first round. It was always going to be a little bit later in the draft. And when we got to the offseason program, it was going to be like, okay, who's the best guy? And for the Browns, the best answer to that is the rookie. That's the best possible outcome, is if the rookie wins that job. And I truly think he will have every opportunity to do that on this team.
I agree. And I think this is as they rebuild this quarterback room, they want positive influences, put it that way, after what happened the last few years in Cleveland. And Dillon Gabriel is absolutely that. Like I said, very genuine as a leader, football smart, and he's done it at multiple different programs, and he's won every step of the way. So he's a lefty. It looks a little bit different, but he is a very smart player. Like I said, he's a point guard. That's kind of the best way to describe him on the field. So yeah, I don't hate this as much as I think I thought I would 6 months ago. Just watching him throughout the season, towards the end of the season, and then through the process, I gave him a higher grade than I expected to. I gave him a 4th-round grade. So to see him drafted here in the late third, it's not a huge shock.
Is it a huge shock that he went over Shedeur Sanders and that Shedeur Sanders still has not been drafted?
I don't think anybody would have thought that he would, just somebody would have taken a chance on Shedeur at this point. Now, I'm not like going to take a victory dance or anything here. I don't want to see a player fall, but we talked about this. Like, it was not a fall or a slip to see him fall out of the first round. Now to see him still available here, we're almost to the 100th pick in the draft. Certainly. This comes down to the way he went through the interview process and really the entire pre-draft process. This is what it comes down to, is he did not have the right plan. he did not attack it the way he needed to attack it. And I think this is the ramifications of that.
I think that's a fair characterization. The fall out of the first round is probably about what he's bringing to the table physically.
Yes.
The fall to this point is probably about how he went about the process. I mean, I'm sure you heard more stories than I did. I heard my share of stories just as somebody talking to only a couple teams that interviewed him.
It's something that you can't go into interviews as a prospect and believe you have leverage. You can't go into, and tell teams that you want to do this, you want to do that. And it's not like a case of, there's a difference between bravado and you could just easily turn off teams if you're just too far in one direction. So the way when we did the show right after the combine and we kind of addressed Shedeur Sanders, the way I kind of characterized it was, it's not that he's a good guy or a bad guy, he's a not for everybody guy. And that's the NFL draft is kind of the NFL teams are letting us know that by the fact that him still being on the board at this point in the draft.
And if you're not a not for everybody guy personality-wise, and you're not bringing plus traits to the table, that's how this happens. And this is further than I ever thought he would fall, but that was my refrain the whole time, is that when you watch him play, nothing about him physically really jumps out to you. He's tough, he's accurate. Those are the two things that he has. But that's not enough for you to be somebody that people have concerns about when you're talking about building a franchise around you because of what your personality is.
The comp physically was probably like Teddy Bridgewater-esque. Teddy Bridgewater was like, who doesn't love Teddy
All-time
Bridgewater?
guy.
Yeah, all-time guy. And so that again is the difference, is that, in that draft with Teddy Bridgewater, it was like, okay, I think the Vikings understood there was probably a ceiling to him, but it was like, man, he's just made of all the right stuff. Everyone's going to love being around him. And again, this is not to say that Sanders is a bad guy or anything, but again, maybe not going to be for everybody. And if you're trying to draft a starting quarterback and make the statement with your draft capital that he's going to be the starter, maybe everyone just didn't love that.
Let's talk about these picks after Dillon Gabriel going to the Browns. 95th overall, Jared Wilson, center from Georgia, goes to the Patriots. I absolutely love this.
Perfect. I love this pick for them. Even though he's a one-year starter at Georgia, I think he's going to come in and compete for the job right away and make an impact for this team. Now, I think because he was a center only, he's fallen a little bit further than maybe we thought he could, but really athletic, really controlled. He's smart, very good leader. So there's a lot of things that you can, even though you sacrifice a little bit of size, you sacrifice a little bit of power, the way he can compensate because he is such a good athlete and the movement skills and how smart he is, I think it's a steal at this point for the Patriots.
I think this is fantastic. Like, I'm pretty much in the same boat. Wilson is a phenomenal athlete. Like, he just moves so well. And again, he's maybe not the biggest guy, and if he were 10% stronger, he's a guy who I think could have gone in the top 60 probably. Like, he just is barely maybe under that line for what you would love to take a center that high. But I just think the movement skills are awesome. He's a really smart player. And, again, you mentioned he was only a one-year starter, but he was behind Cedric Van Pren, who was like kind of an entrenched guy there and is an NFL player himself. So I don't think it was that he can't get on the field. It was just there's another NFL guy here. And I think, he kind of reminded me when I was watching him of that 2014 season with the Baltimore Ravens. They had signed Jeremy Zutaw that year. Not the strongest guy.
Jeremy Zutaw.
But he was a phenomenal mover.
I loved watching Jeremy Zutaw play.
Exactly. And he was just a good, solid player, and you put him in the right environment, and he can give you that Pro Bowl year. I think if all things go right, like, you could get something like that out of Wilson.
He moves a little bit like Aaron Brewer. He's just like he's a
Mm-hmm.
really good athlete.
Yes.
And what's interesting, Dane, he's an inexperienced player. If they don't want him to play this year, they have Garrett Bradbury as a contingency plan and as insurance. So if you think, you know what, we'll let him learn for a year, he'll step in as a starting center next year, that's why a guy like Garrett Bradbury exists.
Right. And to get him at this point in the draft, we're in the 90s.
Yeah.
I think it's tremendous value, a guy that you believe can be a starter for you.
And they traded up to get him, by the way. They wanted to get ahead of somebody.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that makes total sense for this team. They just needed to get – you want competition on your offensive line.
No doubt.
If Wilson wins the job out of camp, so be it. Awesome. Yeah. That's great. And so, like, my comp for him was Rodney Hudson. I think he's going to come in, just be a solid player for a long time.
Yeah, the Garrett Bradbury contract, I think, he's only making $4.5 million, he's making about $5 million a year, which that's on the border of like swing interior player and starter money. So I think that there's probably going to be an open competition there. Let's keep rolling here. Jalen Smith, cornerback from USC, goes 97th to the Houston Texans. Looking at my team needs, little post here, Dane. For the Texans, I have left tackle, interior defensive line, wide receiver in one line. There's a step down. And then the next one is just cornerback depth.
Depth, yes.
Ronald Darby on a one-year deal, not much behind the Kamari Lassiter and Derrik Stingley, so they needed to fortify the rest of that room.
And you throw Jalen Petrie in there,
He's a nickel.
Exactly, in the nickel. But, I mean, Jalen Smith, he could play, I think, inside, outside, and so he gives you some depth across the secondary, and I think that's key for him. The lack of size, I think, shows up more than you want, and so that's why I didn't like him as a day 2 player, but feisty. I mean, a lot of things we said about, Whaley going to the Colts. Fast, physical, feisty, and the certain defensive coaches love those types of corners. So certainly understand that. And then Xavier Watts, another DB coming off the board, who I think a little bit surprised we fell this far. 13 picks over the last 2 years. The physical traits aren't going to wow you. 6 foot, 205 pounds, 4'5'8", 4'6" type of athlete. So
those are the guys Raheem has gone for at safety, though. Think about those guys on the Rams. He wants smart players, even if they're not going to jump off the tape.
Right, exactly. So Watts, surprised he fell this far, but I really like the value that he got at this point.
They needed somebody next to,
Jesse Bates.
Literally, Jordan Fuller is the other safety next to Jesse Bates right now,
Exactly.
and they paid him next to nothing in free agency.
Exactly.
So that other spot was a need for the Falcons.
And I like this pick for them. Like, Watts is one of those guys where it's like, okay, again, he's not the sexiest athlete. He's not the biggest traitsy guy, but he's just, you turn on Notre Dame tape for any reason, and you're like, oh, he's doing something. Oh, he's doing something. Oh, there's that guy again. Like, he's just a guy who was around the ball a lot, and so I think especially when you pair that next to a guy in Jesse Bates, who is the ultimate just finds a way to be near the ball player, I think you have a guy who you pair those two together, and I think you could get something nice there.
Fascinating here from the Raiders. At 98 and 99, they take offensive tackles. Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech at 98, Charles Grant from William & Mary at 99.
And Rogers is a guard. I mean, he'll play inside. Grant he's your Colton Miller insurance.
Yes.
Because Grant's a year away from maybe being a year away. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time for him, but you think about where he could be a couple years from now, and it's easy to get excited about him. He's a terrific athlete. Watching him against FCS competition, he's just so nimble, moves so well. And a guy that frame with that length, it's kind of crazy. So understand betting on him at this point. And then, Rogers, he was a tackle, probably going to be best inside at guard. Really works well on the move. Agile player. I understand betting on that athleticism. And when you look at the Raiders, I think Dylan Parham's in the last year of his deal.
Yeah.
So, left guard, you could probably use an upgrade. They had some questions. You feel good about certain pieces. Way Glaze played, Powers Johnson, Colton Miller, but there are some areas of this line that you could address.
I really liked this approach. I think I'm probably a little bit more down on the Raiders starting 5 than some other people, but I think even regardless of that, the doors always needed to be left open.
Yeah.
Like they were still, and then again, like you mentioned, Parham potentially last year of his deal. We don't know what's going on with Colton Miller in terms of, seemed like he might not be there, next year or in a couple of years. So I just kind of love this pairing of at least really being aggressive with this. I loved it last year when the Steelers did it, and I'm applying the same logic here to the Raiders.
The one pick we missed, 93 overall, Jonas Sanker, safety from Virginia, goes to the Saints.
Just all-around good player, like good size, good athlete, good ball skills, good intelligence. Like there wasn't a lot of reasons to watch that Virginia defense. Sanker was one of those reasons. He could come down, run the alley, come down and hit you, but he'd also play deep and make plays on the ball. He was just one of those good or slightly above average at everything, but not great at anything either. So he was pretty universally well-liked. Just he was always going to be more of a third-round type of player.
And that's fine for them. The Saints had some of the worst safety play in the league last year. Will Harris, I don't think, was very good for them. And then Tyrann Mathieu, he's long in the tooth. He's just not the player that he was
free agent after the year as well. So even after signing Justin Reed,
right,
multi-year plan.
And he's 33 years old.
Exactly. Like it was going to happen at
end.
some point.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so for them to add a guy who I think can fill a little bit of both roles makes sense, because that's kind of how I envision Justin Reed. It's like you see him make some of his best plays as a free safety, but he's also pretty good if you need to roll him down and play him almost as more of a nickel, sometimes in the box. And so I think this is a team that's always liked flexibility at the safety position. So a guy like this, I think makes some sense.
I think, and Caleb Rogers going to that, he's a really good fit for Chip, I think. I mean, at Texas Tech, they ran a lot of counter, it's a lot of gap scheme too with pin pull, and like I think it will line up really nicely with what Chip wants to do in that offense.
3 picks left: Niners, Eagles, Vikings. Who are your best players left available, Dan?
It doesn't sound like a quarterback's going to go, right?
Not unless there's a trade.
Not unless we have a trade. So Shedeur Sanders is the only player I have left in my top 50. Jack Sawyer, the edge rusher from Ohio State, would be the top non-quarterback available. Jalen Royals, the receiver from Utah State. Dylan Sampson, running back Tennessee. Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle Florida State. Running back from Oregon, Jordan James. And then Miles Frazier, a guard from LSU. Top available players still left in the top 100. So,
who's the most surprising of those guys to you outside of Shedeur Sanders?
Probably Joshua Farmer, because I think defensive tackle. He kind of falls in that bucket of there's only so many guys. We've seen a lot of defensive tackles go tonight, and he's one of those that good size, moves well. Like he's just someone that you're going to be part of your rotation for a long time. So, a little surprised that he's still available at this point.
The Niners, up to this point, obviously have hit the defensive line very hard, as we anticipated them doing. It's been all defense so far for San Francisco. No offensive line additions or fortification. We thought that might be something they could do in this draft.
Well, especially with Jalen Moore moving on.
Yep.
I mean, okay. Another
cornerback was also a spot they could address.
Yeah. Well, but in Upton Stout, he's kind of along with Jalen Smith and Wally, like smaller player who, watching, just going back to the Senior Bowl, he was one of the guys that stood out because of how physical and feisty he was. Just didn't give up a lot of space, but he's a smaller player, and that was always kind of the holdback with him, not having the size that a lot of teams wanted. Thought that might be the reason why he would fall, but no, the 49ers are okay with the size.
Do you think maybe they would want to play him at the nickel and then move
Lenore back
out to the outside and let him do that potentially? I mean, I would just, if he can earn a starting job, that seems like potentially the best way to frame it. Obviously Bernardo Green is going to start on the outside one way, but they need to fill that outside spot somewhere, and a guy as small as Stout, probably not going to be their outside guy. They signed Trey Brown, but he's not stopping you from getting a new guy in there at the starting outside spot, so Lenore has played decent ball on the outside before, so I would kind of probably have Green and Lenore on the outside and just have a competition for the nickel spot.
Yeah, but Upton Stout, he's 5'8.5", 180 pounds. Like that sounds like more of an inside corner as opposed to an outside corner.
Trey Brown, 1 year, $1.7 million. That's a placeholder type of contract. So corner, again, was a position they absolutely could address here. Dane, the Denver Broncos trading up to 101 here.
Okay, so it's likely not a quarterback.
Is this Farmer?
Farmer? Could it be Jack Sawyer?
What do you think about a linebacker?
So top line, Smile Munden, the Georgia linebacker. Stutzman's still available, sure. I mean, look at my best available for the Broncos at this point. Did they add a tight end? Could we see Is there a tight end they like here?
Oh, that would be a good one because, I mean, Evan Ingram is obviously not going to be a long-term guy for them. And then a lot of the other guys they have are more...
Okay. Sai'vion Jones.
Sai'vion Jones.
And that is that version of the Jordan Burch at this point in the draft. Big, physical. He was a hard guy to block at the Senior Bowl, and he played inside, outside. He's a little bit of the tweener where he's got a 280-pound frame, long... but
John Franklin Myers.
Yeah, exactly.
JFM,
That's exactly what it is. So it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I anticipated them adding something. Let's call it defensive line, so flexibility. Somebody who can play inside, because a lot of their guys that they have in those spots, including John Franklin Myers, they have guys hitting free agency after this season. So fortifying that room, I expect them to do that at some point in the draft based on just the way that they built that roster period over the last few years. They just waited a little bit longer to do it.
Yeah, and both of LSU's defensive ends are going to get drafted. And there was kind of a 50-50 split among teams. Would it be Braden Swinson or would it be Sai'vion Jones, the first one drafted? And it's the bigger of the two. The guy that is just big, long, and strong, and persistent. I mean, he needs to be schooled up with how to use his hands and some of the angles and leverage points, but he does not quit, and he just keeps pounding to the football until he gets there. And that's the type of guy you want to develop and work into your rotation.
And this is one of those that, like, for the Broncos specifically, he just makes way more sense than Swinson. Because especially on the edge, they like guys who are kind of almost, closer to 250. They're the speedier guys. It's the Jonathan
Think about
Coopers,
what they've done over the last few days. Jonah
Benito.
Ellis, Nick Benito.
Yes, exactly.
That's what they've chased.
They like the guys who are fast, and they'll get the guys who are playing inside of them to just be brawlers and make some space. And going for a guy like Jones instead of Swinson makes more sense, where Swinson is more of just like kind of typical 4-3 end.
Mm-hmm. Last pick of the third round.
Crazy. 102. So Shedeur Sanders outside the top 100.
Don't think he's going to be a Viking. That would be my guess.
Outside the top 100 and maybe on day 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he'll be a day 3 pick. That's says a lot. The NFL has spoken. Ty Felton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ty Felton,
Speed.
wide receiver at Maryland.
Speed, vertical guy. He had a really good senior year for Maryland this past year, but it's all about speed with him. It's slim figure, but can get on a vertical track and with the ball in his hands or win on 9 routes, be a guy that's going to be explosive after the catch. The season he had this year and that offense, wasn't a great offense. The quarterback was inconsistent. They really didn't have a lot of options. It was Felton. Everybody knew it, and he was still able to be productive.
They don't really have that skill set within their offense either. They do not have a lot of speed, period, among that receiving core.
Like Naylor, kind of, but not
not
quite.
really.
Yeah, like he's like decent a little bit, but I don't think he gives you quite what you're looking for in a guy like Felton. And this has always been, truthfully, an underrated aspect of, if you want to call it the Shanahan-McVay type of tree, is just having that one guy, whether your Brandon Cooks, Sammy Watkins, or you can even go further down the pecking order, guys like Marquise Goodwin,
Tutu Atwell,
Aldrick Robinson, Tutu Atwell. Like, you can get these guys all the way on the spectrum, and so I think this makes a lot of sense for a guy like Kevin O'Connell and the way he runs his offense.
All right. That is 3 rounds in the books, 102 picks in. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. We'd love if you guys would stick around. We're going to be recording our recap after this that will live in the Athletic Football Show podcast feed. We will be back in a few minutes. Welcome to the Athletic Football Show's recap of rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft 2025. I am Robert Mays. Joining me for this, first of all, it is our wonderful draft expert at The Athletic, Dane Brugler. Dane, we did it. We made it through the first 2 nights of the draft, 102 picks. You look spry. I'm starting to wear down a little bit over here.
Fake it till you make it, right here. It's 3 rounds in the books. We've got a lot of players that we thought could go here that maybe are still on the board, which is really interesting. We've had a lot of interesting fits tonight. A lot of teams, I think, have kind of shown us their cards in terms of their vision. You know, we always say, like, you follow the money, what they do in free agency, what they do in the draft really tells us a lot in terms of their plan for their team. And some of that's really coming into more clear of a picture, which is interesting.
Also joining me tonight, it is my co-host here at the Athletic Football Show, Derrik Klassen. How you feeling over there? You made it. This is your first one of these. You powered through. I'm very impressed.
Hanging on. You know, I got a little bit of the taste of doing the live show at a big event like this when we did some of the Super Bowl stuff, but that was a much shorter time span. Doing 2 days back to back of what, 4.5 hours.
We've been sitting here for 5 hours already.
It's a different beast. So I'm hanging on, but it's definitely a fun learning experience.
We're gonna run through some categories tonight just to kind of recap not only what happened tonight, but over the first 2 days of the draft. We're going to start with the best bet presented by BetMGM. This is really just, Dane, your favorite pick of night 2. What really stood out to you?
Yeah, and a lot of different ways you can go, because I think there were a lot of fits that I really liked.
Best fit we're doing later. So
okay, well, favorite.
Just
my
your
favorite pick
pick
of the night. I'd probably go Siobhan Ravel, going to the Cowboys. Like we said when he was drafted, he entered the year at number 12 overall on my board in August. You just don't find 6'2" corners, 200 pounds, that have 4.3 speed, have those ball skills. He had a discount sticker on him because of the ACL. And so we thought maybe second round, he falls into the third. Cowboys get a just tremendous value with where they got him. And you're really both their picks with Azareye'h in the second and then Siobhan Ravel in the third. Tremendous value with both those picks, which is a little bit different than what the fans thought in the first round, where they thought they didn't get value with Tyler Booker, which is really interesting. So, but Ravel specifically, really like what they did at that point in the draft.
Just almost, the Cowboys are a good drafting team,
they are.
right?
Mm-hmm.
They've done a very good job at finding talent.
Will McClay.
Yeah, Will McClay does a phenomenal job there. There's a reason that we never hear his name. He never gets interviewed for other jobs because he's well compensated and he's allowed to do things his own way in the
Jerry
draft.
knows what they have.
Right? He knows exactly what he has. But this draft specifically, just these guys that maybe fell a little bit further than we thought, it almost feels like a type of draft that we would attribute to the Ravens. Like Tyler Booker, Azareye'h, and Ravel specifically. Like, if you just threw Ravens colors on those guys, you would imagine the Baltimore having a similar sort of draft. But that really is the type of drafting team the Cowboys have been over the last 10 years or so.
I think we've just kind of forgotten it a little bit because the last 2 classes have been a little bit more But like
Mozzie Smith is sitting right there. They've had their misses recently.
But most of the 8-ish classes before that were phenomenal. They were a really good, consistent 10-plus win team for a long time because they consistently reloaded and then found star players they wanted to pay.
Just look at the other corners on this roster. Diggs was a second-round pick. Deron Bland was a non-combine guy on day 3. Like, they have found value at this position outside the first round.
Derrik, your best bet, your favorite pick from the second and third rounds tonight.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shill for one of my quarterbacks and just the way that they built
Dylan
around
Gabriel,
him. I had to. Yeah, of course, Dylan Gabriel. No, for me, it was actually, I really loved the idea of TreVeyon Henderson on the Patriots. I said it right before they make the pick. I was like, they need pop on this offense somewhere. And in terms of my favorite guys who were going to give it to him, it was going to be TreVeyon Henderson. And I love what Ramondre Stevenson is as a brawler and stuff like that. And that's kind of what you're always going to need to pair Henderson with anyway. So I just kind of love them getting that pop in the backfield. I think it's going to give May a guy who can throw the ball to a little bit, but also Henderson's like a good pass protector.
He is.
Like, there's just a lot of reasons for me to love this pick.
I like their whole draft so far.
Phenomenal.
Will Campbell, TreVeyon Henderson, Kyle Williams in the third round, Jared Wilson as their other third round pick. Those are 4 guys that had a lot of fans among NFL media in the process.
We're jumping the gun on favorite haul.
Oh, all right, okay.
Yeah.
We'll save it then. My favorite pick of today, I think it's Will Johnson going to the Cardinals. Yeah. Even with all the questions, and there's a reason he fell as far as we did, and I think too often we do this, right? It's guys that we had seen mocked in the top 10 at one point in the process. When they go in the middle of the second round, we think, oh, what a great value. But for the Cardinals specifically, the way that their cornerback room is built, again, Sean Murphy-Bunting just being just a guy out there, you could easily replace somebody like that. You have Max Melton from last year. Garrett Williams is a promising player. You have Budda Baker. They've done so much up front. I just think a guy with Johnson's skill set specifically as a zone corner and the rest of the makeup of that defense, if that comes together on the back end, combined with what they've done on the front end in both free agency and the draft, this goes from being a defense that all we said last year was, they're weird, but they don't have any talent, to, maybe they might be weird and pretty darn good if some of these guys hit.
It feels like a makeover.
Yeah, it really does.
Yes, and at every level. What we're seeing with...
I was gonna make some sort of queer eye for the Cardinal, queer eye for the desert team or something like that. It's 10:30. We've been sitting here for 5 hours, but I'm not quick with the jokes. But that is what it feels like. It feels like they've been remade.
Yeah, Monty Ossenfort doing his best impression there. I mean, in every level of the defensive line. You think about what they did in the secondary, like we mentioned with Will Johnson. It's something that they definitely needed, especially after going offense early the last 2 years under Monty as GM, really leaning into defense with this draft. It's exactly what they needed, and I think we all really like the directions they went with each pick.
And even outside of all the additions, obviously, again, I'm on board with some of the picks that they made. Obviously, Will Johnson getting some firepower at corner makes sense. Some of what they did in free agency. But then also Darius Robinson and B.J. Ojulari are coming back from injury next year. So it's obviously maybe they're not going to be great. We don't know. But if they're at least better than what had to play in place of them last year, it's like, okay, both the floor and the ceiling have a potential to be better this year.
It's funny that they've done nothing offensively. It's really just been defense. And that's not surprising based on what that unit looked like. But if they can remake that defense, and we can be talking about like a difference-making unit, and the offense continues to take small steps forward, could be an interesting team in the NFC.
The biggest addition they made on offense this offseason was probably Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really all they've done. And you know what? It's
poor Drew Petzing. He's just sitting there like, all right, I guess it's Evan Brown again.
Right, exactly.
Which is fine, but that's what they've done along the offensive line, specifically over the last
It's fine
couple years.
until it's not fine.
Yeah. I mean, they brought in some competition, but not a clear upgrade there. So it's interesting they've leaned so much into defense. But it also, I don't see anyone saying it was the wrong way to go.
Jonathan Gannon finally getting a little bit of help over there with Nick Rallis. Next one here, the winning ticket presented by BetMGM. This is just your favorite haul of the first 2 days, Dane. So we can expand it a little bit. We had a little bit of a spoiler situation earlier. I think we know where you're going here.
Yeah, I really like what the Steelers did, but it was only 2 picks.
Sure.
So a little bit of I'm not going to go that direction because the volume wasn't there. But the Patriots, with their 4 picks, going, of course, Will Campbell, left tackle in the first round, and then coming back today, Derrik already mentioned TreVeyon Henderson, the juice he brings to the backfield, just a more explosive option than what they have on the roster. Then to come back with Kyle Williams, the receiver who, yes, undersized, but gives you speed inside, outside. You can do different things with him. And then they come back in the 90s and get Jared Wilson at center, who will compete immediately for that center job. And he might be a center only. He wasn't for everybody, but I think he's going to be a starter for a long time in this league. I really like what the Patriots did, addressing the offense with 4 picks, and in my opinion, finding 4 starters who will be long-term pieces to what they're trying to build towards.
That would have been my answer. I mean, it just they took a bunch of guys that I just really,
you don't have
really
another
like.
one? Come on now.
No, I do. I'm
right.
saying that would have been my first answer. My other one is actually surprisingly, I really liked what the Browns did. And it's funny, I didn't love taking Mason Graham at 5. I'm probably slightly lower on that than some others, but getting Carson Schwesinger at the top of the second round was awesome. Quinshon Judkins is both a good player and also the type of back that they needed.
The fit.
And it's just a great fit. And then Harold Fannin, I think, is a great bet in the 3rd round. So, I just really like that they've got a little bit more of the pieces they needed on offense to be the team that they needed to be. And they bring in Carson Schwesinger, who I think can be a lot of what they got out of JOK. And then again, you take Dylan Gabriel in the back end of the 3rd. I talked myself into that actually being a better pick than I would have literally a month ago. So I kind of like it.
I like the Cardinals' whole draft beyond Will Johnson. They're definitely in that conversation for me. You know who I like what they did? Because I think the pieces all fit together. I like what Carolina has done. Teteroa McMillan in the 1st round. So you drop that skill set into the offense. We talked a little bit about it during the show. Nick Scourton and Princely Omamielen, those guys are very complementary.
Yes.
And this is a team that just needs difference makers on defense, period, but especially on the edge. And I always like those sorts of pairings, Derrik, where you have one guy who's just more of a power player, pocket pusher, run defender, and then Princely is truly a bendy DPR type guy. And so adding those two skill sets that I think really play well off of each other into the mix along that defensive line, combined with McMillan in the first round, I get it. That's what I'd say. I get what Carolina is trying to do with those 3 picks.
And almost just like, again, I mentioned it on the original live show, the risk assessment with the 2 I think is funny, whereas Scourton is like, okay, we just need a guy who's going to be something for us, a guy who can give us a little bit of something. And then they're like, what if we got a little bit crazy, a little bit more fun with our other edge pick and a guy who could be really explosive? So I even like the approach to it, let alone just the players.
And especially in their 3-4 scheme, I think it fits what they want to be on defense, both schematically, but then also they needed, because I don't think either of these guys are going to be Pro Bowlers necessarily, but they're going to come in and be productive. Maybe not in terms of double-digit sacks, but they're going to be productive and give you quality snaps. And by loading up on these guys and have a rotation, you're going to keep them fresh.
Quality is a great word.
Yeah.
And that is not something the Panthers defense had last year.
They
It was the least
lack
talented defense in professional football.
It was bad.
I mean, and they knew it. They knew it coming into the year.
And their best player was hurt immediately.
Their best, and that was even with the best player healthy. So even with Derrik Brown healthy, I think they knew they were making a deal last year with themselves. We're going to go super, super hard on offense. We're going to see what we have in the quarterback, and we're just going to kind of hang on to our hats on defense. Now I think they're trying to correct that a little bit in a way that makes sense.
Can I add one more team?
You sure can. We can add 3 more teams if you want to.
The New York Jets getting Armand Membu, Mason Taylor, and Azareye'h Thomas.
Yeah.
I loved all of those players. Like, Membu is awesome, and you don't even have to do is he going to play left tackle for us and switch? No, he's obviously a right tackle for that team. Mason Taylor is just the set your watch to it, 600-yard receiving tight end that I think they're really going to like. And then Thomas, we already mentioned all the Carlton Davis jokes with Aaron Glenn and that style of player. I just think everything they did makes so much sense for getting guys that can be foundational pieces for the way that they want to play.
In my 7-round mock 2 weeks ago, I had Armand Membu in the first, Mason Taylor in the second. I didn't have Thomas in the third. That would have been cool. But that they went with the blueprint that made the most sense in terms of the value and the positions they really needed to hit. And then to go offense, then come back with a player like Thomas in the third just fits Aaron Glenn perfectly. That's a good shout to see what the Jets have done.
Can I add one more team?
Go for it.
I like what the Chargers have done.
Oh, yeah.
I think Omarion Hampton as the kind of the engine for that offense at running back. I really like the fit with Trey Harris and Ladd McConkey at receiver. I think that's a complementary group, and they needed a guy like Jamari Caldwell. Interior defensive line was a big, big need for this team, and so just another draft that when you see it start to unfold, it's like, yeah, this makes sense. I can understand them attacking it this way.
Yeah.
And even though I think with the Bengals, like some questionable, Shamar Stewart, we'll see how it works out. The Knight pick was a little bit okay, but to come back with Fairchild, that has me coming back towards the Bengals.
That was going to be my best fit.
Okay.
I absolutely love Dylan Fairchild going to the Bengals. All right, if you're watching on YouTube, we're going to keep on rolling. If you're listening to this on the podcast, we're going to take a quick break. So let's get to the other side of the coin here. Dane, your least favorite pick of the second and third rounds is what? I know this is hard for you. I'm going to make you do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
love
such a
all your
positive
children.
guy.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I mean, like, the Lions trading up to get Tesla, a player who is more of an idea than a fully formed player. Look, I'm all for taking swings, and this is a swing. This is a gamble if you are the Lions. And look, this might be a home run when we look back at this 2-3 years from now. It might absolutely work out. I just didn't think they had to trade up that far into the third to get him. Maybe they had better intel that there was another team that really liked him. But the Lions have also been one of those teams under Holmes and Campbell that they just don't care what anybody else thinks about their board, how they value players, where they want to draft them. And so I give them all the credit in the world for being bold and drafting, sticking to their board. That one, that surprised me, and I personally didn't love it.
How about you, Derrik?
I'm Actually, you might agree with it a little bit. I really didn't love the Luther Burden pick.
Oh, he was going to be my biggest head scratcher.
Yeah,
when we got to that. So least favorite, and I think confusing.
Yeah,
I'm trying not to put a value judgment on it because I'm trying to preserve my emotional well-being.
Yeah,
but it is a confusing selection.
It is confusing. That's part of why I don't like it. But I also just, again, I know I'm much lower on Burden than a lot of other people, but Burden was a player I really struggled with just in terms of you get hands on him. He wasn't my favorite player, and then it was kind of a weird fit, so I didn't love that. The other one I thought was a little bit that I didn't love was Demetrius Knight to the Bengals. Like, obviously they needed defensive guys, but I think the reach that they made for that position for him at pick 49, not my favorite.
Yeah, least favorite is hard. I got a lot of ones that I think are a little bit confusing.
Hey, you made me answer the question, so you're answering the question.
Right. You don't get to wiggle out.
Nope.
I'll probably say Demetrius Knight was also my least favorite. I think just based on everything that you guys have said. Just digging into this a little bit more. I mean, Sai'vion Williams to the Packers is one
that was my head scratcher.
That's a head scratcher to me. So maybe the head scratcher is best for that. But I think there are a lot of receivers that were a little bit confusing if we just want to do the head scratchers now.
Well, and I think we could go with like Pat Bryant. Going him over Jalen Noel, or like it. Clearly, they have a vision for Pat Bryant in that scheme, but to take him over Jalen Noel or maybe some of these other receivers was a little bit surprising. So that was another one I wrote down as didn't love that pick. One that I was surprised to see and would have pushed back a little bit on.
The Sai'vion Williams one I think is exact. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Just how he fits within that offense is hard for me to understand.
Yep.
One that's a head scratcher only just because looking at the offensive skill position players and the way that they're put together, it's not a head scratcher in a bad way. Jack Besh going to the Raiders and just what that skill position group looks like. I kind of like when your dog gets confused, just kind of tilts his head. That's how I feel about the Raiders right now. It's not a good or bad thing.
Yeah.
It's just a moment of like,
more intrigue.
All right, I guess that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, no, and it makes the Raiders more watchable because of that intrigue.
Yeah.
Because how does this going to work? How are they going to implement him into this offense to kind of bring everything together? And so we talked about it when Besh was drafted, and I just listening to ourselves talk, there was more excitement in our tone of voice than confusion.
We talked about it for 10 minutes.
Yeah. But it was more excited talk than confused talk.
Absolutely.
So it's one that I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, the Burden thing, just talking about it a little bit further, Derrik, just like even if beyond what you think of him as a player, how the receiving pieces are supposed to fit together in the offense, maybe they have a vision for it. Maybe they have a vision for how he can be complementary to what DJ Moore gives them. Again, we mentioned it on the live when we're doing the stream. I think that you look at the way they use Jameson Williams in the Lions offense. It's a lot different than we anticipated them using Jameson Williams. There's a lot of crossers, yak opportunities. The Lions offense was really built on that. I mean, you look at it, Jared Goff is near the bottom of the league in average air yards per attempt. They're one of the most efficient passing teams in the league because of how they create those yak opportunities. So finding a player that gives that to you, I get that, but DJ Moore, that's some of the best stuff he does. So it's Ben Johnson has more vision than I will ever have about offensive football. But right now, as I sit here, I just don't totally understand how all of the pieces are supposed to fit together.
The only way I think you can sell it is that obviously as a pure receiver, Burden's a little raw.
Yeah.
And so maybe they think just because they already have Rome Odunze and because they have DJ Moore, that year one for Burden is actually more of just kind of like an onboarding process to get him to play a little bit more legitimate receiver. But
you thought he was so talented that at that point in the draft, maybe they had him high as a first-round pick, and it's just like, what are we going to do? We're not going to take this guy when we still need a third receiver, because they do. It's Olamide Zaccheaus right now.
Yeah.
Right.
And I know that they, theoretically, you're going to play two tight ends with Kmet and Loveland, but we talked about it last night. Kmet, there's not much guaranteed money left on that deal. So if he's not a Bear after this season, it wouldn't be shocking. So you need a third receiver. Even if the pieces don't fit perfectly together, there might have been a situation where they just said, he's the 15th player on our board. We're really going to pass on him here just because we have two receivers already. I guess I can understand that.
And I love it for Burden. I love, he was a player who thought he'd be a first-round pick.
Yeah.
He wasn't. Fell to the day two. And he goes to a situation where the offensive coordinator, also the head coach, really believes in this player.
Yeah.
And so if you're Burden, I think you feel good about the situation you're walking into, and just, again, going back to the vision that Ben Johnson has for you in that offense, That's pretty exciting.
That's why it's a head scratcher for me and not something I'm dumping on, because there's a chance this works out great because of how talented he is. It's just hard to conceive of the construction of the offense right now. Your biggest surprise of night 2, Dane, was what?
I mean, is this where we talk about Shedeur Sanders?
I think it is.
It kind of has to be.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Again, we didn't talk about him yesterday as a surprise because it wasn't a surprise that he fell out of the first round. But once we're talking about falling out of the top 100 picks, falling out of the first 3 rounds, that's a little bit of a surprise, especially when, so today, just preparing for night 2 of the draft, there's a second round, third round, making calls, trying to find the team that was going to make a move for him. I couldn't find anybody. The Saints were a shuck team, and I felt pretty confident about that. The Raiders, it just didn't. You didn't rule them out, but it didn't sound like the Raiders were going to be that team. The Browns, it sounded like, okay, they're going to load up 4 picks for next year, and then they come back and take Dylan Gabriel. So the Browns were, who knew? But it was always pointing to the Steelers. And then the Steelers come on the clock in the 3rd round. They didn't trade up. They could have stayed in the 3rd round and taken Shedeur Sanders. They don't. They take Caleb Johnson, the running back. So it's like, all right, now we look towards the 4th round, and it's anybody's guess at this point where Shedeur goes, because is there a team that says, well, at this point in draft, why not? Or
backup.
But are a lot of teams saying, we just don't even want him in our quarterback room?
I think that's a fair thing to point out. It's a fair thing to question.
There, like with other positions, or other teams, there are players where it's like, all right, well, we just can't let him fall another pick. We've got to take him at this point. With Shedeur Sanders, it might be a lot different, where teams are saying, look, we just don't want anything to do with him at this point. And it doesn't matter if we're getting tremendous value in the 4th round. We don't want this as part of our culture and what we're building. We feel it's going to be a distraction. And whether that's fair or not, I'm not here to say that it is or not. It's just, this is what NFL teams are going to be talking about. And it's a situation where we could be mid-4th round, 5th round. Who knows where he's going to come off the board tomorrow? No one would have thought he would fall out of the first 3 rounds. So it's anybody's guess at this point.
You articulated on the stream, and I want you to just kind of relay it out for the podcast audience.
You think I remember that?
Talking about how in the way that he approached the process,
Yeah.
and maybe some of the mistakes in that, and why it leads to a potential outcome like this.
Well, and like you said, the reason he fell out of the first round was more to do with the tape and the traits, and why he
the
was
reason he was the
first round
34th
pick.
player on your board.
Exactly. Why he fell out of the top 100, I think, was more of a result, a reflection of the way he went into this process and handled himself. He didn't really do anything in terms of the Shrine game. He didn't do anything at the combine. Did private workout, and had a pro day, but it really wasn't something that. It was late in the process, and it didn't get teams excited. But during the meetings, there was a lot of negative feedback from teams at the combine, and a lot of negative feedback throughout the process about the way he handled himself. And it's something where we don't know. We weren't there. We're just secondhand information, so it's hard for us to really talk about that. But I think NFL teams have spoken with obviously passing on him through 3 rounds. For him to go into these meetings feeling like he has leverage, feeling like he's there's a certain point where that boldness, it's just not for everybody, and it can rub people the wrong way. And the way I said it out of the combine was, it's not that he's a bad guy or a good guy, it's just he's a not for everybody guy. And not for everybody could be something that includes 32 teams, apparently. So it's just a fascinating test case. And if we know anything about Shedeur Sanders, it's going to create a bigger chip on his shoulder. And so wherever he does end up tomorrow on day 3, it will be fascinating to track him the rest of the way.
When you're not a not for everybody guy, personality-wise, and you aren't bringing plus physical traits to the table,
right?
It's a combination that can lead to an outcome like this.
You're not good enough on the field that we're going to put up with this and tolerate it.
Bingo.
It's that simple.
And that's speculation, right? But
Yes.
it seems like we're getting pointed in that direction.
The juice has to be worth the squeeze. And I said this on the main live show. Physically, he's pretty similar to a guy like Teddy Bridgewater, but Teddy Bridgewater was still able to go 32nd overall and be an immediate starting quarterback, because who the hell doesn't love themselves some Teddy Bridgewater? He's like an all-time dude. He was a great teammate. He was really smart with the ball, all that stuff.
I remember being in Minnesota after he had that injury. I remember just how shell-shocked everyone at that training camp was in that moment. Just devastated for days afterwards.
And not for like, oh, we're not going to have our quarterback. It's like they felt bad for the guy.
Yes.
Did you hear the phone call between the Giants and Jackson Dart?
No.
When they said both, I believe both Dable and Joe Schoen said, you killed the process. You, every step of the way, you killed it. And that matters. You have to be able to, Senior Bowl, All-Star games, the combine, all the workouts and everything. You have to handle yourself a certain way because it's a job interview. And so you can't go into it thinking like, well, they'll be lucky to have me. I have the leverage. And again, that's speculation. It's secondhand information. But I think it's a fair assumption to make based off of the way things have played out. Dylan Gabriel going ahead of Shedeur Sanders. Again, Dylan Gabriel's a guy you want in your quarterback room because he makes, even if he does not become a long-term starter, which probably slim chance that Dylan Gabriel will become a long-term starter in the NFL.
Any third-round pick at quarterback.
Sure, but that's you want a guy that makes you better, and he makes your quarterback room better. And so it seems like an initial shock that Dylan Gabriel would go ahead of Shedeur Sanders, but the more you think about it, you understand why it played out that way.
Let's get to other big surprises from tonight, Derrik. Your biggest surprise, non-Shedeur Sanders related, was what tonight?
I'm cheating a little bit, but actually following the same theme of picks that did not happen, I'm kind of stunned that the Bucs didn't take a pass rusher.
Yeah,
their pass rush room is not good. Like, they have Yaya Diaby, who's like solid but not an ace. They went and signed Hassan Reddick, who at his best is awesome, but he didn't play football last year, and that's a scary bet to make, especially for a guy who's getting a little bit older.
He's 31 years old.
Exactly.
And it's a one-year
Maybe
deal.
This is a bet on Chris Braswell.
And
maybe that's not what we're considering here.
And I could get that, and maybe this is me just getting into my own head about what I think about the player. He's an edge setter to me, and a pretty good one, actually. Like, I think he's a really good run defender, but I just don't see that much pass rush upside with him, so I was just stunned that they didn't want to take a risk at that spot. And I get it with some of the other players that were on the board with where they took.
I think that Parrish pick, I really believe was like, okay.
And Morrison's good too.
But I mean, I think that they might have if Morrison was off the board, they might have taken Parrish in the second round.
Okay.
I think it was a case of, Parrish is still there. Mm-hmm. All right, we can't pass him up. So yeah, I don't think maybe they intended on double dipping at corner. Right. But not surprised they did because of the player.
And Igbuka was probably the same case, right? Where it's like, maybe they didn't need it, but he was so clearly, to me, better than the rest of the pass rushers that were left on the board. So maybe they were like, well, let's just get the player who's good, which is usually a pretty decent draft strategy.
My biggest surprise is just where Jalen Noel went in this draft. 79th overall. Mm-hmm. I loved him. I loved everything about what he brought to the table, and just his ability. You know, Derrik, we're picking out plays for, when we're trying to figure out clips and we're watching them. Some of the post routes he's running and some of the second level separation and just the gas and acceleration. But he's not just a speed player. He's strong. He's a good route runner. He can go up and get the ball. His catch radius is bigger than you would think for a smaller player. So for him to last as long as he did, and then for the Texans to be able to draft him after drafting Jayden Higgins, and now you're dropping both of those guys onto the same offense again with Nico Collins, and then Tank Dell becomes sort of a luxury. Christian Kirk is only there for this year. It's a really fun outcome, even if he lasted a little bit longer than I thought he would.
He definitely lasted longer than I thought. I mean, we were talking about him from pick like 34, which is where the Texans picked the first time, and it was like he should be off the board here. And obviously, it took 40 more picks for that, but I really liked Noel as well. I mean, Noel was the guy where when I was watching these guys, I actually went in to watch Higgins first because he was a little bit higher on consensus boards and all that stuff. And then you're just watching and it's like, man, the guy who's 5'11", 190, he's faster than everybody on the field. He's quick. He's a good route runner. And then to me, it was the ball skills. Like he just not a big player, but he plays so much bigger in terms of what he can go get around him. So I really liked him. I was shocked he lasted that long.
And my come from was Christian Kirk type of player, and Christian Kirk was a top 50 pick. Yeah. So it's to see him fall a little bit was a little surprising, especially for a player who dominated every level of the process. Senior Bowl was awesome. Killed the combine. He was good throughout, and that was just kind of putting the exclamation point on an outstanding season or outstanding career at Iowa State, where one of the best receivers to ever go through that program. So the Texans, it probably the same situation where they didn't anticipate drafting both Iowa State receivers tonight, but they found themselves in a position where we can't pass on this guy at this point. and you just totally bolster a wide receiver depth chart that just needed a little bit more, and they addressed it in a big way.
We talked about it on the show. The way that I look at him, I think I understand what he is. I think he's a vertical slot player in the NFL. And maybe some teams look at that and they see him pigeonholed there. Yeah. You think that's a little bit too rigid for us to spend a second-round pick on a guy. I don't look at it that way. The fact that I can understand what he is, that's a plus to me, not a minus. But maybe for some teams it's a little bit too limiting for them to spend a higher pick on him.
Or there's so many teams that want that specific type of player, but they had a greater needed edge, or they had a great, and so it just didn't work out. And sometimes that happens in a draft where, there's only so many landing spots, and it's just that's the beauty of the draft and how everything plays out.
If you're listening to this on the podcast, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching on YouTube, we're going to keep on rolling. Your favorite fit of tonight, and so not necessarily your favorite pick, but just seeing this guy land in this spot, you're like, oh yeah, that's what I needed.
I think Mike Green at the Ravens. Yeah. Obviously the off-field stuff is the off-field stuff, and we'll see how that plays out. But just thinking about this Ravens team and Ojabo and Kyle Van Noy and Owe, and they needed an
ace.
They really did, and Mike Green can be that guy. He was a top 10 player on my board. And he has the issues off the field that scared off a lot of teams. The Ravens got to a certain point where they said, we can't pass on this guy again. And this could end up looking like a huge steal when it's all said and done. I hope so for the person and the player that's how it ends up, and also for the Ravens. But just in terms of fit and for the obviously Mike Green wishes he would have gone top 20. But for him to land where he did and the Ravens to address the position the way they did, just love the fit.
How about you, Derrik? Favorite fit of tonight?
There were a lot of picks where it's like, okay, this team needed this, and then they took a guy I liked and I got animated about it. The pick I got the most animated about, when I just thought about what could this player's potential be here, it's Terrence Ferguson with the Rams. I mean, dude.
I almost said that was my backup behind Mike Green, yeah.
He is such a phenomenal athlete. I pulled up the clip when we were doing the live show, but he just has that incredible ability to race across the field on crossers. He's a really good guy that you can put in the slot, but he can still play in line. He's not the best blocker, but to me the line is can you just be a better blocker than the Sam Laportas and stuff like that? And I think he clears that line. I don't think Sean McVay is going to draft you if you're not over that line, and so that was pretty comforting to me. And so Ferguson is a guy to me is just, when you bet on the tight end position, you need a guy who can move. And to pair a guy like that with, to me, probably still the best play caller in the league, I'm extremely excited about that.
Yep. I have 7. Is that okay?
Go for it.
Roll them.
Dylan Fairchild going to the Bengals.
Oh,
absolutely love it. That left guard spot has been an absolute wasteland for that Bengals team, even when they were good. Yeah. We wanted ass kickers for Cincinnati, offense and defense. Mm-hmm. You go watch Dylan Fairchild play, and that's exactly what he is. It's a little erratic. It's a little bit all over the place. I love what he's bringing to the table. Cincinnati needs a presence like that.
Yeah, that was a player I was excited to talk about on the pod we did with DJ about our favorite players, because I really hadn't got a chance to get everything out on Fairchild like I wanted to. And that was my chance, and I love the player. I think it was tremendous value for the Bengals for a position they really needed.
I hadn't watched him yet because we were doing the offensive lineman the next week, and I'm starting to watch the Georgia guys because there's 3 of them, right? And you're watching them all at the same time.
All 3 went tonight.
And Routledge is a higher-rated player. I understand that. We'll talk about him in a second. But I just kept coming back to Dylan Fairchild. I was like, this is the type of guy I want on my team. Yeah. The name you brought up throughout this whole process, and I think in a lot of ways there are parallels, is Wyatt Teller. Yeah. Because Wyatt Teller was a wild horse coming out. He was a 5th-round pick. He was traded earlier in his career. He figured it out. I think there are a lot of potential similarities if that works out. Talking about favorite fits, let's stick with Georgia offensive lineman. Tate Routledge going to the Lions. Fucking rules. Yeah. That is so good. It's exactly the type of player that you could anticipate just working out in Detroit, what he's bringing to the table. He said it himself. He's a self-proclaimed dirtbag. Yes. And those are the types of guys that I think the Lions want on their offensive line.
And so attitude fits, the skill set fits. He's a really good athlete, but he's 6'6", like he's a big guy, and you see the power that he plays with. He will displace guys, but he's also a really good athlete, and he showed that at the Combine.
The testing was phenomenal.
It really was. And I think if he had played a full season this year and injuries weren't really a question, because he's missed time before, if you felt really good about him being a durable player, he's off the board in the top 40 or 50 picks.
Yeah.
Next one. Oh,
I just love with the Lions. It's kind of like we've talked about with the Ravens. It's not just that they're good drafters. It's that when they get to the pick, you kind of know who it's going to be. Yeah. And when the Lions
Except
are up there, it's just like he's there. Come on.
Yeah.
Josiah Stewart going to the Rams, I absolutely love.
Yeah.
It's just the type of guy, when you think about how they've built that defensive front, him with Jared Verse is just sign me up for that all day. I love Nick Emmanwori going to the Seahawks.
Yeah.
That guy going to a defense with Mike Macdonald, and we mentioned it when they were on the clock. We thought it might be corner when they traded up, but it almost is a move at corner if you play it out a little bit. Because if they keep Kobe Bryant in the deep half and with Julian Love, and they put Emmanwori in the slot, and they can move Devin Witherspoon outside, you get some optionality with that secondary. So Emmanwori, I think, is probably a player, Dane, that people looked at and was just like, what is he?
Yeah.
Right? Like, what is
Absolutely.
he? And then when he lands in a place like Seattle, it's like, I guess I kind of understand what he is.
It's the same thing with Luther Burden, where Emmanwori's a player that thought he was going to go top 25. He didn't. It's a bummer. But where he lands, it makes it all worth it. Even though he fell a little bit further than he wanted to go with that coaching staff in Seattle. Again, we mentioned, he's different than Cam Chancellor, but to bring a little bit of that attitude back with the size, the speed, and the little bit of position confusion, role confusion, I think was why he fell as far as he did. But that the Seahawks and McDonald has a clear vision for how he fits in that scheme.
Landon Jackson to the Bills.
Yeah, in the 70s.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Just makes perfect sense. He's a limited player, but the boxes he checks are the boxes they want checked at that position. Just one more guy who can affect the pocket, even after signing Joey Bosa. Absolutely something they needed. Caleb Johnson going to the Steelers it's perfect.
I mean, that's just like...
It's perfect. Yeah. We talked about it on the running back show, and I was looking at it, and I just didn't think it would happen because they didn't have a second-round pick.
Yep.
I was like, he is a perfect fit for that offense and the skill set they need at running back, but they're not picking in the second round, so that's probably not going to happen. He lasts to the third. He winds up in Pittsburgh.
Loved what the Steelers have done with Derek Harmon in the first. I mean, we can include DK Metcalf in there for getting him for a second-round pick, and then coming back in the third with Caleb, who perfect for the zone scheme. He got dinged up a little bit during the process because of the way the combine went. The pro day wasn't great, but that's just the Steelers are going to take advantage of that and get a really good player who was the Iowa offense this year ranked like 130th in pass offense. Everybody in the world knew it was going to be about the run game, and they still couldn't stop him. So, yeah, Caleb Johnson, if you're going to block for him, he's going to take advantage of it, and he's going to get you positive yardage.
I'm going to do three more, all picks in a row. We don't have to spend a lot of time on them. RJ Harvey going to the Broncos is one of my favorite fits in the entire draft. We talked about TreVeyon Henderson going there. This, to me, feels like a wonderful TreVeyon Henderson consolation prize if you were not going to go that direction. Just the pop they need at that position within the offense makes perfect sense. You can see it.
I can already tell you that in all my fantasy drafts, I'm going to be targeting him in like the 12th round.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Because he will be productive in whatever way they use him. Yeah, I'm excited for that one.
Trey Amos going to Washington.
Oh, yeah.
They needed a player like this. To move Mikey-Shawn, we're still back inside. I love the fit there at corner with 61st overall. And Shamar Turner going to the Bears. Yeah, I really wanted to add somebody like this over the course of this draft. Juice, position flexibility. They needed one more guy who can affect the pocket, even after what they did in free agency. And just watching him earlier today, I could absolutely talk myself into this.
And looking at this range, I know he's a little bit of an undersized guy, and I know who knows how long he's going to be able to play. Andrew Makuba is actually kind of the perfect Vic Fangio safety. Like their defense is like, all right, we're going to be in too high. Somebody's going to fly out of the shell here and go kill somebody. And that is the exact way that Makuba wants to play. And so how long are you going to get him to be able to do that with his body size? I don't know, but he really is like the perfect kind of safety for their defense.
Before we get out of here, I want to answer a couple questions that we got in the chat over the course of the stream. Okay. We got two of them. First one is from Jake Damley. He says, the question I had is whether you think this is a draft that DT is being viewed as just as important at edge, with several runs, reaches for defensive tackle prospects versus the day two defensive ends. What do you think about that, Dane?
Yeah, I mean, I think the edge gets more of the love just because you think of the pass rush and all that. But defensive line and just winning in the trenches is so important for the entire defense to work in general. And there's just only so many of these guys who have everything, both the size, the athleticism, the strength, and just the understanding of how to play the position. And so this is it. We've been talking about this the entire process. It's a defensive line draft, both on the edge and on the interior. And so it's not a surprise to see a lot of these teams go in that direction when it was a need, and they just kind of they didn't want to be caught without one of these guys.
I think for me, it's just, if we're going to live in this world that's a little bit more too high, you have to be solid along the spine of the defense. And we've seen that with some of the defenses that have been bad the last 2-3 years, is that's where they really struggled, is the middle of the defense. And so I think that's probably the part of the reason that we're seeing teams a little bit more willing to push DTs up the board a little bit and make that the run as opposed to edge.
I think we're seeing the gap start to close financially between the two positions, and that changes the way that you can think about premium spots. Defensive tackle to me is a premium position. That, whatever little distance there is between edge players and defensive tackles and overall value, I think is starting to shrink. But also just beyond that, when I think about defensive lines right now, and a lot of teams approach it this way in free agency, all I think about is how are you affecting the quarterback?
Right.
I don't really care which position it's coming
Shouldn't
from
matter.
anymore.
Yeah.
Your best pass rusher can easily be a defensive tackle now. Jalen Carter, Chris Jones, you can build an elite defense that way. Yeah. But even beyond that, I think this is just me being like, it's been being power pilled like over the last 3 or 4 years. These guys who are pocket pushers, who affect the pocket, whatever they look like, whatever position you want to write next to their name, I don't really care. As long as you're affecting the pocket, you're creating uncertainty, discomfort for whatever team you're playing against. Puncturing the pocket is what matters. Where it comes from, it's inconsequential to me.
It's part of the reason why the Browns felt comfortable moving back and taking Mason Graham.
Yeah.
They had a very big grade on Mason Graham, and it goes to his ability being a leverage monster and deconstructing blocks and the different ways that he affected the pocket the last 2 years at Michigan was impossible to ignore whenever you watch that defense on tape. And that was very much something the Browns needed to address in a big way, and they did that at number 5 overall.
Next one here from Tristan B. He said, Dane has referenced grading to the flashes. What is that process, and how does it differ between analysts and teams?
Yeah, and that's so. When I say grading to the flashes, meaning, and this is Chris Ballard told me this, 10 years ago. If you've seen a guy do something once, you can coach it to be more consistent for him. But if he shows you that he can do it once, then that means he could do it. And so there are players that are inconsistent for different reasons. Sometimes it's a physical thing, sometimes a mental thing, a technical thing. But you feel like, all right, I know he can do this. Now it's up to us and the coaches to get more out of him. And so some coaching staffs and scouting staffs are a little more open to that, and that philosophy of, hey, let's grade to the flashes and let's make a bet on we're going to get him the rest of the way there, where other teams are maybe a little more conservative. And it's we're not going to paint with a broad brush, but Shamar Stewart, if you grade to the flashes, you can understand how the Bengals would say, hey, the traits, watch the film, grade to the flashes, and we feel very comfortable taking him in the top 20.
I feel like there's a lot of grade to the flashes interior defensive linemen and edge players in this draft specifically.
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan is like that. Jordan Birch, his best moments look like that. You mentioned Darius Alexander as a player like that. There are a lot of defensive linemen where it's just like, all right, you put their 10 best plays up here and they look like all pros. And so I can understand teams trying to talk themselves into that.
And that's what, Dane, you mentioned the different reasons why a guy might be a little bit more flashy. It's sometimes it's mental, sometimes it's technical, sometimes it's physical. If it's physical, it's like, man, the athlete is the athlete, and sometimes that's a little bit tougher to fit. If it's technique, you can maybe talk to the coaches there, maybe talk to the player. How was the coaching there? Maybe we can be better at that. And then if it's mental, it's like, okay, well, how does this guy learn? And are we going to be able to teach him properly? Maybe if it's a 21-year-old making a lot of mental mistakes, you can sell yourself like, we'll get him into the building, he'll mature. If it's a 24, 25-year-old prospect, you might be less willing to have the appetite for that. So like you mentioned, Dane, it's kind of just, why does he have these flashes instead of being consistent? And then do we think we can get more out of him?
That's the key part of it. And that's why, in my opinion, area scouts will always be a vital part of the process and scouting, is because they are doing the legwork and understanding the context of why is it this way, how is he being coached, just getting all those little details to understand what you're seeing on tape is good or bad, or this needs to be improved, or this, why things are the way they are, the context of it. So, that's what it's up to the area scouts to figure that out. Is it something that he can improve? Is it something where this is just kind of who he is? And just understanding why it's not being more consistent. So grading to the flashes can certainly backfire, but it's also how you can unearth some guys that you kind of hear. We hear this a lot, maybe during the process, is he'll be a better pro than college player, which can be overused a lot.
Sure.
But it's certainly a relevant phrase to use with certain prospects. All
right. We're going about 6 hours here. I think it's time for us to wrap it up. We sincerely appreciate everybody who has tuned in over the last couple nights. I tweeted about it earlier today. I mean, the numbers on these shows and even what they compare to from last year, it's crazy to watch the growth in the audience that we've had over the last couple years, but also just the quality of what we're trying to put forth on this weekend. I vividly remember that first draft show in 2021 where me and Nate were sitting in the courtyard by Marriott hotel room with 3 iPhones. It is very different right now, and that's because you guys are tuning in, and we sincerely appreciate that. I want to thank everyone here at Big Shot Studios in Chicago for hosting us over the last couple days. They've done a phenomenal job. We have felt so welcome and just supported over the last 48 hours. So a sincere thank you to all of those people. Everyone in our control room back there, Michael Beller, Alex Hample, Daniel Lehman, Andrew Liu, everything that they did to contribute to this, sincerely appreciate that. And to you guys. I'll be mushy here for a second. You and I both signed new deals this year, multi-year deals at The Athletic. One of the reasons that I felt really good about being back here was the chance to work with you and the chance to continue doing this. I love it. I have so much respect for you and the work that you put in all year round to be great at this. You make me want to be better at what I'm doing. And so it is a true honor to be able to sit here and do this with you every year. Sincerely.
The feeling is absolutely mutual. And I mean, you are steering our ship. So this does not work unless we have a captain steering us in the right direction. And that is kind of the best compliment I can give to you. So thank you.
Derrik, sincerely appreciate everything that you've given throughout the entire season and this. You started as like a draft space person. And it's kind of how I found your work working on quarterbacks. And I always loved, even before we hired you, the way that I would always talk about you is I thought you had a better way of articulating what makes players special and different than almost anybody. You just had a way to kind of distill why a guy feels the way that he feels. And I think that you do such a great job of applying that skill to the draft process. So having you here tonight has just been such a pleasure, and it's been so fun to work with you over the last year.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. I'm blessed to be here. Again, this is, I was always a draft guy growing up. That's how I got started. And so this day, this moment has always been very special to me. And so to be able to get paid to be on this stage with you with these guys is phenomenal. I mean,
on your birthday.
And that too, this is always how I spent my birthday. I can't imagine doing it any other way. And so I've just been incredibly blessed to be part of this program. And so I'm happy to do it again next year. And I'm just, you've been such a great host for me. I think you've already, when I joined, I did mostly written work. I didn't do a whole lot of talking and podcasting and being in front of the camera. And I just think you brought parts out of me the way that I was able to explain stuff and articulate stuff and talk about things the way that I actually wanted to talk about them instead of just throwing my mind jumble out there. And I couldn't appreciate that anymore. So I feel like I've grown in doing this and hope this is only the beginning.
You are a very welcome addition to our draft coverage this year. So we really appreciate everything you brought to the show. Definitely.
Thank you, Dane.
We're not done this weekend. We're just done with the live streams. Our next show will be coming out tomorrow evening into Sunday. We're going to be recapping day 3 of the draft, rounds 4 through 7. Not live. We're not going to talk about every single pick. We talked about every single pick today over the last 2 days. So if it were up to you, we would be sitting there all through rounds 4 through 7. Yeah. We are not going to do that, but we are going to have a recap podcast that is going to be showing up on YouTube, in the Athletic Football Show feed, on the podcast channel over the next 24 hours or so after that wraps up. If you are a YouTube watcher, please subscribe, do all of that great stuff. If you're new and you've been hanging out with us this weekend, we sincerely appreciate it. We do this show all year round. It's not just the draft, so if you want to stick around, that would mean a lot to us, and it means a lot for every single one of you that spent some time with us this weekend. So that's all we got for now. Sincerely appreciate you guys listening. We'll talk to you very soon.